Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this session, we will learn Microsoft Excel and data. Get started. I would like to take a quick confirmation from our viewers if my screen is clear and my audio is clearly audible. If yes, kindly type yes in the chat section. If not, please do let us know in the comment section and we will resolve it as early as possible. Great. I see a lot of positive responses from our viewers. I think it's clear to get started. Have some simple text, and if you're a tech geek in technology, consider getting subscribed to the channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now, without further ado, let's dive into the agenda for today's discussion. At first, we will go into the Excel basic knowledge where we will understand some fundamentals of Excel about filters, etc. Then we will get into the column operations, which will have adding and eliminating the columns in Excel and how to summarize some elements in Excel, similarly the row operation in Excel. Then we will get into the spreadsheet fundamentals where we will understand how to lock a spreadsheet or password protect your spreadsheet, etc. Then we will dive deep into filters operations in Excel, and followed by filters, we will understand autofill in Excel and how to add watermarks in Excel, insert PDF image in Excel. Once we are done with the fundamentals, we will dive into using some critical functionalities such as adding slicers into Excel, sumif functions in Excel, which is the conditional form of using sum function in Excel. Then we will understand the goal seek fundamentals in Excel, data cleaning for your data before analyzing your data, then converting numbers to words, sorting data for your spreadsheet, standard deviation, how to calculate standard deviation, then age and time differences in Excel, where we'll understand the fundamentals of calculating age, calculating time difference, etc. Then we will also understand date-oriented operations in that same segment. Followed by that, we will understand how to calculate percentage and average in Excel. So after this, followed by that, we will get into the print page setup where we will understand the page setup functionalities and page break functionalities in Excel. Then the DAX functionalities, pivot tables where we will understand how to create pivot tables, etc. Then we have various charts which we will be using for data visualization in Excel. Then we have some lookup function in Excel, the latest VStack function in Excel, and how to add hyperlinks in Excel. And finally, we will try to understand how to recover the unsaved folders or visualizations in Excel. And to make things interesting, we will also discuss some of the important shortcuts in Excel. With that, we are clear with the agenda. Now, over to our training experts.
Now, let's look at a scenario here. So one day in a startup, one professional speaks that their business is growing and they would need an efficient way to work with the data. They would have to find a way to work faster with storing and analyzing data. Now, to that, another colleague responds, well, we can make use of Microsoft Excel to do this job. The question is, will Excel be able to cater to their business needs? Now, the colleague responds, well, we can make use of Excel in several ways, and it also is a cost-efficient option. Now, in that case, the colleague who posed the question says, let's go ahead with Excel and let's train our employees in Excel. And the suggestion is welcomed, which would make the job easier for them. And they would basically decide on using Excel. So they decide on taking a training right away and basically starting to learn Excel. Now, before we move to Excel, one of the questions is, why should we use Excel? So let's look at some of the points here. So Excel proves to be a great platform to perform various mathematical calculation on large data sets, which is one of the biggest requirements of various organizations these days. Various features in Excel like searching, sorting, filtering makes it easier for you to play with the data. And Excel also allows you to beautify your data and present it in the form of charts, tables, and data bars. Now, when it comes to reporting, accounting, and analysis can be performed with the help of Excel. It can help you with your task lists, your calendars, and goal planning worksheets. Excel also provides good security for your data. Excel files have the feature of password protection. This way, your information can be safe. Now, when we talk about what is Excel and how it can be used, so Excel, or you might have heard as spreadsheet, can be basically used for a lot of different tasks than just storing the information in so-called tabular format. Now, Microsoft Excel is an application that is used for recording, analyzing, and visualizing data. It is in the form of a spreadsheet. Let's have a look at few of the functions and formulas used in Excel. And before we do that, we can also quickly take a small tour to understand how to work with Excel. Now, to do that, what we can do is we can type in our search, say for example Excel, and just select your Excel app which is installed. And here you see you have a lot of options which says take a tour, drop down list, get started with formulas, make your pivot table, going forward with pie charts, and much more. So we can click on this one which says take a tour, and that basically pops up a window which says welcome to Excel. And if you have always wanted to be better at Excel, you have this which can help you. So let's click on create, and that takes us to the store window. Now that says instructions for screen readers, which basically talks about 10 different steps in which we can learn Excel and using the spreadsheet app. So there are more than 11 sheets which we see here at the bottom end, and each one gives us a simple example which we can work on. So for example, if I click on add, now that takes me to this page which says how do we add numbers. Now you might be provided data which we can upload by loading a file from our machine, or getting data from a web source, or even connecting to a database. So there are various options which we will see in some time. So here we have an option which is called data. You can click on this one, and this basically has options where you can use existing connections. If you have created some, you can always click on from other sources, and you can get your data from SQL Server, from analysis services, from OData data feed. You can get in from XML, from data connection wizard, or also from Microsoft Query. You can be running in different queries here, which shows up in the option which says new query. There are connections which you can use, and that basically will display all the connections for this particular workbook, which we do not have as of now, but we can create them. But let's look at simple examples. Now you can follow these instructions here, which says basically adding up the numbers, and that could be easily done by just placing your cursor here. And what you could do is either you can type in the formula, that is from which row to which row you would want to add the data. So for example, I could just do a sum here, and that shows up all the different functions which are available. Then we can open up a parenthesis, and we can say I would be interested in totaling the amount from column D, and I would select, for example, D4. So I could be doing this, and then I could say D4 onwards till D7. So that's the data which I'm interested in. You can close your parenthesis and hit enter, and that gives you the total. There is also a shortcut for this, which you can always do, is we can first delete this, and you can just place your cursor here and just use your Alt and equals. That automatically selects the numericals, which we can anytime expand or basically collapse. So I will basically select this, which says this function needs two numbers, which is number 1 and number 2, and then you can hit on enter, and that gives you the total. So similarly, we can be getting in the data here by selecting all the fields. So here it also says that you can use a shortcut. Now what we can also do is we can add numbers over 50 by selecting the yellow cell here, and then giving a condition such as, so I can basically use something like sumif, and then open a parenthesis. I can select, I would be interested in this row, and then I can even drag and drop till here. So that tells me D11 to D15. You can then put in a comma here, and you can give your condition. Say, for example, we would say, I would be interested in numbers only above 50. And we can select this, close your quotes, and then just close your parenthesis, and that's your formula. So you can do this, and that basically gives me the total is 100. Now similarly, we could do that for the amount here. I could select this. Now there is also an option. I can click on home, and I can go for something like auto sum. So that's one more way of doing it, which anyway says sum is alt plus equals. So it automatically adds up your values, and I can try doing a auto sum that automatically selects my rows, and then I can get my total. Now, as per this activity here, it says try adding another sumif formula here, but add amounts that are less than 100, and the result should be 160. So what we can do is we can basically select all the numbers which are lesser than 100. So the way we did earlier here, there can be always a shortcut. So you can always, for example, if you would want to avoid typing in the formula, you can always copy it from here and then just hit on enter. So you are back into this cell, and then I can basically go here and paste the number, and then as per the requirement, we are required to select anything which is lesser than 100. So what I could do is I could select here, I could say, let's say G, and then I can change this value to G15, and that's one more way. Now we see our selected rows have been changed. So I can hit on enter, and I can check what is the result. So we would be interested in looking for numbers which are lesser than 100. So I will have to also change this one to a lesser sign, and that basically gives me the total, which is 160. So that's how you can simply add numbers. You can use auto sum, you can type in the formula, you can select the fields, or you can just place your cursor where you would be looking for a sum, and then you can just do a alt equals, and that basically populates the sum. Now let's look at some easy options of filling your cells or automatically populating the values in your cells within your Excel sheet. Now here we have an option which says 100. Now we can click on this, and that basically says it is making a sum of column C4 to D4. So if I click on this one, I can check that this is row number 4, which shows up here, and I also know this is column C. I also have D, so this equals is basically giving me a sum of C4 to D4. Now what we can do is we can always place our cursor here at the right corner, and then we can just drag and drop, and this basically gives me a total of all the numbers for all different rows. So this is one shortcut which we can do to get the total. Excel will automatically give the totals, which we call as filling down. Now what we can do is, in the same way, if we would want to get the totals here, we can first check what is this 200, and this tells me it is C11 to C14 total. So it is totaling the rows from C11, so column C and 11th row, till 14th row, and that's the sum. Now what I can also do is I can similarly, like above, we can do a filling right, which basically means bringing your cursor here and then just dragging and dropping it all the way where you would need the totals, and this basically gives me the total. There is one more quick way to check if this is right. So the easiest option would be to select this cell. Now what I can also do is I can just select all of these fields by just highlighting and selecting all the fields. Once it is selected, press on Control R, and that gives you the total. Now if we would be doing this top down, then I could select all these rows for this particular column, and then I could do a Control D. So that's your filling down, and this one was filling right. So this is an easier option of doing a fill when you would want to have the formula applied to every row as it occurs in the first row or the last row. We could test this by, for example, selecting these fields. I could delete them, and I have here which says 130. I could just place my cursor here and I could drag it all the way up, and that should also do the same magic which we were seeing from top down. So this is a simple way wherein you can fill up your cells, and you can also automatically propagate or move your computation to all the cells. Let's look at the split option, which basically helps us in splitting the data when we have some kind of pattern or when we have some kind of delimiters in our data in, say, one particular column, and we would want to derive the values out of it. So we can always use the splitting option. Now the easiest option would be, so for example, we have our email column which has the email IDs, and which we can clearly see has a first name dot last name. Now I see that there is a last name Smith filled up here, first name is empty. So what I can also do is I can just type in, say, Nancy here. Now that's the first name. I can again start typing the second name, and as soon as you do that, you would see a faded list of numbers, and that's your clue to hit enter. And once you do that, you would see all the first names have been filled in here. If you would want to maintain the case sensitiveness, you can just go ahead and delete these, and let's type in as it occurs. So let's say Nancy as the first name. Go down to the next cell and just type in Andy, and there is your grade list. So just hit on enter, and that basically fills up your first name. What we can also do is we can just select this particular field, and either we can type in Control E, which basically fills up all the options. Now I can just do a undo by typing in or clicking Control Z, and that's basically gone. What I can also do is I can select a particular field, and then I can go into home option, and under home you have an option here which says fill. So you can select this, and then you can do a flash fill, which is what we are doing here. So click on flash fill, and that automatically fills up the values. So in this way you can work within your spreadsheet, and you can be filling up the values where a delimiter by default is understood, and we can split the data. Now however, sometimes you might have some data which has a different kind of delimiter, and there is again a smarter way of splitting your data. So you can always scroll down here, and that says splitting a column based on delimiters. So we have some values in the data column, and these values in each row are separated by comma. So select this. Your data is already selected. Text to columns, delimited, comma is selected, and now click on next. So it basically says what is the destination. Let's select this one, and I can choose what would you want to have. So that shows me this would be my data preview. Now I can basically select this one. I can say finish and say okay. And now if you see, our data has been placed in the columns appropriately. So this is how you can split your data based on a delimiter and then organize your data in a better way. Now there are some advanced options which we can learn later, but this basically tells about using a formula. So this is something, if we have some name in one cell, and if you would want to split it into first name, your helper column, your middle name, last name, so that can also be done using formulas. And this basically tells how would you extract characters from your left cell and how would you place them in your right cell. So you can try this activity, which is a little more of advanced option. The benefit is that you can always use this, wherein if you do some kind of transformation using your formulas, if your original data gets updated, then the split data will also get updated. And that's the benefit of using formulas, where you can place values from one cell into multiple cells based on execution of your details in the formulas. How about using the transpose option? Now, you might have heard of situations where you would want to switch or turn your rows into columns and your columns into rows, and that's where transposing comes into picture. It might be useful when you have your data in your x and y axis, or as I would say, in rows and columns, and you would want to switch your rows to become the columns and columns to become your rows. So what we can do is, the simplest way is, you can select all your values. So here we basically have 6 columns and I would say 2 rows. Now I can select all of these, and then I can select an empty field. For example, the one which is highlighted here. Well, you can always do a Control Alt V. That's a shortcut. What you can also do is, once you have selected all your fields, you can just copy them. So just do a Control C and then click on an empty cell, and then what you can do is, you can do a special paste or paste special. So under your home, you have the paste option, and here you can go for paste special. And once you do that, you need to select the transpose option over here and click on OK. And now you will see that the columns and the rows have been transposed. So your row name was item, and that has become the column heading. You had row name as amount, and that has become the column heading, and all your values have been transposed in this particular format. Now there is another way of doing that, and again, that's using your formulas. So what you can do is, you can transpose with a formula also, and that basically works when you have similar kind of data. So this has 6 columns and basically 2 rows. So you can basically do this. So you can select this, and earlier we were doing a copy, but now what we would want to do is, we would want to just look at the row numbers, which tells me it is C33, C34, and it starts with C and ends in with your H column. So what we can do is, we know that we have 6 columns and 2 rows. So transposing that would actually give me 2 columns and 6 rows. So what we can do is, we can select 2 columns and 6 rows in our Excel sheet. I can then basically start typing in the message, or I can just go to the address bar, and here I can say transpose. Let's go for C33, H34. It basically selects my data, and now I can just do a Control Shift and enter, and now if you see, all the values have been populated. Now you can just place your cursor in one of the cells, but if you see the address bar, the formula remains the same. This is because this is an array formula. So we can read more about an array formula here. It's basically something which performs calculations on more than one cell in an array. And in the example here, the array is the original data, that is C33 to H34. So your transpose is just changing the horizontal orientation to the vertical orientation. So this is a very simple way in which you can basically use the Excel's capability to transpose your data and convert your rows into columns and columns into rows. Apart from working on additions, subtractions, filling up your data, sorting the data, or basically splitting your data, transposing your data, one of the other requirements is sorting and filtering your data. Now that can be very handy when you're working on huge data and you would want to sort it in a particular order, say ascending or descending, or might be based on a particular field, or if that field was, or if the cell was highlighted with a particular color, sorting the data. So let's look at how Excel can be used for sorting and filtering. Examples are pretty simple here. So Let's check that. 80,000, 110,000, the values. Then you have bakery, which should ideally be the first row if we sort it in an alphabetical order, which goes with bakery as desserts. You have the values, so we can check this again. So select department and then just do a sort and filter, and let's say sort A to Z. And if you see, the data has changed, but it's not just in changing your first column, but then it has taken care of all the data. However, the data has been sorted based on the department column. So you have bakery, which aligns with desserts, which has the values, and now we have all the data which has been filtered. Now what we can also do is we can sort December's amounts from largest to smallest. So what we can do is we can basically click any cell in the December column, let's say 20,000, and then what I can do is I can go into sort filter, and then I can say sort largest to smallest. So if you see, bakery breads is the row which has the smallest data, or might be you have deli sandwiches, so that one looks also smaller. So let's do a larger to smallest, and if I do this, you would see the values have been shifted now. So it is no more based on the department column, because now the data is being sorted based on the values in the December column. And you see bakery, which was alphabetically the first one, has become second last. So either you can sort the data based on a department column, which goes based on the values. These are all string values or words, so it sorts alphabetically. If you have numbers, might be you can give some values and you can sort the data. You could anytime do a custom sort, and you could basically select if you would want to select the data. So I could do a custom sort, and then I could choose which is the column which we would want to use for sorting, what is the sorting needs to be done, is it cell values, is it cell color, font color, conditional formatting, and then you can also choose the order. So that's one more way to do that. Now if you scroll down, that also shows how you can sort by date or a color. So for example, if you would want to sort based on the expense date, so there are different options. So what I can do is I can select this date field, I can just do a right click, I can go into sort, and then I can choose I would want to sort oldest to newest. So since I selected the date field, it basically has sorted all the data, and it has taken the expense date into consideration. Now there are these filters which you see on the row headings. We could have also used those. So I could have selected this, and that basically says or mentions which are the dates I would be interested in looking at. I also have sort by color here. I can do a sort oldest to newest or newest to oldest. So I could also use these filters which have been applied here. Now we have the data which is in color. So if I would want to basically select the color columns or color cells, I could select this. I can basically do a right click here, and when I go into sort, I could choose put selected color or cell color on the top, and that basically will make sure that my data is sorted, and it has also sorted that in a descending order. So in this way you can sort or basically filter your data. What we can also do is we can add filters. So sometimes we can go for formulas which we would want to use. What we can also do is we can basically select the filter which has been applied here. Now how does the filter come in there? So if I would select a particular row, I could select a particular row, and then I could decide if I would want to just add a filter to this one. And that's how the filter has come in. So we have the filter. What we can do is we can basically click on this drop down, and then you have something like number filters. So we can always go here. We can basically choose one of these. So we can basically choose above average. So I could select this, and then basically it shows me the values. We could also delete the filter by clicking on this one, and we could say, well, I'm not interested in this filter anymore. So I could clear the filter and that shows me all the values, or I could say that let's click on some other field, for example food. I can go in here, I can go into number filters, and then I could say, well, I'm interested in values which are below average, above average, might be greater than, and then I can choose what is the value. So for example, if we say I'm interested in food which is greater than $25, I could give a value here, I could say okay, and now I have applied the filter. Similarly, you can select this and then you can just clear your filter and your data is back. So remember, no data is lost. It is just hidden, or basically based on the filter not shown. So that's good enough for us. And in this way, you can sort and filter the data. So for more details, obviously in all these sheets, you have the links which point to more information on the web, and you can always refer to these. So this is simple way in which you can sort and filter any amount of data which has been stored within your Excel within a particular sheet. Now that we have learned about add, fill, split, transpose, sorting, and filtering, it will also be good to learn how to work with tables, or basically converting your data into a tabular format and then doing some easy computations. So click on this tables option here. Now here we see there is some data which is in 5 columns and n number of rows. So I can basically select this data, and then what I can do is I can insert, choose the table option, and then it says my table has headers and we'll be okay with that. I'll say okay, and now if you see, this is the table created. It basically has different filters which we have learned earlier how to use, and this is basically my table, which is a collection of cells which has some special features. So we can easily add rows to this table, we can add columns to this table, and we can even do some calculations. So for example, here I can click on this one, I can basically enter some field, and then I can hit on enter, and we see that this row has been inserted, wherein we can easily fill in values. For example, I would say chocolates. I could give some value here, size 25,000, might be 35,000, and then basically I can give in some values here. Now what you can also do is you can continue adding rows in this way, and say for example you would want more columns, so you can select this option here in the top bottom right corner. You can just drag it towards the right, and that basically has automatically created columns for my next months wherein I can feed in the data. So this is a simpler way wherein you can keep adding more rows and columns to your data if that has been converted in a tabular format. Now let me just do a Control Z, that basically deletes the columns. Again, Control Z deletes the last row which we added, and I can stop here, or I can even remove my values by doing multiple Control Z and removing my rows. So this is how I converted my data into a table, and then I can easily work on this. What I can also do is I can do some calculations. So what we can do, we have a table here, we have a total field, and what we can do is we can just select one cell here. Now as we have learned earlier, we can do a alt and then equals, and that basically says what is this doing. So it says it is calculating the sum of the last 3 months, and if that's what you would want to do, just hit on enter, and it has automatically calculated the totals for all your rows for these 3 columns. So the sum formula is getting filled up. Now I can select any particular cell and I can look in my address bar. So it has already given me the formula where it has started calculating the sum from the October column till the December column, and has given me the calculated values of the columns. what we can also do is we can get total rows in the table. Now that's a simpler option. So what we can do is we can select any cell in this particular table, and then we see that there is a table tools design option showing up here. Now I can select this, and then it says, well, let's get a total row. So let's select this, and it automatically populates the total here. And if you would want the average, then we could select this, and from the drop down I can select what I'm interested in. So for example, I would want the average values and not the total. I could just select this, and that gives me the average of these values. So we can always do simpler computations here by converting our data into table format. Let's learn about one more efficient way of working with the data, and that's using your drop downs. So let's see how drop downs work here. Now, say for example, you have this data which has the values in the food column and department is empty. And say for example, you would want to enter the values in department. However, you would want to select the department should either have produce or meat and bakery, and these are the only three options which should be available for any user to fill in the values. How do we do that? So we can basically create a table by pressing Control D. So what I can do is under my department here, I can select one of the cells, and then I can do a Control T that basically converts this into a table. I can say OK, and my table is created. Now what I can do is once this part is done, we can select all the blank fields here where we would want this drop down to be applicable. Now under your data tab, you can go in and select data validation, and this has an option called data validation. Click on this, which basically says allow any value. So here I will select I would want to give a list of values, and then I can type in my values here, which I can say produce, say for example meat, and then say bakery. Now these are the values, so we can click on OK. And once we have done that, we basically have a drop down here next to apples, which will only show us the values which we can feed in under the department column. So I can go into every cell, and then I can basically choose what is the department which handles this, and then basically I can select one of these from the drop down. So this is an easier option of creating your drop down and then feeding in the values from the set of values which you have defined here on the right. So this is a simple example of using your drop downs, working with your tables, working with your sort and filter, transpose, split, filling up your data, adding in some data here. And similarly, you can use Excel for more than one use case using its inbuilt features to easily work with your data. Let's see how we can import data or bring in data into our Excel from your local machine or from an external web source. So what we can do is we can open up a blank Excel sheet and say, for example, you have been provided a text file or a CSV file and you would want to import that data into your Excel sheet. That can be easily done. So right now I've opened an Excel sheet. Now I can click on data, and here I have an option which says existing connections from other data sources. So, or you can click on connections if you have already created some. So we can click on from other sources. So this is one option where you can connect to your different data sources and you can get the data from one of these. What we can also do is I can click on connections. Now it says there is none. I can click on add. It says, well, show the connections where connection files on network, connection files on this computer. So I can say, let's get some files from this computer. Now, if that does not show up something, so say browse for more, and that basically shows you different options. So let's basically select a folder where I have some data sets. I'll click in here, and this is basically a folder where I have some data sets. Now let me select this particular file, and I know it is a CSV file. So let's click on open. Now if you would want to verify this, you could have gone and looked into the properties of the file, and it says it is a .csv file, which is what we are interested in. So I'll take this file, I'll say open. Now this basically shows me the text import wizard option, which says, is the file delimited? I'll say yes, click on next. So I will select comma as my delimiter. I can say text qualifier is none. Now this is my data. So my data preview is already showing me the data is what is the data in the CSV file. You can click on next, and then you have an option which says data format is general. You can go for date format, you can go for advanced options. So I'll just say finish, and basically now this has been created here. So we basically have this, and now I can click on close. Now once you have done that, you can click on existing connections. It shows me the data which we have here, the connection which we have created, say open, and then it says, do you want to import this data or bring this data into existing worksheet? You can also say add this to a data model if you are doing some data modeling. So click on OK, and now this data is automatically inserted in my Excel file. I can basically save it into this particular sheet. Now what we can also do is we can also start a new sheet, and that does not have a data, and we can get some other data from web. So what I can do is I can go into my GitHub, and let's say I would be interested in this CSV file. So I can select this, and this is my GitHub path, a path on web. So I can click on raw, and that basically gives me the raw path where this particular file is. Now you can select this, copy this particular path, and here you can come back to your Excel sheet. We would be interested in getting the data from web, might be from a text file where we will have to specify the delimiters, or let's go to web, and here I can give in the web path from where I would be interested in getting the file. Let's give the GitHub path, which is publicly available, and then click on import. Now once you click on import, it tells me there are two fields, data and value. These are within double quotes, separated by comma. So first let's click on import. Now once we do this, it will basically get the data from web and put in here. It says existing worksheet, so we had already created a new worksheet. So let's click on OK, and now you have the data coming in, but then this basically shows me in one particular field. So what we can also do is we can just do a Control A, that selects all my columns here, and that's my data. So we can then basically filter this out. So we can say text to columns. It's a delimited file. Click on next. We can select comma and let the text qualifier be quotes. It shows me data preview. Click on next. So you have the general format. It shows the destination, that's the column. Click on finish, and now your data has been split, and you have the data which you have imported from web. So this is the data which is coming in from web. This is the data which came in from my local machine. And similarly, we can even create connection with an existing database. So I can basically click on connections if I would want to do that. So I have an option called connection here, and it says where the selected connections are used. I can basically click on add. I can basically choose if I would want to get the files from network or from computer like we did earlier. I can click on browse for more, which should show me different other options to create connections. Say you would want to create a new SQL server connection. You can connect to a new data source coming in from different place. You could basically choose what kind of connection would you want. So these are all the different options which we can go for. And we can basically connect to a database. For example, if I have some database and say, for example, Access database, I can see if there are some files with that particular database and I can import it. So similarly, we can also click in here which says new query, and that also gives you an option of getting the data from your files, from all these folders, from databases. So you can basically click here and then you can import data from a MySQL database, provided that is set up on your local machine or on a particular server. You can go from cloud, you can get it from online services, you can get it from other sources, which says from web, from your Hadoop file system, from Active Directory, from a blank query, and you can even combine queries wherein you can run a Power Query editor. You can get the data from different sources and then you can bring it into your Excel. So in this way, you can get your data from different sources into your Excel, into your spreadsheet, and then you can continue working on those data sets. We have already learned some basic operations which you can do in Excel, and let's implement our knowledge by working on this particular data which is coming in from housing data set. Now here, if we see some fields, we have agent, date listed, area, list price, and this is basically the data which has been sorted in newest to oldest order of date listed. So how do we arrive at this? So what I can do is I can just click on data listed, and then I can either go in here, I can select sort, I can get into custom sort, and then I can choose the column based on which I would want to sort the data. So I would look for the newest data to the oldest data. That means that would be in a descending order of dates, or you could say the oldest date or the earliest month will be towards the lower side of your sheet. So here we can select date listed. Now I can say let it sort based on cell values and the order what we have here. So we have newest to oldest. So let's select this. I can say okay, and now if you see, the date has been sorted. So we have your 10/18/2007 on the top, so that seems to be the latest date. And as we go down, we will see an earlier month or an earlier month than that in this date listed. So we have sorted our data into newest to oldest order, and that's based on your date column. So the result shows up here. Now what we can also do is we can have different questions which we would want to answer. So for example, I would want to sort the data in ascending order of area and descending order of agent name. How do we do that? So let's look into this. So this is here. I already have the result here. And how did I get this? So I'm looking for ascending order of area and descending order of agent name. So we can start with any particular column, that does not matter. So for example, if I look into this Excel sheet, I have my agent name, select this, which we want in a descending order. So we could either do a sort and then go for descending sort Z to A. We could also use the filter option here on the top right, and we could do it, or I could just say sort Z to A, and then it has arranged the data based on the agent column being in descending order. Now I can go into area and then I can again do a sort, and I wanted my area column to be used for sorting the data in ascending to descending. And that basically not only changes the order of this particular column but for my complete data. So let's do that. And now if you see, we have the data which has been sorted. So we can see how many values we have here, and the area values which we see, and this is how you get your result. So I'll just do a Control Z and again, and I'm back to my original data, and this is the sorted result which we are seeing at. Similarly, we can answer other questions. For example, sort the data according to the following order of area. That is, we are saying county, central, and then your county. So we can basically choose in which particular way we would want to do it. So it is county, central, and then again county. So if I look into my sheet 3, so here I basically have my data which is having some South County, then you have your central, and then you have your North County. So we would want to sort the data to solve our problem, which is according to the following order. So first we go for area, then we go for South County, Central, and North County. So what we can do is we can basically have area field selected, and I would want to sort this particular data. So I have South County, Central, and North County. So I can basically go for custom sort, and then I can choose which is the value or column which I'm interested in. Let's go for area. We will go for something like cell values. Well, you can also try to explore conditional formatting icon if this is what you would want to use, or we can basically go for just cell values. And here we can say if I would be interested in first getting my values for South County. So for example, I can say custom list, and then I can basically give in the new list here. So I can say s dot county, and then I would want central, and then I would want North County. So let's select this as it exists. We can basically say add, and that's basically the order which we want. Say okay, and then say okay here. And now what we would want is we would want our data, so we can compare that with the values which we see here. It starts with Kelly. You have in the 12th row something like Lang, and that's what we are doing. So we can basically arrange the data in a particular order by choosing a custom list and then sorting your data. So that's one more simpler task what we have done, where we have sorted the data in the order where under our area column, we first wanted South County, then we wanted central data, and then we wanted North County. So this is how you can do it. Now, let's look into one more problem. So it says find all the houses in the central area, and we would want to basically apply a regular filter. Let's see how do we do that. So we can click on this, and here we have the data. So the problem statement is we would want to find all the houses in central area. Now how do we do that? We can do a sorting, but we would want to use the filter which you see here is implemented. So how do you do it? So you can select this area, and say for example I would want to apply filter. I can just go in here and I can say let's get a filter on my first row, and now I have filters applied. So we are interested in looking into the central area houses. Let's go in here. It says all these fields are selected. That means it shows everything wherein your area has all these values. Let's unselect this, and then I will only be interested in the central. So let's say okay, and then say okay. So now you see the area filter has been applied, and we are looking at the central column. So what we have done is we have applied a simple filter, and we are looking at our data. At any point of time, if you do not want the filter, then what I can do is I can select this, and I can say, well, I'm interested in all the data. So I could do this, or you can clear the filters from area and you get your data back. So that's in one way you can filter out your data. So let's look at an example of sort and filter where we might have to filter the data based on two columns or multiple columns with different kind of values, where it could be and or condition. Now say for example, this is the data I have and this is the question which we need to answer, such as find the list of all houses in the central region with pool and South County without pool. Now if it was a simple filter based on one cell, I could have just selected my header row. I could have then applied the filter, and once I have the filter, I can look in area where I have three regions. So I'm only interested in Central and South County, so I can get rid of North County, and that's fine. But then we have two different conditions here. So we need the data in Central region to have the value for pool being true, and for South County the value has to be without pool. Now how do we do that? So what we can do is we can first create a copy of these headers here. So let me do that. Now the area has to be South County. So basically I can either just select this and I can choose this value, and then I can select this and then I can choose central. So that's the criteria which I have, and the pool value has to be, so central region should be with pool. So then this one basically has to be true, and this one has to be basically false. So South County is without pool. So let's select one of the values here, and this is my criteria. Now to get my result, we can always place your cursor here and you can check this is M column and 8th row. Okay, so we would want the result here. So let's go ahead and now click on data, and then in filter you have an option called advanced, and here what I can do is I can say I would want to filter the list in the place, but that's not what I would want to do. So I'll say copy to another location, and here if you see the list range will tell me that this is the data. So A1 to J126, so A to J column selected and all the rows. Criteria range is basically based on what I've given here. So that is M from 1 to V, which is 3. So I'm selecting these columns and then I'm saying all the way whatever criteria I've given and copy V8. So that basically will give me my filtered result. So you could basically just say okay, and now I have my data which has been filtered, and I have my area which is South County, that is without pool, Central with pool, again South County without pool, and then if you look at your central value, that's pool. So this is an advanced filter which we have applied, where simply we have filtered the data based on two columns and then we have our result. So in this way you can have your customized filter applied on two different columns and get your data, which can be either replacing the existing content, or in the same sheet in different set of columns and rows you can have your result. Let's look at one more example of filtering where you are trying to filter the data based on an and condition being met in two different columns, and then you would want to filter out the data for only specific columns. So the situation is the agents with a house in North County, that should be county, area having two and a single type family. So we are talking about 2 bedrooms, and we would basically have a single type family. And here the criteria is that we would want to only populate these columns, which is agent, area, bedroom, and type. Now what you can do is, as I explained earlier, that you can get your result in the same sheet in a different location. So here I have created these headers which says agent, area, bedrooms, and type. Now this is basically a copy of all the columns what we have here: agent, data listed, area, list price, bedrooms, bath, square feet, and so on. So you can basically create a copy of the headers here, and this is where we will give our advanced criteria to filter the data. So the conditions which need to be met is we need to look at North County. So for example, here in area, I can basically go ahead and select one of the values, North County. Now the criteria is having 2 bedrooms only. So let's say bedrooms, and let's say the value should be 2. And then basically I am saying a single type family. So when you would want the single type family, so here under type, I can give the criteria single type. So this is my AND condition. So we are saying North County area having 2 bedrooms and the type is single family. Now this is the criteria, which basically means if I select this one tells me that this is M1 row onwards till V2. So this is what we have, and we would want to filter based on this. So let's go ahead and then go for data filter advanced. And here in advanced, it says filter the list in place. Now that's not what we would want to do. So I'll say copy to another location. This basically selects the list range. So which is telling me A1 to J126. So that's the columns and rows selected. Criteria range is based on M1 V2, which we have given here, and copy to, I would say, for example, from M7 to P7. Now this is the area where this is the place where I want the result. Let's say OK. And now I get my data, which is based on the question which has been asked, that you would want the agents with a house in North County area having 2 bedrooms and single type family. So in this way, you can basically do advanced filtering, get your data and get it stored in the sheet anywhere at a different location. Well, I could have also done filtering in place, and that would have replaced the data which we have, but that's not what we want. We would want the filtered result in a different place. So this is how you can do some advanced filtering. We can also use Excel to filter out the data in one particular column, which might be conditional or say using some numerical filters. Now here, say for example, the problem statement is that you would want to display all the houses whose list price is between 45,000 to 600,000. Or say for example, we would want to filter out the data to something else. Say for example, let's say I would want to filter out the data between 300,000 and 400,000. So we can basically update this. Say for example, I'm saying I'm interested in 300,000 to 400,000, and that's the criteria to filter out the data. Now there are two different ways, or there are two easier ways to do it. One is I would want to look at the list price. So I can select this, I can go ahead and do a filter here, and in the list price, now this is where we would want to do the filtering. So it's pretty easy. You can click on this one and then you can go into number filters and you can choose between. Now that's one easier way of doing it. So I could basically select this. I could say I'm looking for value which is greater than or equal to 300,000 and then is less than or equal to 400,000. So if I just do this, I have applied my filter and I have my data which is filtered based on my criteria, right? So that's one easier way of doing it. Or let me do a Control Z. Now let the filter be there, which you can anyways use. But what we can also do is, as we have seen earlier methods, so get a set or get your column headers here, and then you are giving two columns here. Now the only difference between my this set of columns, which I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have 7 and 10 columns. And if you see here, we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, right? So whenever you want a AND condition, you will basically add the columns where I can give add condition. If it is the same column, if it was a different column, then it would be same number of columns, but AND conditions will lie in the same line and OR condition would lie in a different line. Now here I can give this value, so I am looking for listed price being between 300,000. So I am saying it should be greater than or equal to 300,000, and then I can say less than or equal to 400,000. Now that's my criteria. And then I need my result here, which is in M7. So what I can do is, once I've given my criteria, which I'll be using to filter, I can get into data, I can get into advanced, and then I can say copy to another location. So it is selecting my A1 to J126. Criteria range is based on M1 to W2. And then I would want my result from this particular column. So let's say OK. And now you have your data filtered out in a different location in the sheet, which has been filtered based on your AND condition. So you can filter out the data in this way, or you could just apply a filter on a column and give the conditions. Now let's solve one more interesting problem. And here we would want to use Excel, where we would have an AND and OR condition. So say for example, this is the data given to you, and the question is that you would want to find all the houses in North County. Again, that's a spelling mistake, but then they are North County area with a list price greater than 300,000 and having 3 or 4 bedrooms. So the bedroom has conditional, so it has or 3 and 4, and then basically you have list price which is greater than 300,000. Now I could have obviously selected the columns and then basically gone for a filter. So I can just do a filtering here, and then I'm looking for list price being greater than 300,000, so which we can always give a number filter, and I can say greater than, and then I can say greater than or equal. So I can say greater than, and then I can give 3,000, 30, 300,000, and that's basically the filter which we would want. And here I would want to select the bedrooms, which should be just either 3 or 4. So if for example here I go in here and I unselect this and then I say 3 and 4, right? So I am getting my data which is greater than 300,000, and it should have the bedroom values which will be either 3 or 4 selected. Now that's one way of doing it. Let's do a Control Z and get it back to as we were, or you can even just say clear filter, so you get your data back as it was. So what we can do is we can here give the criteria. So for example, I have my list price. Now this is what I would want as a condition. So let's say greater than 300,000, and bedrooms should be 3. And then I can say greater than 300,000, and then I can say 4. So this one basically gives me a situation where your list price has to be greater than 300,000 and bedroom should be either 3 or 4. So we have given our filtering criteria. Now to get the result, what we can do is we can go into data, we can go into advanced, and we can say copy to another location. So our list range is selected, which is columns A to J, row number 1 to 126. Your criteria range is given in M1 to V3, where we have specified, and we are saying the result would be in M7 to V7. So if I do this, now I have got the same data which we were seeing earlier, and here the bedroom values are 3 or 4, and basically the list price is greater than 300,000. So this is a simpler way in which you can create your filters. And all this advanced filtering, what we are seeing, it will be saved with your sheet. You can always go back and change this value, or you could do filtering where one person has to look into the filter to see what values have been selected.
Now, let's understand what is a formula in Excel. In Microsoft Excel, a formula is an expression that operates on values in a range of cells. All formulas in Excel return a result, even when the result is an error. There are different ways to handling errors, which we'll see later. Formulas allow you to perform basic calculations such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. You can also find out percentages and average for a range of cells, manipulate date and time, and lots more. Now let me open an Excel spreadsheet and show you what a formula is. So here I have my Excel worksheet. Now let's say I have some values under this A column, say 20, 30 and 40. Now I want to write a formula that will add the values that are present from cell A1 to cell A3. So I'll give an equal to sign and give my cell range, that is A1 plus A2 plus A3. Now if I hit enter, it will give me the addition of 20 plus 30 plus 40, which is 90. Now let's say I want to divide 40 by 30. If I hit enter, it will give me the division of 40 by 30, which is 1.33. Now let's see what a function is in Excel. When you're working in Excel, you will often hear the terms formula and function used frequently and sometimes interchangeably. They are closely related, but not exactly the same. Technically, a formula is an expression that begins with an equal sign. Functions are used to perform complex calculations that cannot be done manually. Functions have names that reflect their intended use. Now, let me take you back to the Excel sheet and I'll show you what a function is. Suppose now I want to add the values ranging from A1 to A4. Either you can use a formula like we did here. We wrote a formula using multiple addition operator, but there's another way which you can use, that is to write a function. So Excel provides a function called sum that allows you to select a range of cells. So I'll select A1 to A4, I'll close the bracket, and if I hit enter, it will return me the result of 20 plus 30 plus 40 plus 90, which is 180. Similarly, there are other functions. Let's say I want to find the average of a range of cells. So you can use the average function to do that. If I hit tab, it will auto-complete. I'll select the same range of cells from A1 to A4. I'll close the bracket. If I hit enter, it will return me the average of these selected cells, which is 45. Now that you have understood the basics of formulas and functions in Excel, let's dig deeper into learning the different types of functions available in Excel and use relevant formulas when needed along the journey. On your screens, you can see we have a mathematical functions worksheet where we will learn the different mathematical functions present in Excel. Let's begin at looking at this simple table that has 3 columns: the quantity column, price per unit, and total sales. Now let's find the product of quantity and price per unit to get the total sales value. For that, we will write a formula using the multiplication operator. So here, I'll write the formula. I'll give an equal to sign. I'll select the first quantity, multiplication operator, and then select my price per unit. And if I hit enter, it will give me the product of quantity and price per unit. So 10 into 30 is 300. Now to copy that formula, I will just drag this down. You can see we have all our total sales values. Now, if you want to find the sum of total sales, you can use the sum function. So here I'll write equal to, then use the sum function. I'll open the bracket, then I'll select my total sales values, close the bracket, and I hit enter. It will give me the total sales or the sum of sales. Similarly, if you want to find the average of total sales, you can use the average function. So I'll type average and hit tab. It will auto-complete. I'll select my sales values, close the bracket. If I hit enter, it it will give me the average total sales. Now, there's another function called SumProduct that is available in Excel. You can use the SumProduct function to return the sum of the product of corresponding ranges or arrays. So let's find the total sales using the SumProduct function. The first array we will have the quantity values, while the second array will have the price per unit. So I'll select my SumProduct function. My first array, I'll give the quantity values, I'll give a comma, and I'll select my second array, that is price per unit. I'll close the bracket. I hit enter. You can see we have the total sales value, that is 1165. Now, moving ahead, let's understand the types of logical functions in Excel and how you can use it. To the extreme left, you can see there are a number of logical functions I have noted here. So you have is-even function, is-odd function, is-logical, and so on. Now let's use them one by one and see how it works. The is-even function returns true if the given number is an even value, and it returns false if it's not an even number. So we have here two numbers, 4 and 13. Now, if I want to check if 4 is an even number or not, I can use the is-even function. So I'll give equal to sign and type is even, and I'll select this number or the cell, close the bracket. If I hit enter, it will return true because 4 is an even number. Similarly, if I have to check for 13, I'll write is even and select this cell, which is A3, close the bracket. I'll hit enter. It will return false because 13 is not an even number. Similarly, the is-odd function returns true if the given number is odd, and it returns false if it's not an odd number. So let's check if 4 is an odd number or not. So I'll write is odd, hit tab, then I'll select this cell, close the bracket, hit enter. It returns false because 4 is not an odd number. Similarly, let's check for 13. I'll write is odd, select A7, which has 13. I'll hit enter. It returns true because 13 is an odd number. Now, next we have the is-logical function. The is-logical function returns true if the given value is a logical value, and it returns false if it's not a logical value. When I say logical value, I mean true or false. Now let's check if 30 is a logical value or not. So I'll write equal to is logical. I'll select 30. If I hit enter, it returns false because 30 is not a logical number. Similarly, let's check for the next two values. I'll select this cell value which has true in it. If I hit enter, it returns true because true in itself is a logical value. Similarly, false should also return true because it's a logical value. You can see it here. Then we have isNumber function that returns true if the given value is a number. Numbers could be integers, floating values, or whole numbers. Now we have a number here which is 40.5. Let's verify if it's a number or not. So I'll write equal to, then select isNumber, select this cell, close the bracket, hit enter. It returns true. Similarly, if I have to check if 30 is a number or not, I can use the same function, which is isNumber, select 30, close the bracket, hit enter. It returns true because 30 is also a number. Now, in the next cell, we have a text value. You can see it's CNN. So ideally, it should return false because CNN is not a number. There you go. It has returned false because CNN is a text value and not a number. Now, let's explore a few other functions that you can see here. So the round function rounds a number to a specified number of digits. So suppose I want to round up 35.316 to 2 decimal places. So I'll write equal to, then I'll give the round function. I'll provide my number 35.316, comma, since I want to round up to 2 decimal places, I'll give 2. I'll close the bracket. If I hit enter, it gives me the rounded value of 35.316, which is 35.32. Now the round down function rounds a number down towards 0. So let's see. I'll give the round down function and I'll provide the same number, that is 35.316. Let's say I want to round down to 2 decimal places. If I hit enter, the result is 35.31. Similarly, the round up function rounds a number up away from 0. So I'll write round up. I'll give my number 35.316. If I give the number of digits, say 2, it will return 35.32. So it rounds up this value. Moving ahead. Now if you want to convert a number into integers, you can do that using the int function. So suppose I want to convert 35.316 into integers, I can give my integer function, that is int, and provide my number 35.316. Close the bracket. If I hit enter, so you have the integer value of this floating point number. Similarly, if you want to find the integer of say equal to int, let's say a negative number minus 35.316, it will return the negative integer value, that is minus 36. Now the truncate function truncates a number to an integer by removing the decimal or fractional part of a number. So let's say I want to truncate 35.316. I'll write trunc, which is the truncate function. Now let me pass in my number, that is 35.316. Let's say I want to give the number of digits as 2. I close the bracket, hit enter. It returns me 35.31, so it has truncated the last digit. Now similarly, if I give the number of digits as 1, the result will be 35.3. You can see it here. Moving ahead, the ceiling function rounds a number up, that is to the nearest multiple of significance. So I'll show you what it means. I'll use equal to, then pass in my ceiling function. I'll give my number 35.316. If I give say 2, close the, it returns me 36 because the nearest highest multiple of this number is 36. Similarly, if I give, let's say 5, it will return 40 because the nearest highest multiple of this number to 5 is 40. Now talking about the floor function. The floor function rounds a number down to the nearest multiple of significance. So for example, if I use the floor function and the same number 35.316, now let's say I want to give the significance as 2, it will return 34. The nearest lowest multiple of this number, that is divisible by 2, is 34. Now if you want to change this number from 2 to, let's say we want to give as 7, if I hit enter, it will give 35 because 35 is the nearest multiple of 7. Next, let's talk about an important function called subtotal. Now subtotal returns the subtotal in a list or database, the sub maximum, minimum, sum and others. Let's explore a few of this. Let's say I want to use subtotal function and let's say I want to find average. You can see here 1 is for average. I'll give 1, comma, I'll give my reference this quantity column values, close the bracket. If I hit enter, it will give me the average of the selected cells from E2 to E4. Now let's say I want to find the subtotal and this time I want to, let's say I want to count, so I'll give 2, comma, I'll count all the values present in the selected cells from E2 to Z4. I'll close the bracket, hit enter. It returns me 9. You can see there are 9 cells that are filled in here. Next, let's say this time I want to find the subtotal and let's take sum now. So I'll give 9, comma, let's sum up the price per unit column. So F2 to F4, close the bracket, hit enter. You can see the sum of price per unit is 105. Now let's do one more. Use the same subtotal function. Now let's say I want to find the maximum value from the sales column. Select my total sales column, close the bracket, hit enter. It returns me 480 because that's the highest or the maximum value of total sales. Now Excel provides a factorial function called fact. So if you want to find the factorial of a number, you can use this function. So find out the factorial. So I'll use the fact function. Let's say I want to find the factorial of number 5. I'll close it. You can see the factorial of 5 is 120. Similarly, if you want to find the factorial of, let's say, the number 7, it returns me 1040. Moving on, now you can use the max and min function to find the maximum and minimum values in a range of cells. So I'll use the max function. Let's say I want to find the maximum from price per unit. You can see it has returned me the maximum, that is 40. Similarly, you can use the min function. I'll use the same column, price per unit. Now you can see the minimum value from price per unit column is 30. Excel also has a function called randBetween that returns a random number between the numbers you specify. So if you want to generate random numbers, you can use 5 square. The result should be 25. You can see it here. Now I want to find the power of 4 raised to 4. The result is 256. Moving ahead, the modulus function or the mod function returns the remainder when a number is divided by a divisor. So let's see how to use it. I'll use the mod function and give my number 10. Let's divide 10 by 3. The result is 1. Now we have a few other numbers. Let's try them also. Use mod 12. Let's say I want to divide 12 by 4. The result is 0, 9. Similarly, let's see one more. I'll use the count function. Now let's say I'll select from G1 to G4. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me 3 because total sales, the first cell value, is not a number. It's a character value, hence it's skipped the count of total sales and it counted the remaining cells. Now next, moving on to count A function. The count A function counts the number of cells in a range that are not empty. So for example, if I use the count A function, now let's say I'll select from L1 to L4, close the bracket. It has returned me 3 because we had an empty cell, so it skipped that count and it counted the remaining cells that were non-empty. Similarly, let's use the function once more and type count A. Now let's say I'll select from L2 to N4, close the bracket, hit enter. It gives me 5 because we have only 5 values that are cells are empty, so it skipped that count. Moving ahead, we have the count blank function. Now as the function suggests, it counts the number of blank or empty cells in a specified range of. So if I use count blank and let's say I'll select this range from L1 to L4, close the bracket, you can see it has returned 1 because we had one empty cell in this range of cells. Now let's do one more, count blank. Now I'll select from L2 to N4, close the bracket. It has returned 4 because you can see it here, we have 3 blank cells here, so total 4, hence it has returned 4. Up next, we have the AND function. The AND function checks if all the conditions or arguments are true. It returns true if all the conditions are true. If one of the conditions is false, then AND function will return false. Let's do this with an example. Suppose I write the AND function. So the first argument or the parameter has to be a logical condition. Let's say I'll select from E2 to E4 and my condition will be greater than 9. Let's say my second condition is from F2 to F4 is less than 45. Close the bracket, hit enter. It returns true because you can see our first condition from E2 to E4 all the values are greater than 9, while the second condition from F2 to F4 all the values are less than 45. So since both the conditions are one of the values is not less than 450, you can see we have a value 480 which is greater than 450, and our second condition F2 to F4 all the values are greater than 25. Now since one of the conditions is false, so our AND function returns false. Moving on to OR function. The OR function checks whether any of the arguments are true and returns true. If all the arguments do not meet the condition, it will return false. So you have to satisfy all the conditions in order to return a true value. I'll use the OR function. Now let's say I'll give my condition from E2 to E4 greater than 15, comma, from F2 to let's say F4 less than 25. I close the bracket, I hit enter. It has returned me false because both the arguments are not satisfying the condition. You can see from E2 to E4 none of the values are greater than 15, and similarly from F2 to F4 none of the values are less than 25. Now since both the conditions are false, our OR statement false. Let us take one more example. I'll use the OR function again. Now the condition will be from G2 to G4 greater than equal to 300, comma, let's say from F2 to F4 less than equal to 40. I'll hit enter. There you go. It has returned us true because both the conditions are true. You can see if all the values between G2 to G4 are greater than or equal to 300. Similarly, all the values from F2 to F4 are less than or equal to 40. Now let's get to our second tab, which is character text functions. Here we will learn various character functions and how you can use them in Excel. So first, you can see we have isText function. So the isText function checks if the given value is a text value and returns true or false. So if I were to check if this value is a text or not, so I can use the isText function. I'll give reference to this cell, close the bracket. It returns false because 10 is not a text, it's a number. Similarly, let's check the next one. I'll select cell E3. If I hit enter, you can see it has returned true, though the value is 10, but still it's a text. The reason is, you can see on top, we have given an apostrophe before writing 10. So I'll show it to you here. In case I write 90, hit enter, the numbers by default are right aligned. Now if I give an apostrophe and then write 90, hit enter, it is now a text. You can check that using the isText function. Select this cell, close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me true. So this 90 is a text value. Now similarly, let's check for the next one, is equal to isText. I'll select this cell, hit enter, it returns me true because Excel is a text value. Now the next function we have is the length function. As the name suggests, the length function returns the number of characters in a string. So it will count the total characters including spaces as well as special characters. So let's see how many characters does this string India has. If I hit enter, it returns 5. You can count India has in total 5 characters. Similarly, let's check for this sentence. I'll write len, which is the length function. Select this cell, close the bracket, hit enter. It returns me 28 because it has counted the spaces also. Now there's a function called text that converts a value to text in a specified number format. So suppose I want to convert these date values into text values in a given number format. So I can write the text function. I can give the value by referencing this cell, comma. Let's say I want to print the date value in the form of a text in this formats. Let's say dd, mm, and yy. Close the bracket. You can see this has converted the date value into dd, mm, yy. Now similarly, you can change the date value to text in some other format like dd, mm, then 4y. You can see it returns 30 June 2015. Now if this is a text value or not, you can use the same function, that is text. I'll give reference to this cell. There you go. It has returned me true, which means it has converted the date values into text now. Moving ahead, next we have the replace function. The replace function replaces the part of a text string within a different text string. So suppose I want to replace cell A15 value, which is A101. I'll give my start num as 1, the number of characters, let's say 1, and my new text I want to replace the A value with B. Close the bracket. If I hit enter, you can see here A101 has become B101 because we replaced the first A value to B. Now let's try out a few more examples. I'll use the replace function. I'll give my old text, that is A102. I'll give my start num as 1, my number of characters as 1. Let's say the new text I want is A2. Close the bracket. You can see it here. From our old text which had A, it has replaced with new text that has A2. Now let's say I want to use the replace function over Adam. I'll select this cell A17. Now let's say the start num is 1, the number of characters is, let's say, 2, and I want my new character as SA. Close the bracket. You can see it here. The first two characters from Adam has been replaced by SA. That is what we did here. So we started our start num with 1. Then we chose the next two characters, that is AD, and AD we replaced it with SA. So the name becomes Sam now. Moving ahead, the next function we have is substitute. The substitute function replaces existing text with new text in a text string. For example, if I use the substitute function, I'll give my old text which has I work at Simplilearn, give a comma. Now I'll select, let's say, I work, which is from my old text, and I want to replace it with he works. Close the bracket. You can see the substitute function has replaced the second 2010 from our old string to 2016. Next, let's use the substitute function once again. I'll give the cell reference as A22. This time I want to replace 2010 present in the old text to 2016. You can see here at two places there were 2010. It has replaced it to 2016 at both the places. Then we have the concatenate function. You can see it here. Concatenate means combining strings. So a concatenate function joins or merges several text strings into one text string. Here I have two strings, hello, and in another cell I have world. I want to concatenate these two strings, so I'll use the concatenate function. I'll select cell A25, give a comma. Now I'll give two inverted commas with a space, give another comma and select cell B25 that has world. Close the bracket. There you go. Now it has concatenated both hello and world. Now it's one word, hello world. Similarly, let's concatenate these two cells. I'll use the concatenate function and select my first cell that has XLS. Now you can use an ampersand to concatenate as well, and then give two inverted commas for space, give another ampersand and select the next cell. Close the bracket, hit enter. You can see it has concatenated the two cells and it has formed a sentence, Excel is fun to learn. Up next we have the repeat function. Now repeat function or REPT function repeats text a given number of times. You can fill a cell with a number of instances of a text string. Now we have some data here. So here, let's say these are the age groups of women and there was a survey. These are the number of respondents we got from each age group. I want to create an histogram. I can use the repeat function or REPT function. I want to give my text as a special character, hit a comma, and I'll select cell B32, which is the number of times I want to repeat that character. Hit enter. You can see it has repeated the special character 10 times. Now similarly, you can do it for the next few cells also. If I just copy paste this formula, it will give me the result. So you can see it looks like a histogram. Now let's say I want to repeat hashtag and @ symbol for 10 times. So I can write the repeat function, give my text as hashtag and @ and the number of times I want is 10. Close the bracket. It returns me the result which has hashtag and @ printed 10 times. Moving ahead, next we have the type function. Now the type function returns an integer representing the data type of a value. Now here on the right you can see, suppose the type function returns 1, it means the value is a number or it's a blank. Let's say the return type is 2, it means the data type is a text. If it's 4, it means the data type is a logical value, that is either true or false. Now if it's an error, it will return the value 16, and if it's an array, it will return 64. Now let's try these examples. Here we have Excel, which is a text value. So if I use my type function and select Excel, hit enter, it returns me true because Excel is a text value. You can see it here. If it's a text, it will return 2. Now similarly, let's try this one. 100, it has returned me 1 because 1 is a number, so it will return me 1. 15.45, if I use the type function, 15.45, hit enter, so it has returned me 1. Now you can see these are some errors. Now it's an error because we have divided A39 by A40. You can see it here. A39 had a text value and A40 had a numeric value, so you cannot obviously divide a text by a number. So it has returned me an error. Now if I want to check the type, close the bracket, hit enter, it has returned me 16. You can see it here. If it's an error value, it will return 16. Similarly, there's one more error here. Let's try this out. Use the type function, give this error, hit enter. This also has returned 16. Now let's check one more example for an array. Now you can write an array inside the type function itself. To write an array, we use curly braces. I'll give 1, 2, 3 and 4 as my array elements. I'll close the curly braces and the bracket. If I hit enter, it has returned me 64. You can see it here. If it's an array, it will return the data type as 64, which is an array. Now there's a function called isBlank, which checks if a cell is empty or blank. If it is empty, it will return true, else it will return false. Now if you were to check if this cell is empty or not, if I hit enter, it returns me true because you can see it here. Cell A47 is empty and there's no value in it. Now if I want to find out if cell A48 is blank or not, if I hit enter, it returns me false because there is a value 40 in it. Now we'll see how to use trim function. So the trim function removes all the unnecessary spaces from a string, but it won't remove the sync all the unnecessary spaces except the space between Angela and Stephens. Now I'll copy paste this value to the remaining cells. You can see it has removed all the unnecessary spaces from the original string. Now you can check the length once again. For the trimmed string, if I hit enter, the length is 15 for Stephens. You can see it has removed at least 6 spaces from the original string. Now let's copy paste this formula. It has removed the unnecessary spaces from all the original strings. Next, we have the find function. So the find function returns the starting position of one string within another string. Now you should notice that find function is case sensitive. So let's use the find function here. I'll write find. I want to find where capital S is located in the cell A52 that has Angela Stephens. You give a comma, select A52, hit enter. It returns me the starting position, that is 11. Now if I were to check using the find function, this time I want to find where small e is located within A52 which has Angela Stephens. I'll give a comma and I want my start num as 1. Close the bracket, hit enter. It has returned me 7. You can count it here on the top. So where the cursor is the first position. So I'll now keep shifting 2, 3, 4, 5. Cell A52 that has Angela Stephens. Close the bracket, hit enter. It has returned me 11. So basically it has returned me this S, but since search function is case insensitive, so it did not care if it was an uppercase S or a lowercase s. Similarly, if I want to find where A is located or capital A is located in Antonio Mino, I'll use the search function. I want to find capital A. Within text, I'll give cell A54. Now let's say I want to give my starting num as 5. Close the bracket. It has returned me 19. So it has returned me this A because the only A that exists after 5 is this. So here also, since we searched for capital A, but it looked for any A that was present in Antonio Mino, be it small or capital. Finally, we have a clean function. So the clean function returns all non-printable characters from the text. Now you can see here this cell has 3 lines of text. Now if you want to print this cell in one line, I can use the clean function. It will remove all the non-printable characters. I'll select cell A67, close the bracket, hit enter. There you go. It has printed the address in one line. Now we have one more text which says, I hope you are doing well during the pandemic. Now if I want to clean that cell, close the bracket, it has printed the same sentence in one line. Now there are a few more functions. Let's see them one by one. We have a function called upper. So the upper function converts any text string into uppercase. So we have a string called India. Now if I want to convert India into uppercase, I'll use the upper function. Select that cell. You can see it here. It has converted India into uppercase characters. Similarly, you can use the lower function to convert any text string into lowercase. I'll use the lower function. Select that string, enter. There you go. So all the letters in the word India has been converted into lowercase. Now there's another function called proper, which is used to convert any string into proper case. So I can write a VLOOKUP function something like this. I'll give equal to, search for VLOOKUP. Now my lookup value will be Stuart, give comma. Then I'll select my table array. So I'll take my table array from A2 to C7. If you want, you can choose the entire table also. Give a comma. My column index number is this department column, which is the third column. And range lookup is either true or false. I'll select false, which is 0 for exact match. If I hit enter, you can see it has returned marketing. And in the table also, if you see, Stuart is from the marketing department. So this is a simple example how you can use VLOOKUP. Now if you want, you can choose the entire table. So I can select from A2 to E7, hit enter, it will give the same result. Now suppose I want to find from the marketing department. So this is the person who is from the marketing department. I want to find the city. I'll use the VLOOKUP function again, VLOOKUP. Now my lookup value is marketing. Element column is the leftmost lookup column. Select the remaining table, give a comma. Now my column index number is 2, is the city column, and I'll give my range lookup as 0 because I want the exact match. I'll hit enter. You can see it has returned me the city to which this person from the marketing department belongs to, that is Kansas. Let's see another example. Suppose I want to find the city to which the person with the last name Davis belongs to. So I'll write my VLOOKUP function. I'll take my lookup value as Davis. I'll give a comma. Now my table array will start from the last name column. And let's select the remaining columns as well. Now my column index number will be 3 as per our selection. For example, let's say we want to find the first name of the person who is from Los Angeles city. So we have our lookup value is Los Angeles, and now we want to find the first name. So I'll again use the lookup function. I'll give my lookup value is Los Angeles, comma. Now my lookup vector is the city column, comma. My resultant vector is the first name column. I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see it has returned me Stuart, which is actually wrong. If you see our original table, the person who is from Los Angeles city is not Stuart, but it's Lucy. So the mistake that we did was, before applying the formula, we did not sort a lookup column. So let me sort this column in ascending order. Go to the data tab, I'll sort it, I'll click sort. Now you can see it has returned me Lucy, and you can see there was an error because we sorted the table, so the values changed. So be aware of this. Now let's try another example. Let's say I want to find the department of the person who was hired on this particular date, which is 10th of November 2001. So I can use the lookup function here. Better, first I'll sort this date hired column in ascending order. Click on sort. Now let's find the department of the person with the last name as Davis. So you can see Davis, and the department it belongs to is sales. So I'll use the lookup function again. Select my lookup value as Davis, give a comma. Now my table array I'll select from G2 to M5. Now in this selection my row index number will be 2, which is the department column. Give a 0, close the bracket, hit enter. It has returned sales. So Davis is from sales department. Moving ahead, now let's explore the if function. So the if function in Excel checks whether a condition is satisfied or met. It returns a value if true, else it will return another value if the condition is not satisfied. So let me use an if function here. I'll give my logical test as, say, the value in cell O11. If it's greater than 5, then I'll return yes, 10 is greater, else I'll return no. Close the bracket, hit enter. You can see the result. It says yes, 10 is greater because our condition 10 is greater than 5. Now if I change this value to 4, it returns no because 4 is not greater than 5. Now we have a question here. I want to add values to this result column. So our condition is, if the player scores more than 50 and average is more than 42, then he's a good player, else he's not a good player. So we'll return not so good. So we have 3 player names, the runs they have scored, and the average they have. So I'll use the and give my condition. I'll write equal to if. Now since I am checking for 2 conditions, that is the player should score more than 50 and the average should be more than 42, so I'll use and clause here. So I'll check if P22, which has the runs, is greater than 50 and Q22 is greater than 42, then we'll return he's a good player, else not so good. Close the bracket. Now if I hit enter, it has returned me good player because both runs and averages they meet our condition. Now let me copy paste this formula. For this cell you can see Michael has scored 40 runs and his average is also 40. He's not so good because our condition was he should have scored more than 50 and average should be more than 42. So both the conditions was not met. The next function we have is if_na. Now the if_na function will return the value you specify if the expression resolves to any value, otherwise it will return the result of the expression. So I want to find the department of Anthony. Now you can see the first name column, there's no name as Anthony. Let's see what happens if you want to find the department of Anthony. So I'll write equal to if_na. Now in value I'll use a VLOOKUP function. I'll give my value as R12, which is Anthony, and I'll choose my column as from O2 to S7. Give a comma. Now the department or the column index number is 3, which is the department column. I'll give 0. Close the bracket. Give another comma. Now if the value results in NA, we'll return such as value not found. Hit enter. You can see it here. It has returned me value not found because our VLOOKUP function could not find any lookup value as Anthony in the first name column. so it returned value not found. Similarly, there's one more function called iferror, returned value not found. Similarly, there's one more function called iferror. So the iferror function returns the error value if the expression is an error. Otherwise, it returns the value of the expression if there is no error. So these two cells, you can see we have some values 10 and 0. Let's say I want to use the iferror function, and the value I'll give is, say I want to divide u3 by u4. So I'm dividing 10 by 0. Now if the result is an error, we'll return cannot divide. Close the bracket, hit enter. You can see it has returned me cannot divide because you cannot divide a number by 0. Hence there was an error, so it returned this value. Now let's say I want to divide, let's say I want to use the iferror function again. And now I want to divide w3, which has the value 10, by w4, which has the value 5. I'll give the value iferror, that is cannot divide. If I hit enter, it returns me true because 10 is divisible by 5. So it divided 10 by 5 and the result was 2. Similarly, let's say I want to find the city to which, again there is no Anthony. Let's try this out. I'll use the index function. Now the array I will give is from Z2 to AC7, comma, my row num is 3 and the column number I want is 2. Close. It returns me Davis, which is this one. The reason being we skipped the header column. Our column was selected from this cell. So this is our first row, second row, third row. So third row and second column we have Davis. Similarly, let's check for fifth row and fourth column. I'll use the index function. I'll give my array from Z2 to AD7 this time. I'm selecting the entire table. I'll give my row number as 5 and my column as 4. Close the bracket, hit enter. The result it returns is Boston. You can see the fifth row is this one and the fourth column is city, so it returned us Boston. Now the match function returns the relative position of an item in an array that matches a specified value. So if you want to find the position at which events is located in the table, so you can use the match function something like this. Match, I'll take my lookup value as y15, which has events, comma. Now my lookup array will be the last name column because events was from the last name column, comma. I'll give 0 for exact match. I'll hit enter. It gives me 5. Events was present in the fifth row. Let's check for Boston now. I'll use the match function again. My lookup value will be Boston, comma. My lookup array will be the city column, comma. I want the exact match. Close the bracket, hit enter. It returns 6. So if you start from the beginning here, this is the first row, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. In sixth row we have Boston. Now you can use this index match function to return a value in a column to the left. With VLOOKUP, you are stuck returning a value from a column. I'll select my lookup array from Z1 to Z7, comma, 0. I close the brackets, hit enter. It has returned Kansas. You can see Jensen, the first name Jensen, belonged to city Kansas. Similarly, let's find the city to which the person with the last name as Evans belongs to. So Evans, you can see from the table, belongs to Los Angeles. Let's find out using our index match function. I'll write index and then array I'll give as AC1 to AC7, comma. My row num, I'll give my match function. Lookup value will be events, which is AB15, comma. Lookup array is AA1 to AA7, which is our last name column, and 0. If I hit enter, you can see it has returned Los Angeles. Now let's find out the department to which Zampa belongs to. So I'll use my index function. Now I'll select my array from AA1 to AC7, comma, I'll find the row number using the match function. So my lookup value will be Zampa, which is AB18, comma, the lookup array will be AA1 to AA7, comma, 0. I close the bracket, give one more comma. Now I'll find the column number. I'll again use my match function to do it. So this time I want to find the location of department. So I'll give department, that is AB1, as the reference, comma, the lookup array will be from AA1 to AD1, which are the column headers, comma, 0, and I'll close the brackets. If I hit enter, it gives me sales. So you can see here from the table, Zampa is from the sales department. So in this way you can use index match function to find the row number, the column number, and the value you are looking for. Now we'll talk about countif, countifs, sumifs, and averageif functions. So you can see I am here in a new tab. Now to check these functions, I'm using a coronavirus data set. You can see it here. It has a date column. Then we have divided the date into day, month, year, number of cases, deaths, countries from which these cases and deaths came from. We have the continent and few other information. So first let's see what countif function does. So the countif function counts the number of cells within a range that meet the given condition. So we'll see these functions by taking an example. So we have a question here. We want to count the number of times Afghanistan is present in the data set. So I'll consider my G column, that is countries and territories. So I'll write my countif function. I'll give my range from G1 to the end of this G column. I'll give a comma, go to the top. Now my criteria will be Afghanistan. If you want, you can use cell reference as well. I am typing the country name manually. If I hit enter, it gives me 146. So in this column, that is the G column, Afghanistan is present 146 times. Similarly, let's count the number of times India is present in the dataset. So I'll use the countif function again. I'll select the same range. I'll give a comma. Now my criteria will be India. You can see here India is present 155 times. Moving on, the next function we'll talk about is countifs. So countifs function counts the number of cells specified in a given set of conditions or criteria. So our question is, count the total number of days in which the cases in India have been greater than 100. So to do this, countifs function, I'll select my criteria range. First I'll select the G column, comma. My first criteria is we want to check for India, and then my second condition is that the number of cases has to be greater than 100. So my next criteria range will be the cases column, comma, and my condition is greater than 100. Close the bracket, hit enter. The result is 68. So a total of 68 days India had more than 100 cases. The next example is we need to count the number of days in which the deaths in United States have been greater than 200. So for that, I'll use the countifs function. I'll give my criteria. So this time I am taking my first criteria as the cases, comma. So the cases have to be greater than 200. Close the bracket, hit enter. So you can see the total cases in India till 3rd of June have been more than 2 lakhs. Now I want to find the total deaths in the United States till the 3rd of June. I'll use the same sumif function. Now my first criteria will be the G column, comma. I'll give my second value as United States of America. I'll use the same format using underscore. States of America, comma. Now the second range will be the deaths column. Close the bracket, hit enter. You can see The total deaths in the United States till 3rd of June have crossed 1 lakh. Similarly, let's now see our Sumifs function. So the Sumifs function adds the cells specified in a given set of conditions or criteria. So we have a question here. We want to find the total cases in France on those days where the deaths have been less than 100. So this should be those days instead of whose. Okay, so let's see our Sumifs function. Now first we need to give the sum range. Since we want to find the total cases, so we'll give the sum range as the column E, comma. Now the second criteria is the countries column, so I'll give the G column, and we want to check for France, give that criteria, comma. The second criteria is I need to find only for those days where the deaths have been less than 100. So I'll give the deaths column, comma, the criteria should be less than 100. Close the bracket, hit enter. This is the result. So the total cases in France on those days where the deaths have been less than 100 is 20,638. Now let's talk about the average if function. So the average if function finds the average or the arithmetic mean of the cells specified by a given condition or criteria. So our question is, we want to find the total average daily cases in India. This is till the 3rd of June. So I'll use the average if function, and my first criteria I'll select is the countries column, and my criteria will be India, and then I'll give the range, that is the E column, which has the cases. If I hit enter, so these are the daily average cases in India till the 3rd of June. Next, let's talk about some date and time functions in Excel. You can see here I am in my date and time sheet. So let's start with the today function. The today function returns the current date or today's date. So if I write equal to today, close the bracket, hit enter, it will return me today's date, which is 28th of July. Now you can use the now function, which will return the current date and time value. So if I write equal to now, if I hit enter, you can see it has returned the current date and the time. So this is basically the system date and time. You can see it here. Now there's another function called time. The time function converts hours, minutes, seconds given as numbers to an Excel serial number formatted with a time format. So you can see here, I'll write the time function. Now let's say I'll give my hours as 20. So it's in 24 hours format. Let's say minute I'll give 40 and seconds I'll give 20. If I close the bracket, hit enter, the time is 8:40 p.m. Now you can subtract the now function from today function to return the time value. So let me show it to you here. I'll write my now function and I'll subtract today. If I hit enter, it returns me the time. This is the system time. Now there's another function in Excel called date diff function, which returns the difference between two dates in terms of years, months and days. Now here I have a date of birth, which is 30 December 1994, and we have today's date. I have used the today function. If I want to find the age, I can use the date diff function. So I'll write date diff, and in that I'll give my first date value as the date of birth, which is 30 December 1994, comma, my second date value will be today's date, which is 28th of July. Now I want to find the age in terms of years, so within double quotes I'll give Y. I hit enter, it gives me 25. So it has subtracted our first date value and the second date value to return the year. Now the date diff function will always return a whole number. You can see it here, this was a whole number. You can use the year frac function in Excel to return the year fraction representing the number of whole days between the start date and the end date. So I can use the year frac function here. Right, year frac. My start date will be my date of birth. Now the end date will be today's day, comma, basis I'll give 1, which is actually, it will divide the actual number of days by the actual days in a year. Right, enter. It gives me my year fraction, which is 25.5763. Now let's say I'll replace 1 with, let's say, 2. Right, enter. It gives me 25.95. You can see it here. If you give 2, it will divide the actual days by 360. Now the default value is 0. Moving ahead, we have the weekday function. Now the weekday function returns a number from 1 to 7, identifying the day of the week of a date. So let me use the weekday function. I'll give my serial number as today. Right, enter. It gives me 3. Now let's say I want to use the weekday function again. I'll use my cell reference A2, which has the today's date, comma. Now the return type I'll give as 2, which means it starts from Monday through Sunday. So the first day of the week starts on a Monday and ends on a Sunday. I give 2, close the bracket, hit enter, it gives me 2. It's the second day of the week. Then we can have your day function, month function, and year function. Let's explore them one by one. So the day function returns the day of the month. It will have a number between 1 to 31. So 1 means the beginning of the month and 31 means the last day of the month. So if I use my day function on A2, which is today's date, if I hit enter, it gives me 28, that is 28th of July. Similarly, let's check for month. I'll give the same cell reference, hit enter. It gives me 7, which means the July month. Now let's find the year, give the cell reference, hit enter. It returns me the year, that is 2020. Now you can extract the hours, minutes and seconds from a time value. So I'll use the hour function to get the hour value from the current time. You can see it has returned 14, which means it's 2 p.m. Now let's find out the minute also. I'll use the minute function, give my now function, hit enter, it gives me 19. So it's 2 p.m. and 19 minutes. Now let's find out the seconds also. I'll give my now function to get the second also. There's another function in Excel called days 360. So days 360 function returns the number of days between two dates based on a 360 day year. So we assume that in a year all the months have 30 days. So I'll use my days 360 function. I'll give my start date as my date of birth, which is B12, comma, the end date I'll give today's date, which is in B13, and the method I'll use is true, which is European method. You can see what the European method says. Says the start dates and end dates that occur on the 31st day of a month will be equal to the 30th day of that month. Close the bracket, hit enter. It gives me the total number of days that were between my first date, that is the starting date, and the end date. Similarly, now let's use days 360 once again. I'll give my start date, let's say 25th of June 2020, and my end date will be today's date. So get the total number of days, that is 33. Similarly, we have EO month, which means end of month. So end of month function returns the serial number of the last day of the month before or after a specified number of months. So I'll use my EO month. I'll give my start date as B12, which is my date of birth, and then I want the number of months to be 10. Hit enter. You can see it has given us the next day when the month is ending. So it is 31st of October 1995. Coming to weeknum function. The weeknum function returns the week number of the year. So I'll use my weeknum function and my serial number will be today's date, comma. The return type I want is 2. So I want my week to begin on a Monday. So I'll give 2, close the bracket, hit enter. It gives me 31. So today's date, that is 28th of July, is the 31st week of the year. Let's explore a few more functions. we have network days and work days. Now these are advanced functions of date and time in Excel. Now the network days function returns the number of whole working days between two dates. So network days automatically excludes weekends, that is Saturday and Sunday, and can optionally exclude a list of holidays supplied as dates. Now I have listed down the list of holidays. This is from the US calendar, and the list of holidays are for the current year, that is 2020. So first let's use our network days function to find the number of working days between two date values. So I'll write network days, and let's say I'll give my first date or the starting date as 1st of July 2020, and I'll give my second date value as 31st of July 2020. Close the bracket, hit enter. It gives me 23. Now let me show you the calendar. Now this is the July calendar. If you can see, the first day of July starts on Wednesday and it ends on Friday, and in between we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. So total we have 8 weekends. So our next skipped counting these weekends. So since July is a 31 days month, it has subtracted those 8 days. Those were on weekends. So 31 minus 8 is 23. So in total we have 23 working days in July. Now let's say I want to include the holiday calendar also. So I'll use the network days function again. I'll give my starting. The workday function returns serial number of the date before or after a specified number of work days. The Excel workday function takes date and returns the nearest working day in the future or past. It can be used in logistics to calculate shipping dates, delivery dates that need to take into account working and non-working days. It automatically excludes weekends, that is Saturdays and Sundays. So let me use my workday function. I'll give my start date as 1st of July 2020, and the number of days I'll give is 5. Close the bracket, hit enter. It has returned me a serial number. You can convert this into a date value. So our next working date after 1st of July is 8th of July. If you see the calendar, we started on 1st of July. So counting 5 days after 1st of July. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So the next working day after 5 days will be 8th of July. So it has skipped counting the weekends 4th of July and 5th of July. Similarly, I'll use the workday function again. This time I'll give my starting date as 1st of July only, and now I want to find the next working days after 5 days, and I'll give my holiday list. Close the bracket, hit enter. I can convert this into a date value. You can see it has given us 9th of July because 5 days we had a holiday, that is 3rd of July, which was an Independence Day. Finally, let's move on to our next and the final section in this tutorial for functions and formulas. We have some financial functions. So these financial functions are commonly used in banking and financial sectors. Let's have a look at them one by one. First, we have the PMT function. Now the Excel PMT function is a financial function that returns the periodic payment for a loan. The PMT function can be used to figure out the future payments for a loan, assuming constant payments and a constant interest rate. So I'll just show you the arguments the PMT function takes. You can see it takes rate, NPR or NPER, PV, FP and a type. So rate is the interest rate for the loan. NPER is the total number of payments for the loan. PV is the future value or the total value of all loan payments now. FV is the future value or a cash balance you want after the last payment is made. By default it is 0. Type, it is optional when payments are due. So 0 means end of period, 1 means beginning of period. Now let's use the PMT function to find the future payments for a loan. So I have my data here on the top. I have my rate as 5%. I'll use cell reference A2, comma. Then I want my NPER or number of period. So I'll give my cell B2, comma. The present value is my loan amount, that is 2 lakhs, comma. I don't want any future value, I'd give it as 0. close the bracket, hit enter. You can see it has returned us the PMT amount or the principal amount. Now you can see it has given us a negative number. The reason being the amount is getting deducted from our present value. So to solve this issue, you can give a negative sign here. So if I copy paste the formula again, let me put it in this cell, equal to, I'll paste it. Now if I give a negative sign, now I can edit this. Instead of 4, I'll give 12 because we want to find it monthly. So we'll convert our annual interest rate to monthly interest rate now, and I'll multiply the NPR or the number of periods into 12 and I'll hit enter. So this is our future value or the PMT monthly. Moving on, now we have a table here. You can see there have been a series of cash flow over a period of time. Now using this table, I want to use my IRR and XIRR function. So the IRR function in Excel returns the internal rate of a series of cash flows. So if I want to find the internal rate of return, I'll use the IRR function and I'll select my values from B16 to B21, close the bracket. So this is my IRR value, that is 22%. If I want to find the XIRR value, I'll use the XIRR function that returns the internal rate for a schedule of cash flows that occur in irregular intervals. Now for using the XIRR function, I'll use this table. Now you can see it has irregular cash flows over a period of time. So let me use my XIRR function. I'll give my values ranging from F22 to F27, comma, the dates I'll give from E22 to E27. Close the bracket, hit enter. This is my XIRR value. Up next, we'll see how to find out the future value. So for using the future value, we use the FV function in Excel that returns the future value of an investment. You can use the FV function to get the future value of an investment assuming periodic constant payments with a constant interest rate also. So this is my table. So we have an annual interest rate of 10%, years we have 8, and yearly payment we have 1 lakh. Now to find the future value, I'll use equal to FV rate, I'll give G4, which is 10%, comma, NPER, I'll give G5, which is the number of years, that is 8, and yearly payment I'll give 1 lakh, which is G6, comma, present value 0, type is also 0, hit enter. So this is my future value, which is 11 lakhs 43,588. Similarly, if you want to find the present value, so you can use the PV function, which returns the present value of an investment, that is the total amount that a series of future payments is worth now. So let me use the PV function. I'll give my rate as 8%, which is G13, comma, my number of periods is 5, or you can assume 5 years, comma, my PMT or payment per period is 10,000, comma, future value is 0, type is also 0. So this is my present value. Up next, we have the net present value or the NPV function. So the NPV formula or the function calculates the net present value of an investment based on a discount rate and a series of future payments having negative values and income having positive values. So you can see in the table here, our investment has a negative value and our incomes have positive values, and we have a discount rate of 10%. Now let's find the net present value. We use the NPV function. Now the rate I'll give is 10%, comma,
rules,
how to add columns or how to add multiple columns in Excel. Now without further ado, let's get started with the practical mode. Now we have started our Excel worksheet, and here you can see we have employee details on our worksheet. Now all of a sudden you wanted to add employee second name as well, or a last name. right? So you're a beginner and you don't know how to add a column, or you might be a little ambiguous, right? So instead of using this simple step, you might end up creating a whole new sheet, or maybe other approaches as well, which are time consuming. So let me give you this simple step. All you have to do is select the column. So here you wanted to add a last name, right? So B is your column with the first name, and here you wanted to add a second name or the last name, which is in between the columns B and C. So remember that Excel adds a column always towards the left side of a column. So here if you wanted to add a column next to B, then you want to select the column C and right click and select the insert option so that it can be added in between B and C, which is adjacent to B. So let's look at it, right? So you have added the next column, or a new column right next to the column B, and it's in between the designation and employee name. Now you can add your second name. So that's how you create a new column in Excel. Now in case if you wanted to create multiple columns altogether, so here we have, or here we needed a second name. Also here you have a designation and you wanted to add another column which assigns managers to the employees, right? So let's delete it, delete the second column, and let me explain you what I want to do. So here you wanted to add the second name of the employee and also the manager of these employees, right? So here you wanted to add two columns altogether, right? And now you might be wondering, could I add two columns together, or will it work only for the one column thing, right? No, it works for two columns and also more than two columns altogether. So you wanted to add two columns here, right? So select the two columns. You can select, or you can click on the column C and hold that left key and drag it along the right side. Okay, so here I have selected two columns and here it's three, right? So you can see here it's 10485676R cross 3C. That means you have selected three columns. If I navigate out of the four, you can see we have selected four columns, right? Now right click and select on insert, and you'll have four columns in between employee name and designation. Now you might have to add your second name, manager's name, manager's employee ID, and the department, everything, or you can add anything or any number of columns in between the existing columns. Comparing two different columns or multiple columns happens to be an important job when you're working in data analytics, as you have to come up with some decisive decisions based on the data. Now, if you had to do it manually, then you might end up taking hours or even days based on the dataset you're working with. But if I say that you can do it within minutes, then it would be interesting to work with, right? Now, we'll be doing the same. Now, we'll work on a sample dataset right on my screen. So here we have column 1 and column 2. Now, our job is to compare the column 1 and column 2 and come up with the result. Now the first and the simplest way to do it is use the built-in conditional formatting which comes with Excel by default. Now all you have to do is select all the data and navigate to Home, and in the Home go to Styles group and select conditional formatting. And in conditional formatting you can see highlight cells. So in that you can use duplicate values. When you click on duplicate values, a small pop-up window will come on your screen. And here you have an option of choosing whether duplicate or unique. So duplicate means you're comparing the cells, and you can see there are some duplicate cells which are present in column 1 are also present in column 2. Now you can also check how to find out the unique values which are only present in column 1 but not in column 2. So you can just press unique and there you go, you can find it. Now you can also try to change the color by filling with green for the unique columns and duplicate cells with color red. Now this was the first method, and you can also work out some different ones, like you can just directly press equal to and select the cell and equals to and the next cell. Press enter, and if there is a match it will give you true. If there is no match, then it will give you false. Now you can drag it down and see which all are matching and which all are not. Now you can also make some minute modifications to this. So if in case you didn't find the data, then you can say not found. So for that you can try if and inside brackets, and then you can give the value as not found. If true, it's found. First you have to give the true values. So for true you can write it as found, and in case if it's not found, then you can write it down as not found. There you go. Close the bracket, press enter, and there you go. If there is a perfect match, you will have found, and if there is no match, then you'll get not found. Now, so far we have discussed comparing two cells using conditional formatting, and also by using equals to operator, and trying to add some tweaks to the equals to operator by involving with if operator. And apart from those, we also have another way to compare two columns in Excel. So another way is using the lookup functions. So we'll use a simple VLOOKUP function to compare both the cells. So for that, let's type in equals to VLOOKUP space and select the cell you want to check for, and then the range of elements you want to compare, and then I'll press F4 to log them. Now you want the data from column 1, and now you want the exact match, so 0. Press enter. So there you go. So the elements which are present in column 1 and column 2 are being displayed here. So but in case if the elements are not found, you'll get an error. So let's look at that. Simply drag the formula to all the cells, and there you go. So the elements which are matching will give you the proper result, but the ones which are not matching will give you not applicable or error message. This can be fixed. We can make some minor tweaks to the same formula. So we can add if error comma simply write in as not found. And close the bracket. So that should do. So we have closed the bracket and press enter. There you go. Now simply drag this, and soon you can see the data which is having no match is shown as not found. Now there is another possibility. Okay, let's get back to another different sheet. So this should work. So we already have the formula, so let's erase that first. I'll erase the whole data and even this one. Yeah, now we have the clear column 4. So here you can see we have Ford India, and here you can see we have just Ford. And similarly, here you have Mahindra and Mahindra, and here you have Mahindra, right? So in some situations, you might have to compare two different columns, but the names might be a little different, right? So for example, if you're working with Oracle, and if you're working with Oracle America, and you have in the first case is Oracle and in the second column is Oracle America, then those are one and the same, but you have some minor text changes, right? Just like here you have Ford India and here you have Ford. So what if you had such kind of issues? So you can also make some minor tweaks to it. So using the same lookup formula, you can add equals to VLOOKUP, and also the comparison cell, which is this one. And you're not stopping there. You're trying to add the wildcard here. So the wildcard is asterisk, which means if there is anything like if you get the comparison between the first cell and the second cell which matches, and if there is anything extra rather than the actual cell, please try to consider it. So that's what we're going to do. So after entering the wildcard symbol, you'll select the range of columns which you have to fetch the data from, and then try to fix them using function key F4. You're looking from the column number 1, and then you're finding the exact match. Now you can close it and enter. Now let's try to drag it. There you go. So you have the data, Mahindra and Mahindra, Hyundai India, Honda India. AutoSum in Excel. For that, let's get started with the practical mode. Now on my screen, you can see the sales of 4 quarters from different regions, that is East, West, South, North and Central. Now you might want to calculate the sum of sales happened from all the regions in Q1, or you might want to calculate the sum of sales happened in one region of all the 4 quarters. That is, either you want to calculate the sum of all the regions from quarter 1, or you might want to calculate the sum of all the quarters in one region, right? So to do this, you have some simple functions in Excel. So you might say you have some function, etc., right? For that, you might want to go into the, equals to mode and fetch sum option and subtotal or sumifs. You have to select the function from here. But what if I tell you that there is one simple, easy shortcut where you just have to make one single click and you'll have all the sum, right? So that seems interesting. So on the top, in the home bar, select home, and on the top right corner, you have the editing group. In editing group, you have aggregation function, that is summation. So you have different aggregations here, sum, average, count numbers, maximum, minimum, more functions. Here, you might want to select the sum and you can get all the summation numbers here. So I'll select one cell. So the second query where we wanted to calculate the sum of all the sales happened in East region with all the quarters included, that is this one, C2 to F2, right? So let us select G2 and select the AutoSum option, and here it will automatically select the range for you, that is C2 to F2. If you want to change it, you can also change it, like minimize the number. If you just wanted to calculate the sum of 3 quarters, you can do that. So now we want 4 quarters, so select enter, and there you go, you have all the sales of all the 4 quarters of East region. Now if you simply drag it, you will have the sum of all the 4 quarters of all different regions. Now let us calculate the summation of Q1 of all the regions, that is this one. Select AutoSum and it will automatically select all the cells for you, that is from C2 to C6, right? Press enter and you'll have the summation. Similarly, you can drag it and you have the numbers here of all the Q2 sales of all the regions, Q3 sales of all region, and Q4 sales of all region. Now let us try to change the color so that you can have a reference, that is it's different, it's a total sum, or right, you just have a reference to identify it. Now similarly to this one as well. So that's how you implement AutoSum in Excel. How to add 2 columns in Excel. So first, let us assume that we are trying to add 2 columns in Excel which has textual kind of data. This type of data can be added using the concat function, which is a string concatenation function in Excel. So type in concat, press tab key to select the function, the first cell, that is A2, and next the second cell, that is B2, separated by comma. Press enter and there you go. Now you can see we don't have a space, so you can modify the formula, add space, double quotes, space, double quotes, comma, press enter. There you go. Now you can drag the same formula across all the cells and you have it. Now coming to the last column where we literally have numbers, right? So you can add 2 different numbers over here. Either you can select the first cell, that is D2 plus E2, and press enter and you get the number, or you can use the sum function, tab to select, and 1, 2, press enter. Or another simplest way is select all the blank output cells. So these are the cells where you're expecting an output of 2 cells, that is entire column D and entire column E, right? Now after selecting the blank cells of F column or the resultant column, press the shortcut key, that is Alt equals to. So this is the shortcut method to call the sum function and assign the cell values of individual columns, that is D and E, and get the resultant cell in F column, right? So remember the shortcut key, that is Alt E. That is how to add rows in Excel. For that, let's get back to the practical mode. Now we are on the Excel spreadsheet. Now here we have some sales data based on a store. Now what we are going to do is we are going to add some multiple rows or a single row in this particular data. So here you can see the region wise, category wise, state wise, subcategory wise, and their sales and quantities, right? Now let us imagine that you must start to add a sale data here, right? So let us imagine that on the row 7th, you were supposed to add some detail. For example, some technology related sale happened on that day and you missed out to add it, right? So how do you create a new row now? So for example, if multiple sales happened on the same day, like 3 to 4, and you missed out them, so how do I add 3 to 4 rows in between the existing data, right? So don't worry about it, it's completely simple. All you have to do is select the row and right click and press on the option insert. Now this will insert one single row if you wanted to add one single row or tuple. And if you wanted to add multiple rows, for example, you wanted to add 3 rows altogether, then it's also simple. All you have to do is select 3 rows and right click and press on insert. And then you have 3 rows. So there you go. So that's how you add multiple rows in a Excel spreadsheet, or that's how you add one single row in an Excel spreadsheet. How to freeze rows in Excel. Now we might want to start our practical mode. So currently we are on Excel and this is our spreadsheet data. So here you can see columns and rows. So especially the 4th row and the column C, right? So currently we have data on our spreadsheet and it is exceeding the number of rows currently visible on our screen, right? So when you scroll down, you can see that the header or the headers of all the columns are getting vanished or scrolled up along with the data, right? And you might want to keep that so that you'll have reference to every single aspect of or every single cell data you're referring to, right? So for that reason, you might want to freeze this. And also you might have a doubt, what if even I had this data in the column section, right? And what if I had to freeze that, and when you scroll this and keep that data set on the column as it is, right? So we can also do that. Let's look at both of them. So there is a simple process to do that. All you have to do is select the cell for which you want to set the or freeze the column adjacent to it or the row adjacent to it, right? So currently I want to, let me expand it. So currently I want to freeze this particular row, right, and this particular column. So the cell I would be selecting is the first cell here, that is D5, right? So when I select this particular cell, I can be able to freeze this particular row and this particular column. So now you need to navigate to the toolbar and then select the view menu, and inside view option, you can see there is an option of freeze panes, right? So click on the drop down. So you can see 3 different options. As we discussed earlier, we can either choose to freeze an entire row, that is the second option, or you can freeze the entire column, that is the third option, or you can freeze both, that is the first option, right? Freezing rows and columns. So let's select this one and see if our rows and columns are frozen or not, right? So now let's scroll down and you can see our row is successfully frozen there, right? And similarly, scroll towards right and you can see our column has been successfully frozen, right? So this is how you freeze rows and columns, or you can freeze panes in Excel. So with that, we have come to an end of this tutorial on how to freeze rows or how to freeze columns or how to freeze both the panes in Excel spreadsheet. Lock or protect cells in Excel. Now let's get back into the practical mode and start our Microsoft Excel. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel and this particular spreadsheet is related to employee details. Yeah, now the screen is visible a bit better. Now let us imagine that this is our confidential data and you want to edit only 2 columns, that is the designation column and phone number column. Now let us imagine that the company has finished one annual year and now there are some promotions happening in the company, and let us also imagine that the phone numbers of the employees provided by the company have undergone some changes. So now the minor edits that you want to make are related to the designation column and phone number column. Now you can see that all the columns, that is the blood group, new salary, salary hike, current salary, and name of the employee, serial number, employee number, everything is editable. So in such kind of scenarios, when you pass on this data, there might be a possibility where your colleague or subordinate might end up making some mistakes, right? So you want to avoid that. So you can do that by locking the cells. Now let us rename this sheet. Now the sheet has been renamed successfully. So now you can log the cells by the following process. So in this process, you have two major steps. First one is to log the cells, and the next one is to protect the cells by a password. Now when you select all the cells in this particular sheet, you can just click on this edge here and you have all the cells selected, and now right click somewhere on the sheet and you can see an option called Format Cells. So in this particular option, you have some options provided, which is number, alignment, font, and you want to go into the protection part. So you can see by default, Excel keeps all the cells locked. Now we want the phone number and designation to be unlocked. Okay, so let's cancel it for now and get back to the sheet and select the columns D and I. And now let's right click and go into Format Cells, and in the protection option, make sure that you uncheck the locked icon. Now select OK, and now okay, so you cannot include the merged cell. Fine, we have a cell here which is merged. Okay, let's remove that. Okay, now again select the entire column, right click, get into Format Cells and uncheck the lock option, select OK. Now we have finished the first part, that is locking all the cells which you don't want to get edit and unlocking the cells where you want to make some edits. Now the second stage is protecting the sheet. Now right click on the sheet name and you can see an option called Protect Sheet. Click that. And now here you can see select locked cells and also select unlocked cells. So let us provide a password here. So let us use some simple password so that we don't forget that. So I'll be selecting 123 and now select OK. Re-enter the password to proceed. Now let us type 123 again. Now select OK and now the sheet is protected. Now we have successfully locked and protected all the cells in Excel. Now let us verify that the cells you wanted to protect are really protected and locked or not. So we have unlocked phone number and designation and everything else is locked. Now let me try and edit the blood group. So when I double click or try to edit this particular sheet, then I'll be receiving a warning from Excel. It says the cell or chart you're trying to change is on a protected sheet. To make a change, unprotect the sheet. You might be requested to enter a password. So it says that this particular cell is locked and you cannot edit it. Now let us try to edit the phone numbers which we kept as unlocked. So you can see I can really edit the unlocked cell here. Now let me try to change this phone number. Let me enter some random phone number. So you can see the cell is editable. Now let us go through the designation column and try to edit this particular column. Now since I said that there's a promotion happening in the company, so the deputy CEO is now the current CEO of the company, and the software developer happens to become the senior software developer, and the tester as well. Let us imagine that he will become the senior, and so on. Okay, so this proves that this particular sheet is editable. Not the entire sheet, but only the cells that we kept in the unlock mode. Okay. Now this is how you lock and protect your cells in Excel. And you can see on my screen we have the sales data of one single employee in the month of January. Okay, so this is the sales data of John in January sales. Now, let us imagine that we have the same person's or same John's data of sales of all the 3 months. Okay, so here we have the sales data of John for January, February, and March. And you wanted to club all these 3 months and write it down as Q1, right? So let us try doing it. Now you can see that only January is replaced as Q1 and February and March are still remaining the same. So let us try to delete them. So we have deleted them, and I think now it looks like this is the sales data of one single quarter, that is Q1. But again, Q1 is under column B, and anyone who looks at it feels like this data is of January, February, and March, and all the Q1 details are only present in B column, but C and D are completely, different from this one, right? So you don't want that kind of an impression on your, the one who are presenting to you. So in those situations, you want to merge all these three columns and make sure that the Q1 is present somewhere in between the cells so that all the data looks relevant, and it defines that these data elements belong to Q1, right? So there is an option in Excel to do that. So select all the cells that you want to merge and go into Home button, and in Home button, get into the alignment group and select Merge and Center. So you can do it directly. Also, you have a couple of more options. There is merge and center, merge across, merge cells, and unmerge. So we'll go through it one by one. So first we'll go through merge and center. So there you go. The cells got merged and it has been aligned into center. Now again, if your manager or anyone superior to you wants this to be, independent, like they want it to be in terms of January, February, and March, so that they can have access to it in month-wise. So you want to unmerge it back, right? How to do that now? So the same menu and select unmerge, and there you go. You have your data back in the original form again. All you have to do is, rename a few cells. There you go. And you have it back, right? So in a few situations, okay, you can also add the borders so that it looks more relevant. Now, now let's try to merge this again and merge in center. Yeah. Now again, let us imagine that you are going through an appraisal cycle and you also wanted to add some comments about the sales happening in your company regarding all the employees, right? So also we have that here. Now let me expand a little bit. Yeah, there you go. So again, let's merge and center. Now you wanted to take a review of your level 1, level 2, and level 3 managers. So you have all the three rows here, but you can see the cells are not merged, and you wanted to merge every single row. So merging and centering everything row wise would be a little time consuming. I mean, 3 columns is okay, but what if you had you had to take a review from a couple of more managers, like 5 to 10, right? Or imagine you wanted to write some random comments. Apart from review, you wanted to write some random comments based on month-wise sales or something like that. So it would be time consuming, right? So apart from that, you have another option where you select all the cells and come over here and select the option of merge across, and all the cells will be merged all together at once, and you will be having those individual rows where you can write down your reviews, like review 1 and so on, review 2, right? So this is how the option of merge across works, and we already have been through the merge and center, and merge is completely similar to merge and center. So this is how merge and center, merge cells, and merge across and unmerge cells in Excel. That is how to convert rows to columns in Excel. So for that, we might want to get started with our practical mode. Now you can see I'm on my Excel worksheet and I have one table on my worksheet right now. So you can, transposing or, converting rows to columns is a very simple task. I'll explain you in two different ways. So the first way, select all the cells that you have on your sheet and press on Control C, so it will give you the copy option, and then you can also paste in the same sheet, or if you want, you can go to a whole new sheet and select the paste option over here. But before selecting the actual paste option, you can see a small drop down icon. Click on that and navigate to paste special, and in this you can see transpose option. Click on that, or make sure that it's checked and press OK. Now you can see all your columns are been converted into rows and all your rows are converted into columns. So this was the first way. And what is the second way, you ask me? So it's really simple. Select one cell somewhere, and you can, or let's create a new sheet as well. So here you can write down the formula as transpose and select the array which you want to transpose. So this is the array. So transpose is basically an array function in Excel. So once you are done with selecting your data, press enter. There you go. So all your rows are now columns and all your columns are now the rows. So you can see that I've got some data, which is first name of the employee, last name of the employee, and phone number. And let us assume that your manager has given you a task to identify all those employees which did not give an phone number. So you wanted to identify them using a checkbox, right? Like you will be providing a check for all the employees that we have received the phone numbers, and you will not be checking the employees which did not give the phone number, right? So let's try to do that. So to include a checkbox, you might want to get into the developer option. But for few reasons, Microsoft has disabled developer option by default. To enable developer option, all you have to do is just navigate anywhere on the ribbon here and right click, and then you can see customize the ribbon option. When you click into it, you will be redirected into the ribbon option, and here you can see the developer option on the right side, right? This one. So by default, you can see that your developer option is not enabled. To enable it, you have to check in it, and there you go, you have it now. So press OK and you'll have the developer option. Now go to the developer option and select the insert option, and there you can see the checkbox. Now draw the checkbox anywhere. I'll draw it over here, and there you go. You have the first checkbox, right? Now if you want, you can even customize this. So carefully click it. You can edit the text and write it as done. Okay. Now you can even copy this to all the cells. Just select and drag, and there you go. Now you can go ahead and check all the employees which you have received the phone numbers, and you can eliminate the ones which did not provide you with the phone numbers. That's how you can do it. And there's also another option where you can use this to include it in a formula. Since this data is only of 25 rows, you can manually check in the data and you can leave the data which is you have not received. But what if you had 2500, right? Then you might need formula. So in such scenarios, you can use a formula. So how do you use that? So for example, if this particular box is checked, then you will get a true value here, and if it's not checked, you will have a false value. Then you can use that boolean value to include in your formula, right? Sounds interesting. Now let's try to implement that. You can right click the cell and you can find format control. Then you can see here you have an option called cell link. here select the cell link and press OK. So here you can see if you have checked this, the value is true, and if you uncheck this, you can see the value turned false. Now you can use this particular cell reference for including this in a formula. Now let us also check how to include checkboxes on Google Sheets. In Google Sheet it's really simple. All you have to do is get into the insert option and you can see a readily available checkbox. You don't have to use any developer options over here. And there you go. You can just check and uncheck it. That is how to add filters in Excel. Now it is really simple to add filters in Excel. So we are on a practical mode right now. So on my screen you can see an Excel spreadsheet of sales data. So here you have various columns, regions, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, and much more, right? So now let us imagine that we want to add filters on the region part. So we have south, west, east, etc., right? So we want to, let us imagine that you want to extract the data of only west region and you wanted a filter. So doing it manually could take a lot of time. So using filters will be helpful. Now select one cell on the headers part and select the filter option in the data toolbar. You can see the data option in the toolbar, right? So click on the data option and navigate to sort and filter group, and in that select the option of filter. Now you can see the filters are being added to all the column headers: region, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, right? Now we wanted the west category. So when you see or when you click on the drop down icon, you can see all the options are selected, right? The central, east, west, south, everything, right? But now we just want west one, so click on west and select OK. There you go. So you have everything from the west region. Now let's imagine that you wanted to look into office supplies only or technology only, right? You can do the same with technology and press OK, and now you'll have all the technology related sales in the west region, right? So that's how you use filters in Excel, or that's how you add filters in Excel. Autofill in Excel. Now, autofill in Excel is a feature where you can add some series automatically using Excel. For example, let us imagine that you wanted to add index numbers, right? So starting from 1 to 10. So manually you will be typing in the numbers and you'll be doing it, right? So instead of this, what if I said you there was a simple way where Excel will fill all the data for you, right? So just start with 1, 2, and select these two cells, and you can see the flash logo over here, right? So that's the indication that Excel has understood your pattern and it is ready to fill the remaining numbers. So as long as you drag this logo or that ending part where you have a small square box, that will fill all the numbers until where you have dragged it. So that's how autofill works. And you might be wondering, will it work only for numbers? No, it will also work on some logics as well. Okay, this was the first part. Let us also look at some other tricks with autofill. Now, most of the time you might be just adding one number and try to drag that cell, and the result is it will copy the same number all the time, right? So you can change it by clicking on this menu. You can click on fill series and it will change to series. And this was one more trick with numbers. Now getting back to the next type. So let us imagine now the next type of series you want to add is weeks in a day, right? So you'll be having Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? So you can also do the series of weekdays using autofill in Excel as well. So drag that cell and it will give you all the days or weekdays in a week. Now let's try January, and this will give you the months in a year in the shortcut way, right? Since you just added the first 3 letters of the month, it will recognize the pattern and it will do the same for you. Now let us try the full names of months, right? And now let's try to drag it. It'll fill all the full names of all the months. Now let's try the dates. So let us imagine that this is the first day of the current year, right? It will now give you all the dates of that current month or until the end of the year as well. There you go. Now let us imagine that your manager tells you to add the dates of working days in the month of January. So how can you do that? It's simple. All you need to do is select the cell, go to the fill option, select series, and here select column wise since you want the dates and columns. And here in the type select date, date unit should be weekday and the stock value should be the next month, right? Since your manager asked for the weekdays of January. So your stock value will be the 1st of February. Press OK and there you go. So since the 1st of January is Friday, it's selected over here and the rest too, Saturday and Sunday, are eliminated. Similarly, we have all the dates here of working days only. So that's how you use autofill in Excel. How to add watermark to Excel. Now on my sheet, you can see some data. So here we wanted to add some watermark logo to your Excel spreadsheet so that it looks genuine and worked by you, right? So that's the overall idea of adding a watermark. Now go to the insert window, and in the insert window, go to the text option, click on that, select header and footer. Once you select header and footer, you can see something on your screen like this. So in this box, which is highlighted by a cursor, is where you're going to add the picture. On my top in the menu bar, you can see header and footer elements. In this, select the picture element and it will navigate to you to a different option window. Since we are adding the image from our local system, select from file, or if you are adding from your Bing or any search window, you can also add that, or OneDrive as well. But now let's go with from file. It will directly navigate you to the pictures folder in your local system. So here is my Simplilearn's logo. Click on it and select insert. Now you can see the image is added in this format, which is ampersand and picture. And you might wonder, where is the picture? It is actually present. To view it, click on any cell in the spreadsheet and there you go, you can see it. Now you might be wondering, the image is a little towards top and abnormally placed, right? So no worries, you can always format your picture. Just press enter and use enter to move your picture towards the center of your data spreadsheet. And also there is another option of format picture altogether. Here you can adjust the height and width of your image by increasing and decreasing width or increasing and decreasing height. Using the arrow marks also works. And apart from this, there is another option of picture formatting where you can choose your image to be washing out, black and white, grayscale or anything. So currently I'm going with automatic, which will automatically adjust the brightness and everything for your image. It looks perfectly fine. So click on OK and there you go. Right. So now this should be fine. Right. Now everything is done and everything is automatically saved if you are having that autosave option on your spreadsheet. And let's go back to the normal view from the header and footer view. Click on the view and go to normal. You might be confused, right? Where is the logo? It vanished. Did I have to save it? No, it's already saved. Everything is fine. Even the image is there, but you cannot see it in normal view. To see it, click on File, click on Print, then you can see the logo. It will be present only on the printed pages, not on the normal view. Okay, so that's how you work with watermarks in Excel, and that's how you can add and customize your watermarks using Excel. How to insert PDF in Excel. Now there are multiple ways to insert a PDF into Excel, so we will go through a couple of ways. First is, here let us imagine that we wanted to insert some PowerPoint presentation in PDF format into our Excel sheet, so that it belongs to Excel Basics. Now click on the cell where you want to add the PDF, or just click any cell in the Excel spreadsheet, then go to the option of insert in the toolbar. Then navigate to text option, click on it and select object. And here you can select create from file and then you can browse. And here you have your Excel Basics PDF in my documents. Click on that, select insert. So here you can just press OK and the PDF will be inserted. Now you can minimize the size of PDF to fit the cell. There you go. The PDF got successfully inserted into your Excel spreadsheet. Now let's discuss about the second way. Now the second way is completely same. The only difference is you can add some logo to your PDF. So you can see it has been added in direct form of a PDF, like what's the first slide of the PPT. But instead of that, if you wanted to highlight it as an icon, Then you can select the display as icon button here and press OK. Now you don't have to reformat the size of your PPT or PDF. All you have to do is add the logo to your PDF, and it will also include the title. So this is another way of adding PDF to your Excel sheet. Now another way. So a few times you don't want the first page of the PDF to be visible, or any kind of logo of that PDF reader to be visible on your spreadsheet. Sometimes all you want is some dedicated image or a dedicated logo, right? So this time let's try to add a dedicated image to our PDF. So go to Insert again. Here you can see the illustrations option. Click on picture, and from this device, so I will select the Simplilearn's logo, and now you have to resize the logo a little bit to fit the cell. There you go. You can click on the right click button and select the option of link. Now select the existing file or web page option. So if you are interested to learn more on hyperlink in Excel, we have a dedicated tutorial on that. Please go through hyperlinks in Excel by Simplilearn, which will explain you everything about hyperlinks in Excel, how to insert them, different types of documents to be inserted, and how it works in real time. For now, let's try to insert the existing web page, and go to documents, navigate to documents, and inside this you have the Excel basic PDF. Click on OK, and it has been added to your image. So when you click on it, it will open the PDF document attached to it. So when you hover over to the cell, you can see it will ask you a permission. Do you want to continue or not? Just click on yes, ignore the warning. So you can see the PDF has been successfully opened. How to insert image in Excel. Now let's get back to the practical mode. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and here I'm trying to insert some images onto my spreadsheet. So here we have company logos and company brand names. So since we already have the brand names, so what we need to add here is the brand logos. Okay, so how do I add such kind of an image into an Excel spreadsheet? That you might be thinking that Excel spreadsheets are just for data, not multimedia image or files, right? So no, it's not. It's completely wrong. You can also add your images onto your Excel spreadsheets. It's completely simple. So click anywhere on the Excel spreadsheet, navigate to the Insert button, select the Illustrations option from the add-ins group. Click on that, and in the drop down you can see the Pictures icon or the Pictures button. Click on that, and select from this device, or if you have an online stock image, you can take that, or you can also check out from online pictures. For now, I'll select the device, this device, and here I have some images. The images what we need are Simplilearn and Simplicode logos. Press OK or insert. So here you have them. Now you can also adjust the size of the image using the small buttons here. Press it over here and done. So you might be wondering, is it all done? Is there anything more to do, or just adding an image is done? No. Most of the times when you create or you work with Excel spreadsheet, you will not just add some data and add a relevant image to it. Most of the time you add some graphs, or most of the time you'll add some charts to showcase the data dashboard, right? So it will be something like this. So this is how you add the image or graph onto your dashboard, and sometimes you might not have enough place to display your entire dashboard. During those situations, what you do is you try to hide the row or column. So now let's try to hide this particular row. Let us imagine that you wanted to show only two charts, and there is no space for your third chart. In such scenarios, you might want to hide or remove that third chart. Okay, so let's try to hide it and see if it gets hidden or not. When you try to hide it, you can see the column A has no data, and the row number 4 has been hidden. So we have 3 and 5. But what about the image? It is still present, right? So if you want to make sure that the row also hides the image, then you might have to do a little formatting with it. So select the image, go to picture format. Or you can also right click and directly navigate to picture format. This opens up a set of options, and here you might want to go to the third one, which is picture format third, and select the properties, and here select the option of move and size with cells. So when you select this, when you try to hide this, it will also, the graph or the image will also hide along with the row. So that's how you do it. So slices in Excel are software filters used along with Excel tables or Excel pivot tables over a large amount of data. Not just filtering out data, but slices also help you with an easy understanding of the information being extracted and displayed on the screen. Now, Microsoft Excel slices are compatible with Windows and Macintosh operating systems. Now, let us understand how to implement slices in Excel. So for that, we might want to get back to the practical mode, that is, starting our Microsoft Excel. Now we are on our Excel sheet, and as you can see on my screen, there is some data available on the Excel spreadsheet. And this table is not just any table. This table from Microsoft Excel has been converted into an actual table. As you know, by default, Excel considers all the data which has been inserted into the spreadsheet as a database. And to implement these slices in Excel, we might want to create or convert the format of database into a normal table. For that, you can select all your data and just press Ctrl T, and that will allow you an option called Convert the Data into Table. Now, since this table is already converted as a table, we can directly start implementing or inserting slices into the spreadsheet. Now for that, select all your data. Then go into the insert option, and in the insert ribbon, you can see the filters group, and in the filters group, select the option called slicer. Now you will be provided with multiple options, since we have the columns employee ID, employee name, zone, designation, department, salary, employee's date of birth, and employee's date of joining. So we can choose any of the options available according to our columns and create the slices. Now let me select the first one, that is zone, next designation, department, and let's also select employee name. Now press OK, and there you go, we have our slices. Now let us try to rearrange these slices. All you can do is just select and drag them up. And done. Now let us imagine that we want to see or take a look at the employees who are working in the East zone. Then we have all the information displayed on the screen who are working in the East zone. They are Jack, Tony, Banner, Fred, etc. and their department, designation, etc., all on one single screen. So this really helps you while you're presenting your data in a presentation. Now for a change, let's try to select the department. Now if your client wants to select the data from only analytics department, then you might want to select on the analytics key on the department slicer, and there you go, you have an employee called Lookups who works in the East zone, and his department is analytics and his designation is contract based, and the salary he is getting is 65,000. Now similarly, you can see that we have only selected analytics, and your client also wants data from IT support. Now you can see that analytics is gone. But what if you want both analytics and IT support? Then you have an option called select multiple. Then you can select analytics and IT support, and if you want HR, you can also do that. And in the zone, if you want West along with East, then you can do the same, East and West, and you have all the employee details. And in the designation, let's try to select senior, trainee. Okay, select multiple, senior, trainee, and manager. So that's how you do it. So that's how it's done, and that's how you implement slicers in Excel to simplify the filtering options using slicers during a presentation. So what is Sumifs in Excel? Now, you might want to calculate the total sum of sales, right? So let us assume that this is your entire store's sales data and you wanted to calculate the entire sum of sales. So there is a sum function in Excel where you just have to, select all the cells and apply sum function onto it, and you'll get the sum of all the sales, right? So with something like this, you'll select all the cells and then you'll apply a sums function and you'll get the sum here and average everything, right? So this is fine, but what if you just wanted to find the sales that are happening in only Western region? As you can see, our column F is based on region. So we have 4 regions: South, West, East, and Central. So your manager asks you to find the sales happening in, suppose, say, West region. So how do you calculate it? Would you manually go into each cell and check if it's West and calculate? That will be time consuming, right? So what if you had a method which could do it for you just in a matter of few steps or few clicks, right? So that's exactly Sumifs. So it will basically add a condition, calculate the sum of sales where the region is equals to West. Simple to or similar to SQL query, right? So that is exactly what we're going to do in Excel today, that is using Sumifs. Now let me add here sales of West region. Now in the next cell, let's add a sumif function. Remember, there are multiple sum functions in Excel. So when you type in sum, you can see so many options based on sum, right? You just have sum, followed by that you have sum if. It is just sum if, not sum ifs. Today we are concentrating on sum ifs. So not just sum if, we'll go to sum ifs. So we'll be having an option of placing multiple if conditions there. So let's also try that. More on that later. Now let's press tab to select our sum ifs function. Now, okay, we forgot another important step. So before we apply sum ifs, we need to convert our table into a table format. Yes, it looks table, but right now it's not in tabular format. It is in the format of database. We know that Microsoft Excel considers its data as a database by default. So to convert the database into table, just click anywhere on the data and press Ctrl T so that you'll have a new dialog box, and it will ask if your table has headers. Just make sure that you have ticked in it. Our table does have headers, so select OK. Now our database has been converted into a perfect table and it's ready for applying sumif function. So now you can see our database has been successfully converted into a table. Now let's begin with our sumifs. Now again, remember we are using sum ifs here, not sum if or sum. So select sum ifs and press tab and we have our sumif function. Now the first step, which column are we looking at? What are we finding out, right? Which is a sum range? What sum do you want? For now, we need sum of sales. So select the sales column and we have a simple key function here. Let's hold control, again press shift and hold shift together. So we're holding control and shift key together, and now we're pressing lower arrow key once. Yes, the entire sales column has been selected, comma. Now where do you want to look? So we want to look, which part of the table you want to fetch, right? So this is the region part we want to fetch right now. So again, hold control and shift together, lower arrow key, the entire column is selected. Now the next last part. So we want to look into the both of the columns, that is sales column and region column. Now which type of data you want? So for now we want Western type of data, that is the sales data which is happening only in West, right? So we'll select this cell with the data as West, or you can also manually enter it. For now, let's select the data. So I'm selecting the cell F7, which has data as West, right? Now let's close the parenthesis and press enter. So there you go. You have the sales happening in the Western region. Now you can also try to format it in the form of currency. So let's use dollars, since it is based on American states. So let's use dollars. So there you go. Now we are having the sales data of West. Now let's try to copy the same to all the 4 cells. And for now here, let's type in East. And this can be South, right? And this can be your Central. There you go. Right. Now you can also copy the same formula and make minor edits to it. So here instead of F8, you can select East. So where is East? Here, and press enter. So you have the sales related to East. Now let's try to edit F9 with South. Select South region, enter. So you have South sales, and what remaining is Central. So let's edit Central as well and press enter. So there you go. Right, now you have all the separate sales data from West, East, South and Central. Now again, you might want a bit more granularity in data, right, or in your reports, right? Like you wanted to find the sales data happening in West and you wanted to find out the category based on only furnitures. So your manager will ask you, okay, a fantastic job. So now just give me another minute detail on the data. I want to calculate the sales happening on West based on category furniture, right? So he wants furniture or he wants office supplies only, right? You can also do that. It's not an issue at all. Now let's try to copy this cell and paste it here, and sales in West, let's add another input here on furniture, right? Now you wanted to calculate the sales happening in West region only on furniture. So you can also do that. Now we can use the same formula as well. Just copy paste the formula here, right? And you can add few things here. When you try to add a comma, it will automatically generate the next criteria. So it is expecting that you are looking for adding another criteria, right? Now, which column you want? You want category. So let's select category. You want to select all the cells. Same trick, Control Shift lower key, and again press comma. And you wanted to select only furniture. So select on furniture cell. There you go. Now press enter. So there you go. We successfully have the sales data from West region based on category only furniture. So that's how you do Sumifs in Excel. You can also add a few more details to it. Like in furniture, you can also look only for tables. So here you can see in West region, we have furniture sales data, and we have sales data of West region based on furniture, which includes only tables. You can also do that using Sumifs function in the same way. All you have to do is select this subcategory column and select the cell which has the data as tables. Goal seek in Excel. So for this tutorial, we'll be considering the students database. Now let's get back to the Excel. So now we are on the Excel sheet, and you can see that in this particular Excel sheet, we have some student details. We have the serial numbers, names, roll numbers, class, blood group, and some subjects like math, science, computer, statistics, social, GK, and the final marks obtained, percentage, and total marks, right? So let us imagine that a company has come for an interview. So all these students are going to attend an interview, and the minimum percentage to attend the interview will be like 75%. So you can see that we have 75 here, and all the students have got above 75 except for the one student, which is Mike, right? So for Mike to attend the interview, he needs 75% or above. So he can make some modifications in one of these subjects, right? So there is always an exam after the exam called as improvement exam. So if you can like to score some extra marks in the subjects which you have scored less, so that you can make up to the percentage what you're expecting, you can do that. So here in this particular sheet, Mike has 6 subjects, right? And in 6 subjects, you can see he has scored 76, 91, 45, 71, 94 and 62. So out of these, he have scored less in one subject. Compared to all the subjects, one subject is really low, that is computers. So what if he can give an improvement exam and increase his percentage to 75, right? So that can be done. So we can do some brute force methods, like we can change the marks like 55 and then check this particular one, so it's getting 74, right? So using the brute force method will be a little bit lengthy. So you can do this because it is just a small table which has least number of data, and you just have one single cell to modify. So that can be done in small tables. But what if you had some table with hundreds of rows or thousands of rows? That will be time consuming, right? So for that, we have some inbuilt functionality in Excel that is called goal seek in Excel. So for now, let's eliminate the marks here. So we have eliminated the marks and the upgraded percentage is 65. Now we need the target as 75. Okay, so let's write it as Mike's target, right? We need Mike. So Mike's new target as 75. Okay. Now to make sure that we need a mark here which can get Mike to 75%, we will use the data operation. So here on the toolbar, which has file, home, insert, etc., we have one other option called as data. So when you click on data from toolbar, you'll have this ribbon, and in this ribbon we have various options. So when you come into forecast group, we have an option called what if analysis. When you click on what if analysis, you'll have a set of options, out of which we have goal seek. Now for goal seek, we need to select a table cell, that is this particular table cell, that is M9. So we need the value 75 here, right? So what is the cell that you need to change here? For that you need to select this one and select this particular cell here, right? And now you can select OK. Now you can see that Excel has automatically run all the permutations and combinations and has come up with a number so that the overall percentage of Mike will be 75%, right? So the expected marks that Mike should be getting in his computer's improvement exam should be equal to 56 or greater than 56 to get the final target as 75 so that he can attend the company's interview. How to highlight duplicate values in Excel. Now for that, let's get started with the practical mode. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and this spreadsheet has some values of employees. That is their employee ID, name, designation, department, salary, date of birth, and date of joining. Now, our concern is to highlight some cells which are duplicate in this, or some rows which are duplicate. So for example, here you can see on row number 7, we have the details of Martha, and you can see the same details of Martha in the row number 14 as well, right? So you need to eliminate those cells, or you need to eliminate those rows. Now you can say there is a quick way, just few clicks and those will be eliminated, that is conditional formatting. Yes, that is also one way, but I'll show you what's the problem with that. Okay, so let us select the entire table and get into conditional formatting, and here you have duplicate values, highlight cell rules with duplicate values, and there you go, the problem. So here we have designation which is duplicated in certain ways, department and salary, state of joining, right? So there are certain conditions or scenarios where you cannot directly identify which is the duplicate row. Again, you can use the same for this, right? So you can select the entire column of employee ID, and you can identify the duplicate cells here, since the employee IDs are unique for everyone. So this is a way, but let's dig a little deeper and understand the way of highlighting duplicates with an advanced technique. So let me cancel this, and for that, let's create a new column. And let's name this as duplicate flag. The flag. So the new column has been created, which is D flag. So here we will be using a simple formula, that is countif, and here press tab to select the formula, and here we will be adding our range, that is which range are you considering. So the range will be the employee ID, since employee IDs are unique for every employee, and let's press function F4 to fix it. And now again the criteria, and the criteria will be the same cell, that is A2, and now close the bracket and press enter. Now let's drag the same formula to all the rows, Okay, now here we have. Now what you can do is sort it in an advanced way. Go to sort and filter and custom sort, and here you'll be sorting by the D flag, and it will be smallest to largest. So now you can apply the conditional formatting to highlight it. You can select the column H or the D flag, go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and here you can get into greater than and give the value as 1. Okay, so all the cells which are repeated multiple times will be selected here, and they will be highlighted with a selected color what you have given. So I've given red. So now you can select these cells and highlight them or delete them from your spreadsheet, and now all your data in the spreadsheet is unique and clean. So that's how you highlight duplicate cells in Excel. For this particular task, we will be considering the student database. Now let's get into practical mode and start our Excel. So on my screen, you can see some data related to students. Now let us try to duplicate some of the rows here. So we have selected the rows 8, 9, 10 and 11. Now we shall copy them and paste them. So now these are the duplicate elements, right? Now there might be possibilities about the duplication of class because all the 10 students are in same class, so there might be a duplication, but we are not looking for such kind of duplications, right? We are looking for the duplication of the entire row. For example, we have the details of Mike over here in the 8th row, which has the roll number or serial number as 7, name as Mike, roll number, class, blood group, and subject scores, percentage, round of percentage, and total marks. So the entire 8th row is being copied here, and it is in the row number 12. We have the exact same details. So what if you have the exact same rows duplicated? So that's what we're going to deal with. We're going to eliminate the duplicate rows all completely together. Now to carry over this task, we have to select the data from toolbar. So you have various options, file, home, insert, etc. So you need to select the data, and inside the data toolbar we have the ribbon, and inside ribbon you have got the duplicate values or remove duplicates option in the ribbon. So select all the data, select remove duplicates, and now you can see that we have all our column names over here, and make sure that you have selected my data as headers and then select OK. And now you can see that Excel has automatically removed 4 duplicate values. So 4 duplicate values are found and removed. 10 unique values remain. Now another type of remove duplicates can also be done. So you can see that here we have another data set which has phone numbers or phone names, that is phone makers, that is Samsung, Huawei, Vivo, Oppo, etc. So there are some duplicate values in this. I've copy pasted them. So now you can also do that. So just select all the data and now go into home and select conditional formatting, and here select highlight cell rules, and inside that you have duplicate values. Selecting this option will help you identify the duplicate values in your dataset but not to remove them. So you can select that and you can see the duplicate values are highlighted over here in the red color. Now again you can get back to data and select the option of remove duplicates and select OK, and the duplicate values will be automatically eliminated. So that's how you delete or eliminate duplicate values in a dataset. And you can also see that we have another duplicate in this particular row, and if you wanted to select a particular row and eliminate the duplicates, you can also do that. Now for that you need to go to the same process, remove duplicates, and here Microsoft Excel is asking you if you had to expand the selection to the entire dataset or you want to continue with the selected dataset itself or selected column itself. So for that you need to select the continue with the current selection and remove duplicates, and press OK, and you can see one duplicate value was found and it has been removed, and 6 unique values remain. So that's how you use. That is how to eliminate rows in Excel. Now let's get started with the practical mode. Now we are on our spreadsheet, and you can see I have some sample data on my spreadsheet, and it does have some blank rows. Now how do I eliminate these blank rows? So one step is you can select the entire row and try to right click and delete it. Again, this sort of method might take hours to get rid of all the blank rows, and most of the time you might end up even selecting the rows with data in it, right? So if I want to select multiple rows, then I'll be selecting some rows with data as well, which might be a little troublesome in the future. Now let's try to use the easier way. Now for that, go to the find and select option, select the go to special option, and in that select the blanks option and press OK. Now hold Control key and press minus key, and you will have an option of deleting the cells. Now select the entire row. Now we are selecting the entire rows with blank data and press OK, and the cells will be shifted. Now this was simple, but let me show you another example. So even here we have some blank rows, but in between those blank rows, for example, take cell 17 or cell D17 or row 17, we have some data, testing. And here in the employee ID, we have some data in A26. And again in B39, we have some data, that is first name. Right? In such scenarios, how do I eliminate data? So we have a simple logic for it. So all we need to do is add another row, which is to count the number of cells in the row. Now that can be count. Now here equals to, the function is count A. Press tab, and the cells will be from A2 to G2. Press enter. Now you have 7. So now we are basically calculating the number of cells. So if you apply the same to the entire data set, let's drag it, and there you go. So there are certain places where you find 0, which are basically the empty columns, right? Now let's do some formatting if you need. Let's try to add filters. Control A, Control T, and now table will have filters and headers. Now here you can see the drop down icon, click on that. Now instead of select all, what you can do is select 0. Now you will be highlighted with all the rows which do not have any data. Select all those and press on delete, or what you can do is the same way, Control minus, and there you go. Now clear the filter. Now all you have is the data without any kind of blank rows. So all the rows that had some amount of data are retrained, and all the data or all the cells or all the rows which do not have any data, which are completely blank, they have been eliminated. That is how to convert numbers to words. Now here on my sheet, you can see we have some numbers, that is $10 or $10.20, $22, $53.12, $12, and $110. Now the task is to convert these numbers into word format, that is representing the numbers alphabetically. Right? This might be a little curious, and we also might end up searching for a predefined method which is not readily available in Excel, but there is a way where you can create a function using Excel VBA or macros. Now again, creating a macro is completely complex. Now identifying the trouble, Microsoft has already come up with a readily available macro code on their official website, which will support the various versions of Microsoft Excel, starting from Microsoft Excel 365 to all the way up to the older Excel version, that is 2010. Now you can scroll down and use this particular macro function which Microsoft has readily made us available, and use this to create our own macro in Excel VBA. Now let's get back to Excel, and you can create a macro using the developer option. Now developer options will not be readily available in Microsoft Excel. To activate developer option, go to Home and go to the options menu in the last, and here go to customize ribbon, and here in the second drop down menu you can see developer option. By default it will not be checked. Click on the check option to activate developer options and press OK. Now you have your developer options ready. Click on developer options, click on Visual Basic, and here to insert a new macro, click on the insert button, click on module, and a new macro window is readily available for you. Now Control V to paste your code, and your function is with the name number to text. Right, now close the macro, and here your function will be readily available. Equals to, and the function name was number to text. Press tab to select the function and select the cell where you have the data. Close the function, press enter. Now drag the same formula across all the cells, and here you have the text converted from numbers. So here we have $10.20 and you have $10.20, $22 and no cents, $53.12, $12 and no cents, and $110 with no cents. Now that's how you can convert numbers to words using the macro which is predefined for Excel in the Microsoft website. That is how to convert cells from lowercase to uppercase in Excel. Now let's get back to the practical mode, and now we are on our Excel spreadsheet. So here we have some text boxes on the column A, and on column B we have lower and upper. Okay, so we have a mix of uppercase and lowercase in our text. So first we'll try to convert them to lowercase, and then we'll try to convert the entire text into uppercase. So for that you need to press on equal symbol and select the lower formula tab, and you selected the function, and now click on the cell A3, that's your cell address, and press on OK. Now all the letters are converted to lowercase. So we had J in the uppercase which is converted to lowercase. Now all you can do is drag the formula to all the cells and it will be applied to all the cells. Right, now let's similarly try to convert into uppercase and tap space, and there you go, you have selected the formula. Now the cell address, press enter, and drag the same drag the same formula to all the cell addresses, and there you go, all the cells are converted to uppercase. Now we are on the Excel spreadsheet. So you can see that I have 5 different sheets of the same data. So why do we have that? So I'll be explaining you how to sort data for multiple parameters. So firstly, we will try to sort data in the form of numbers, right? So let us imagine that this data is being shared with you by your manager, and he wants you to sort this data based on the salary numbers. So he wants you to arrange the data in the form of ascending order or descending order maybe, which will help him find the employee with the highest salary, right? So how could you do that? So it's really simple. You could sort the entire data just within a few clicks. So how would you do that? So since you're focusing on salary, select any cell from the salary column only, right? Select this particular column and select any cell in the salary column. Get into the sort and filter options, and here select this sort of arrangement you need, that is largest to smallest or the smallest to largest. Since the problem statement was to find the highest salary, click on largest to smallest, and there you go. So you have Tony, and the designation is senior, and he works in IT support, and he draws the highest salary of 80,000, right? And there's also another one which is Peppa, and she works for the analytics team. And now the next sheet. Let's get into the sheet 2, and this time let us imagine that you wanted to arrange or sort the data based on the employee date of joining or date of birth, right? Again, if you wanted to arrange the data in which you find the youngest employee or the oldest employee of the organization, you can do that. Click on any cell in the date of birth column and go back to the sort and filter, and here you will be seeing the options sort oldest to the newest or the sort the data from newest to the oldest. So since we want the oldest employee, select oldest to newest. And there you go. So the oldest employee is Alfred, who is an associate designation employee, and he works in the admin department, and he's drawing the salary of 25,000. So that's how you can sort the data when you are trying to sort the data based on date wise. So first we try to sort the data on the number wise. So you can apply the same for your employee ID, salary, and if there is any possibility, you can do that as well. And if you want to apply the same sorting based on dates, you can do that as well using the sorting function in the same way. Now let's get back onto the third sheet. And here, now, single column wise is perfectly fine. There is no issues with that. Now you wanted to, let us imagine that you have two columns. Okay, let's eliminate a few columns here. Maybe we can eliminate the employee ID and okay, let's keep a few columns. So we'll just keep employee name and employee salary. Okay, so here we are trying to demonstrate if you are trying to sort the data using one cell in the column B, will it maintain its relationship with the cell A? Okay, that's our query, right? So let's see, I'll go a little detail. So let us imagine that you wanted to sort this data based on highest salary. Okay, so when you do that, will it also impact the cells in the column A? So it will basically impact, but just it's a query, right? Any of you viewers might have that query. Will I, if in case if I try to sort the data based on this, will it affect the cells on the rest of the data set? Okay, so in basically it will impact. So I'll try to sort the data based on ascending order. So this is the smallest to largest, and you can see the Tony and Pepper. So since I selected the cell in the column B, it also impacted the change on the cells of column A. So that's how the sorting works. Now we'll get to a little advanced sorting techniques. So here we try to, already we try to sort the data based on numbers, based on alphabets, based on, date of birth, right? So I think we forgot the ascending or or sorting based on alphabets. Let's do that as well. Select any cell in the column A and go to sort and filter. Try selecting A to Z, or okay, let's try to Z to A. Okay, so here you can see the names have been sorted based on the descending order from Z to A, right? So far we tried on alphabets, so far we tried on numbers, date of birth, and a couple of more things. So let's dig a little deeper and try to sort based on colors, right? So for that, you don't, find that extra setting here in the regular sort and filter. So you might want to get into the data option, and here you'll find another sort function, which is a little advanced. So that's how you do it. So since we have colored in the cell or column of salary, select that salary, and we're going with cell value. So in the cell values section, select the cell color, and here on the cell color options, you'll have green, blue, and yellow. That's what we have used in our cells. So let's keep green in the first position, which is on top, and press OK. Now you'll see green has been sorted to the first position. Now yellow and blue are left out. So why is that? So because you didn't provide it, right? So you can do that as well. You can always add the setting to it. Right, select any cell, go to sort and add a level, and then again select the salary and cell values to cell colors, and now the cell color in the second position would be blue, and that will be on bottom, and I can add another level, the same salary, the cell values will be cell color, and cell yellow will be somewhere in between or bottom. Okay, so based on hierarchy, it will be selecting, press OK, and there you go. So you have cell yellow and blue at the bottom and green at the top position as per your suggestions. Now we are on the last sheet. So here in this last sheet, we are going to, dig a little deeper into the advanced sorting methods. So previously we tried to apply the advanced sorting methods for colors. Now we'll try to apply the advanced sorting methods based on the data set we have here. I mean, the data we have in our data set, right? So select the sort option and let's add a few details, right? So firstly, let's sort the column employee ID. Okay, so let's have the smallest to largest, or yeah, now that would be good. Now let's add another level where we will sort. Okay, I think we will sort based on employee name. That would be a little better. So let's try to sort it on employee name here, and here will be employee salary. Okay, now the cell values, and this would be from A to Z, and the salaries will be from smallest to largest. So basically what we are trying to do is we are trying to sort the employee list based on employee names from A to Z. So the employee's name starting from A to Z will be ordered first, and another subset of the sorting will be done based on highest salaries, that is smallest to highest. So let us imagine that we have 3 employees with names starting from A and their salaries are 10,000, 20,000 and 30,000. So how would it sort? So it will sort basically in the alphabetical order first. So first 3 names will be sorted, and then it will also have another condition to sort the data with, keeping the lowest salary on top and highest salary in the last, right? So this is how the algorithm works for sorting. Now let's press OK and see the output. So there you go. The names are Alfred, and we have the highest salary here, smallest to highest. So this is 25,000. Next we have Banner, Barnes and Ben. So here you might be seeing why we have Ben in the 3rd position despite he has the lowest salary and name starts with B, right? So here it is trying to work based on the alphabets in the order, right? So B, A and B, E. It's not just comparing the first letter, it's also comparing the following letters as well, right? So N comes first, R comes later. So Barnes is pushed to the 2nd position. A comes first and E comes later. So B, A letters are pushed to the 1st position and Ben is pushed to the 3rd position. So that's how it works, right? So accordingly, the set for BA is created here, 35, 40. Next Ben, 12, and next you have Bobby, Brian, Brock, Chris, Clark, right? So that's how the data has been organized and sorted based on multiple levels of parameters you provide for sorting. So first we will understand what exactly is standard deviation. So standard deviation is a calculated square of variance. Now what is variance? Okay, nothing to worry. Let us also understand what is variance. Now the next part, variance. So what is variance? Variance is a measure of variability. It is calculated by taking the average of squared deviations from the mean. Now what are deviations? So slowly you can understand that we are getting into the topic of statistics and graphs. So before getting deep into it, let's understand what is deviation. So the deviation is a measure that is used to find the difference between the observed value and the expected value of a variable. In simple terms, deviation is the distance from the center point. So for example, when you are going through a graph, so you will be expecting some value, right? And if you get some difference that is above or below the expected point, that is called the deviation. What is the difference between the expected point and the obtained point? So that is the deviation. Now, next is the observed value. So the observed value is the value that you get in real time, unlike the predicted value. So now you might be thinking, to calculate standard deviation, we might need a few more parameters, and you're exactly right. So to calculate standard deviation in Excel, you need variance, and then you need deviation, and then you need mean, right? So all these parameters are supposed to be calculated first, and then you will be having the final formula to calculate standard deviation. Now that we understood the theoretical and formula-based explanation about standard deviation, it's time we calculate the standard deviation using one of the most popular business intelligence tool, that is Microsoft Excel. So let's get back to the practical mode. So now we are on the practical mode and we have some sample data on my screen right now. Let me expand it a little bit. Yeah, there you go. So as discussed before, to calculate standard deviation, we might require the mean, variance, deviation, and deviation squared, and then we can calculate the standard deviation. So let's go step by step. So the first one is calculating sum, right? So to calculate average, we might need sum of all the scores. So we have the index values, that is 1 to 10, and scores of each index value, that is 1 to 10, right? Now let's calculate the sum of all values here. Press tab to select the function, select and drag these cells, press enter, and then you have the scores. Now you want number of indexes. So clearly you can see we have 10, but still let's count them. COUNT, tab space to select and select the number of cells, press enter, and you have count. Now what's the mean? So mean is simply the average of all the numbers, right? So you can either divide the sum by count, or you can simply use the average function. So let's try to use the average function so that we also have an idea of how the average function works. Press tab to select it and select all the cells, press enter. Now you have the average or mean value. Now we have the mean value, and now after finding the mean value, we are supposed to find out the deviation. So remember the deviation, that is the difference between the obtained value and the predicted value, right? So the obtained value is this one, which is here in C2, and the predicted value is this one, that is 82.6. That's our mean, right? According to formula, we are supposed to eliminate the value of obtained minus the mean, right? So select the cell equals to C2 minus the obtained value, that is mean. Now press F4 to freeze the value, and now press enter so that you can freeze the value and drag the formula across all the cells. Now you have the deviation, right? Now the next step is to find the sum of all the deviation numbers. So either you can apply the sum formula to all these numbers, or you can just drag the cell over here and the formula will be automatically copied. Now similarly, the count function to count all the values, that is drag it and you'll have it over here, right? Now the next step is to find out the square deviations, or the square of the deviations, which is really simple. All you have to do is equals to select the cell and see that small hat kind of logo on the number 6, use that. Now into 2, press enter, you have the square. Similarly, drag the same formula across all the cells and you'll have your square numbers. Similarly, drag this summation function over here, so you'll have the sum of this and the count number as well. Now comes the final formula. Now we have the mean value, that is over here. Let's color it. And we have the variation square. Now that is, which is this one. Let's color it in a different shade. And we have deviation as well. Let's color it in a different shade. Now we need to find the variance, and after we find the variance, the last step is to count the standard deviation, or to calculate the standard deviation. So what is the formula to calculate the variance? So for variance, you need the sum of deviation square divided by total number of values minus 1. Press enter, and that's your variance. Now the standard deviation. So the standard deviation is really simple. You need to calculate the variance to the power of 0.5, and that's your standard deviation. So that's how you calculate standard deviation in Excel.
How to create a drop-down list in Excel. Now for that, we might want to switch to the practical mode. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and here you can see I'm trying to create a calendar for the employees in the company, where you might have to write down the day and month and year or week of your birth date, or maybe your joining date, or maybe also your last working day, right? This might be useful for all the employees to avoid them from writing it down manually. So how do I create it? So it takes a few simple steps. All it takes is some data validation methods, and also there is an exclusive video specifically made on data validation in Excel, link to which is in the description box below, or you can search it on our official YouTube channel. Now you can see that the word calendar is on the first cell, that is A1, but we have 4 cells below it, that is A3, B3, C3 and D3. So you might want to add this to all the cells, right? Like maybe in the middle. So for that you can do the option of merge and center. Also there is a tutorial on merge and center about all the options available in this particular thing, so you can go through that also. And yeah, we have done the first step. Now all we need is day, month, year and week. So in a calendar or in a month, you'll have days from 28, 29, 30 or 31 days, right? So let's create a list or the drop down menu for that, so that whenever you click it, right? So whenever you click on that particular cell, you will have the list of all the days available, right? So let's get started with that. Let's create a new sheet. So why are we creating a new sheet? You won't want that all the numbers in your calendar sheet right over here, right? So for that, so we are creating a new sheet and all the data will be available here. So here, let's write down the days first, and here the second number. Also, you can use the option of flash fill so that you can, reduce the effort here. So you can see the flash fill option over here. All you need to do is select the cells and drag them down until you get your required dates, right? So let's keep it to 31 days. There you go, you have the days. So these will be your days. And here, now the next option was month, right? Yeah, month and year. Now using the same flash fill option, you will add the months into your sheet. So this will be Sunday. So Excel has this smart flash fill option where you can just drag the data and everything will be filled according to your requirements. So Sunday to Saturday. Now the next one, right? That is your month. So same as the before process, we'll create January. You can use the flash fill option and all the way up to December. Now the last one was the year. So 1990 and 1991. So you can select the cells and flash fill up to 2022 maybe. Yeah, 2022 should be good enough. Now this is the flash fill option you have here, and also we have an exclusive tutorial on flash fill altogether. You can go through it for a detailed explanation as well. Now coming back to the original sheet, so this is where you create your drop down list, right? So select the cell where you want to add the drop down list, navigate to data, and then here is your data validation menu. So we have a variety of data validation options over here. There is an exclusive tutorial on that. You can go through it. For now, we'll look into the list option only because we want to create a drop-down list, right? So here it will ask for source. Click on the source here, the source bar, right? Now navigate to sheet number 2 where we have the days options. Select the range. So this will be your range and select OK. Also, you can add some message here, right? What you can do is, in case if there is an error or something, right? You don't want that to be happening. So all you need to do is write down, select from drop down. Select from drop down only. So this could be a message, select from drop down only. The title is select options or just options. In case if there is an error, you can write down your title as invalid data and you can write down a message as please select from drop down only. So in case if someone tries to write as 32 or 33 to check the integrity of your data validation, then they will encounter an error and an error message, and then they must be understanding what exactly they try to do and if it's correct or wrong, right? So this is to make sure that whatever the data you enter is correct and valid. So okay, and here you can see select from the drop down list only, options with option list as title, and let's try to enter 32, right? And when you press enter, you will see an error. So the error message is invalid data. Please try to select from drop down only. So you can go for a retry and select the drop down, right? So let's eliminate them and now select something from the drop down. So let's take it as maybe 10, right? So this is how you cleared the day one. Now let's try to do with the month. Same data validation option. Settings will be list and source will be this one. I think I made a mistake here. So let's cancel this and go back to sheet 2 and rename this as our week. Yeah, now coming back to the month again. It will be a list and the source will be in sheet 2. Navigate to the sheet 2 and select your range and the input message the same. Options, select from drop down only. And error alert, title will be invalid data. This one will be please select from drop down only. Okay, and that's done. Now let's continue with year as well. Let's quickly do the same. It will be a list. Source will be in sheet 2. So this is your list. Press OK. And lastly, the week. Same process. It will be a list. Source will be in your sheet 2. The input message options. Title invalid data. It's drop down only. Right? So your drop down list is ready now. So the month will be anything. So currently we have May, and the year can be anything, anywhere. So let's take it as 1997, and a week can be, the adjacent week. And so what was 10th of May 1997? Let's check our calendars. was a Saturday. So it was a Saturday, and that's how you create a drop-down list in Excel. And if you want, you can also add borders to your calendar, right? So that's how it's done. How to add date in Excel spreadsheet. Now there are multiple ways to add date to Excel spreadsheet. For example, equals to today. This is a shortcut method, and you can enter done. You will have today's date. But again, there is some problem with this kind of approach. So today's date is 4th of September 2022. Now, if you open the same spreadsheet after today, that is tomorrow or day after tomorrow, then you will have a concurrent date, that is 5th of September or 6th of September, right? The date will always vary or get updated according to time. Now, you don't want to change that, or you don't want that to be happening with employee's date of joining, right? It should be stagnant. It should not vary, right? So there is another shortcut way apart from using the datetime functions. There is a keyboard shortcut where you can add date to Excel. That is control semicolon. So this is the shortcut way to add date to your Excel spreadsheet, and this particular date will not change. This will remain the same constant date throughout the time. Now there is a chance where you might also have to add time to your spreadsheet, that is date of joining and time of joining, right? So there is another simple shortcut where you can add time by just pressing 3 keys, that is holding control, holding shift and pressing semicolon. Then you'll have the time. So this is how you can add date to your Excel spreadsheet and add time to your Excel spreadsheet, and this date and time will remain constant. It will not vary like the today function that we have used here. So you can see on my screen we are on the Excel spreadsheet, and on my spreadsheet you can see dates in column A and different formats in column C, D, E and F respectively. Now by default, the data type or the data present in the A column will be considered as general. And there are a few situations where even if you try to format the date in your format, like the customized format, you may not be able to do it because it's still under the general data type. So for that, for being on the safer side, what we will do is select the data and navigate to the data toolbar. And in that you have the text to columns option. Press that and remember to have the delimited icon. You might be having the dash as your icon or slash as your icon for the delimited thing, and select that and next, and here you can see, right, it's in general mode. So you can press on date and DMI will be your date format, that is date, month and year. Now click on finish. So it's been formatted now. Now let's copy the same data and paste it in all the 4 formats, so that we'll see the different formats that we can change to or customize to, right? So there you go. Let's expand the columns a little bit. Now we have day, month and year. So now you might want to change a couple of things, right? For example, you wanted to change, okay, let's see the menu. So the way is to select the cells and right click and select the format cells option. And in here you can see the date function, and in here you can see different types of modifications that you can do to your data, right? So you might want to also change your dates based on the location. So right now we are in India, and imagine if you wanted to change something based on US, or if you are having your client in US and he wants the dates in US format, you can also change that. So here you can see English United States and press on that, press OK, and you can see it's been changed to US format where you have years in the first place, months in the second place and dates in the last place, right? And now let us imagine that your client does not want the dates. All he needs is just months, right? You can also do that. Get back to the format cells option, go to custom, and here instead of month, date and year, all you can do is just write down month and year and select OK. So you'll have only month and year, not the dates. Now your client is being a little more, he wants a little more detail, and he wants you to add a lot of granularity to your data, which includes day, time, etc., everything, right? So you can also do that. So the same way, go to format cells, custom, and here I think it's in date itself. So
let's navigate a little. Yeah, here. So you have the day, date, month, and year. Press OK. So there you go. Right? So that's how you can do it. And now let's try a little bit more. If we have a few more options pending. So go to Format Cells and Custom. And you also have timings. So here you have date, month, year, and the timings. Press OK, and there you have all the timings as well. So since these dates are, I created them just a few moments ago to keep it simple, so I did not have to add the timings here. So if you are keen about adding the timings, you can also do that. For example, if you wanted to add the timings of the employees logged in and logged out, you can also do that using the same format. That is how to calculate age in Excel. So for that, let's get back to the practical mode, and you can see now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and you can see we have a column of dates, and on the column B we have age. Now how do you calculate the age using the date of birth? So this is completely simple. All you have to use is the dated if function, or if you also call it as date diff function, based on your choice. We also have a specific entire tutorial based on date diff in Excel. For further information, that video will be linked in the description box below. You can go through it, or you can use the end screens and iCards linked to this video to get back to the tutorial based on date diff in Excel. Now let's calculate the age of these dates, or these people with these date of births. So all you have to do is type equals to and type dated if and open a bracket. We need 3 parameters here. That is the date of birth. That is the first parameter. Now the second one is the today function, because you're calculating the age of these people as per today, right? So we have a today function in Excel. Press on tab to select it and give a close bracket. Now comma, and if you wanted to calculate the age in terms of days, you have to give D as the input. Yep, here it should be D as the input, and don't forget to use the double quotes here. And if you use the single quotes, there might be an error, so use double quotes. If you want it in the days part, you can give days, and if you want it in months, you can give months. For now we want in years, so we will be giving Y as the third parameter, and press enter. There you go, you have the age here in 26 years. You can drag the same function and you have the ages here as you wanted, right? So this is how you calculate age in Excel. Now we have started our Microsoft Excel, and here we have our empty worksheet. So dated if function is majorly used to find the differences between two individual dates. So it is also called as dated if by a few people, and a few people also reference it to date diff, that is date difference. So anything is good. Now to find the difference between any two dates, let's select a few dates. So the first date would be, let us imagine that you're an employee and you wanted to find out how many years that you've been working with an organization. So for that you might want to need today and the date where you joined the company, right? So it might be date of joining and today. So what's the difference, right? So let us imagine that you joined the organization somewhere around 2010, 0105, 2010, and today. So for today, you can give any particular date. Let us imagine that today is 1st of January 2021 or 2022. Now we have both the dates, that is the joining date and the current date, which can be the current date. So the day can be anything, so you might be watching this on a different date as well. So the date of that day for today would be a little different. So we'll imagine the today's date as an imaginary date. Now we might want to find the difference, that is in terms of years. So you wanted to find the difference in terms of years. So here you can find the difference in terms of years, days, and months as well. So currently, let's try to find out the difference in terms of years. So for years, you might want to specify the third parameter in the date diff function as Y. If you wanted months, you have to give the M as the third parameter, and if you wanted to find the days, you might want to give D as the third parameter. So we have discussed the third parameter. So what are the first two parameters, right? So the first two parameters are the first date and the last date. So the first date in this situation is your date of joining, and the last date or the final date, which you want here as your today. So let's find the difference. So for that equals to, so it can be dated if or date diff. So date if and the first date, which is the A2, and comma the last date, that is B2, and your parameter, third parameter in terms of years, that is Y, close the bracket and press enter. So there you go, you have your date here. So it's been like 11 years that you're working with your organization. So that's how you find out the differences. So we have 11 years because we did not finish the 12th year completely. So if we had given the month as maybe 6, where we have finished our total years, then it will automatically change to 12 years. So that's how you work with dated F. How to calculate time difference between two different timings using Excel. Now let's get on to the practical mode. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet. As you can see on my Excel spreadsheet, let me expand it. We have two different timings, that is in and out. So here we are considering a scenario where we are calculating the total number of hours worked by an employee in an organization. So the in time will be the time where the employee logged in, and the out time will be the time when the employee logged out. So here we have made some minor cell formatting. So when you right click on any of the cell, you can get back to the formatting cells option, and in that option we have selected the AM PM. So there is also another option of choosing the 24-hour timing, that is 1320 1330. So this represents the 24-hour format, but since we are working on office timings, let's keep it as AM PM. Okay, so there you go. So we have our timings of in and out. Now to calculate the time difference between the in time and out time. So this particular calculation is completely simple. All you have to do is press equals to, select out time minus select in time. So there you go, press enter, and you have the total number of hours the employee has been working in your organization. So here also we have made some minor cell formatting. So usually it comes out as AM PM, right? But instead of that, we have made a minor cell formatting. We have navigated into time and we have selected the 24-hour formatting so that we have just hours in our output. So that's how we have calculated the time difference between two in times and out times of an employee using Excel. That is calculating percentage in Excel. Now let's get into practical mode. So on my screen, you can see a simple spreadsheet with student names and their marks on my sheet. So we will be calculating what are the total marks obtained by the students in overall subjects and calculate what is the percentage. Now we will carry forward a few simple inbuilt functions in Excel to calculate that. First, we will be calculating the sum of marks. So here equals to sum function, and select the range of cells, close the bracket, press enter. So you have the sum now. So we have to calculate it, repeat. So by clicking on the same formula, now we have the total of all the subjects for individual students. And now let's calculate percentage. So usually we use the divide by option, that is divide the total number of marks obtained by the total number of marks available, that is we will be dividing 407 by 500 and then we will be multiplying that into 100. So that's how we calculate the percentage. So cell G2 divided by cell H2, press enter, and you will end up with the decimal format. That's perfectly alright. Now we have also extended the same formula for all our cells. Now select this overall column or select the highlighted cells, right, and get into the data type. Here you have general, so that's why we have got that decimal format. But when you press percentage, you'll have the actual percentage of all the students according to their marks achieved. So that's how you calculate percentage in Excel. That is how to calculate average in Excel. Now let's get started with the practical mode. Now you can see that I have sales data on my worksheet. So let us imagine that your manager asked you to find the average of sales happening in your company, right? So let's navigate to the bottommost cell and write it down as average here. Okay, average sales. So here, this is a cell where you want to keep your average, right? So here we'll be writing a small formula that is average and tab to select it. Now you must select the array of data, right? So this is my array since average is an array function, and now press enter. So there you go, you have the average sales data that happened in your company. Round off formula in Excel. Now for this particular tutorial, we will be using the student dataset. Now let's get back to the practical mode and start our Microsoft Excel. Now we are in the Microsoft Excel, and as you can see on my sheet, okay, let me expand this. So as you can see on my screen, we have the dataset belonging to students. So we have 10 students and every one of them has name, roll number, class, blood group and marks, etc. And at the end we have the percentage. And as you can see, we have the percentage in terms of float values, and we have a lot of decimal values like 8 and above. So what if you wanted to just have 1 or 2 digits after the actual percentage, like 80.6 or 80.66, right? It would be a little bit more or good to read, right? So that's what a round off actually means. So now let's work on having rounded off values for the percentage. Now let's create a new column. Let's name it as round off percentage. Great. So to actually perform the round off formula, we do have a predefined method for that. For that, you just have to type in equals to round, and there you go. We have round up and a round down. So both of them perform the same operation. Let's select a round up, and this is the M column and the row number is 3. So we'll have to press M3 and the number of values after the decimal point. For now, let's select 1. And there you go. Press enter and the value should be rounded off. Now 80.66 is being rounded off to 80.7. Now when you drag the cell to all the rows, then you can see all the values will be rounded off. Here you can see 75.16 has been rounded off to 75.2 and 82.33 has been rounded off to 82.4. So we end up with having rounded off values. Now we are on the spreadsheet. So here, what exactly are page breaks? So page breaks are something which help you during you're trying to print your data or present your data in the form of a web page, right? In those times, you cannot fit your entire Excel data in one spreadsheet or one paper or one web page, right? So in those scenarios, Excel will try to eliminate a few parts of your spreadsheet, or it will try to split the spreadsheet. So how exactly it looks like? So go to the view option and click on the view and click on page break preview. Here you can see the dotted lines, right? So these are the things which separate your data in form of pages so that it can be printable on one single page. So some of the times the user or the ex-user manually inserts a page break, right? So how do you insert it? Just go to the page layout and here you can see the page breaks. Insert a page break, and you have successfully inserted a page break. Again, go to the view, go to page break view, and here you can see the solid line. So these solid ones are the ones which are inserted by the users or anyone who had the access to the data. Now how do we eliminate them, right? So we can eliminate them and we can try to get the sheet back to the normal way. So all you have to do is click on the cell which has the page break, which is right under the page break. Go to the insert, page break, page layout menu, go to the breaks option, click on remove page break, and there you go, you have successfully eliminated the page break. And page break preview to make sure that the page break has been successfully removed, so you cannot see that anymore. So that's how you try to insert or eliminate a page break in Excel. DAX in Excel is a sophisticated formulas type language that comes in handy while working with relational data and extracting information via dynamic aggregation functions. DAX in Excel stands for Data Analysis Expressions. DAX functions are completely familiar to the general and default functions that are available in Excel. Now, DAX allows users to perform slightly escalated and advanced and custom calculations upon various data types like character data, date time, time intelligence functions, and many more. And in DAX, there are a variety of functions such as DAX table valued functions, DAX filter functions, DAX aggregation functions, time intelligence functions, date and time, information time, logical, parent, and many more. Now in today's session, we will look into one such type of DAX function in Excel, that is DAX date and time function in Excel. Now without further ado, let's get into practical mode. And we have started our Microsoft Excel. Inside Excel, we have opened a new blank worksheet. Now navigate to data option in the toolbar, and in that, go to the Power Pivot window. Now we have entered the Power Pivot window, and inside that you can see the option of Get External Data. Click on that and you can see a variety of options. That is, you can get the external data from a database, you can get from web servers, that is from data service, and you have also other forms of data sources and existing connections. For now, we will take other forms of data, that is a Microsoft Excel data which is in our local system. Select next. Now provide the location of your folder, just browse, and we will select DAX employee data, open, and there you go, we have our data connected to our Power Pivot window. Click on next, and there you go, you have the selected table and views. Click finish and you can see the data getting imported into your Power Pivot window. There you go. By default, if you want to add any DAX related functions into your Power Pivot window, you'll have an external added column over here, which looks something like this. If there is not an external column, you can also add the column. It's not a big trouble. Now we have some data here. That is the employee ID, employee name, designation of the employee, department of the employee, salary, and joining date, etc. Right, let's expand this view and see what's more in it. So this column is the date of birth and this column is the employee joining date, right? Now we have so much of data. Now let us imagine that we want to calculate the retirement age of all the employees. So now let's rename the column to retirement date. So we have our new column, that is retirement date. Now we will make use of DAX date time functions to calculate the age and find out the exact retirement date of that particular employee. So let us imagine that every employee will retire after the age of 65. So we have our date of birth of every employee and the joining date of every employee. Now we'll come up with a DAX date and time function and calculate the age, and then we will find the retirement date of that employee. Now every DAX function starts with the same method or the same way as the simple Excel default method starts, that is by starting with an equals to, and then we will find edate, and now our first parameter, that is the start date, that is the employee, the date where the employee joined the organization. So our sheet name is sheet 1. Now our joining date is in the F7 column. Select F7, press tab to select it, and comma. Now how many months? So each and every year will have 12 months. So 12 months into the age, that is 65, star 65. And now you can close the function and press enter, and then you'll find the retirement date of that particular employee. So there you go. So we have the employee dates, that is employee retirement dates for all the employees. So the first one, that is Jack, has the retirement date of 19 February 2085. And similarly, Jennifer has her retirement date at 15th of August 2084. So that's how we use the DAX functions in Excel. So this is one of the several DAX functions in Excel, that is DAX date and time functions in Excel. How to create a pivot table in Excel. Now let's get started with the practical mode. We are on our Excel spreadsheet. Now creating a pivot table is just away from a few clicks. Trust me, it is just a couple of clicks and you'll have your pivot table ready to operate. Now click any cell or select any cell on your spreadsheet which has the data and navigate to insert menu on the toolbar and select pivot table, and that's how simple it is. Now automatically Excel will choose your data. You can see the lines over here, dotted lines. That means the Excel has already selected the range of data that you want to put into your pivot table, and you can either select the existing worksheet or a new worksheet. I'll select a new worksheet over here and just press on OK, and there you go, you have your pivot table ready. Now here you can see your pivot table is a little empty. All you need to do is drag and drop the data elements that you want on your pivot table. So here you can see on our spreadsheet we have some business data related to a store, which has furniture and states and subcategories of the furniture and all the, in category you have furniture, office supplies, technology, etc., right? So those have some subcategories as well and different states and the regions as well, and the quantity, total sales happen, right? So using this business data, we can find out some key insights of this particular data using our pivot table, right? So here we'll add the data. Now let me drag the region into rows. Click and drag, and let me drag categories into columns, which are the different categories which are involved in the sales data, and values, what are the sales happened, right? And there you go. You have furnitures, office supplies, technology as the three different categories, and those are the sales happened in central, east, south, and west regions, and this is the grand total. And instead of regions, you have all the regions over here, right? So central, east, south, west, or instead of all the regions, or instead of all the categories, you can place a specific category in your pivot table. For example, let me push the category into the filters, and here you can see the total sales happened in those particular regions. Now what if someone asks you to find the sales of only furniture, right? So your manager comes to you and he'll ask you, getting the sales of only furniture. So you can select that, and there you go, you have the furniture sales in all the regions, right? Or you can also do the vice versa. You can also drag regions into the filters, and if you wanted to find out the region wise sales of furniture, you can also do that, right? So here we have furniture, and here you have all the regions, and let us try to find the sales of furniture in the central region, and there you go, right? So this is how the pivot table works. And you can also remove the regions. For example, if you wanted to remove a certain element from filters or anywhere, if it is columns, rows, anything, you can just drag and drop it, right? So that's how it works. And also you can increase the level of detail or improve the granularity, right? So here we have categories on our columns, so you can also include subcategories into the columns, right? And you have the region wise sales. So in the region filter, select all, press OK, and in the category, select all, press OK, and you have the furniture here, office supplies here, and technology here. And also if you want to include the quantity, how much or how many number of things got sold in those particular categories and subcategories, you can also do that. So here in the furniture section, books, these are the sales, and this is the number of quantity or elements sold in those particular sectors. So you can also improve the level of granularity. You can also improve the level of detail using pivot tables in Excel. Now here we have 4 different sheets of the sales. So the first sheet is the West zone. next is South Zone, East Zone, and Central Zone. So all this data belongs to one single sheet, that is Superstore dataset. So I have categorized, or I have taken a part of the data which belongs to Central region, South region, West region, and East region. Now we are going to use all these 4 sheets and create one single sheet, which is the pivot table of all the 4 sheets. Now without further ado, let's start the process. Now for that, we might want to use the shortcut key, that is Alt D. Now press P. Now this starts the pivot chart wizard. Now here we have to choose the option multiple consolidation ranges. Then click on next. And here you can see the pivot table is clicked by default. Now we'll go to next. Now here, click I will create page fields, or the pivot chart wizard will automatically create if you want that to create for you. Now click on next. Now here, let's select the range. Now I'll be selecting the range. Add it. Now next we'll select East. Add it. Followed by that we have South. And finally we have West. Now we will name these according to the regions. So the first one will be West. Next one will be South. Next one will be East. And the last one will be Central. Click on next, and here select new worksheet and finish. And there you go. You have the pivot table here. Now you might want to change the summation value. So click anywhere on the pivot table and change it from count to sum, so that you have the summation of the total number of sales, subcategory sales, and grand total of sales, etc. Now here you can see all option. Now let's select Central, and you'll get the details of the Central region, the grand total and the sales happening, quantity of sales, etc. Now here you can see the furniture, office supplies, technology, and the grand total all in one single sheet. Now let's get back to the original sheet. So as you can see, this is the original sheet, and in the original sheet you can see various more categories, which is the shipment mode, customer segment, country, city, state, and you also have product name, subcategory, etc. So if you had added all these into this sheet, you can also create a separate option of adding minute details to your pivot table. So that is how the pivot table is created using multiple sheets. So how to create a pivot chart, you ask? It is really simple. All you need to do is just follow few steps and you have your pivot chart ready, which is completely interactive. Now all you have to do is select any cell in the dataset you have and rush into the insert toolbar. Then in the group of charts, you have an option called pivot chart. Select on it. Now you'll be asked to select the data range, and you can see Excel has automatically selected all the range that you want to include in your pivot chart. Then you have another option which is asking you to either create the pivot chart in the current worksheet or a new worksheet. For now, let's select a new worksheet. And there you go. Voila. The pivot chart is completely ready. You might ask me, this is completely empty. Yes, the default pivot chart, what you get from Excel, will be completely empty, but you can add the legends and all the data that you want to add onto your pivot chart just by dragging and dropping the data from the right hand side of your Excel sheet, that is from the pivot chart fields. So you can see we have various options: region, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, etc. Now I'll add region. I'll add region to access, and comparatively we will see the sales that are happening in those particular regions by dragging sales into values. Now you have all the data in the form of pivot chart, which is completely interactive, which represents the sales happening in those regions. Now, you can also select a particular region, right? By default, all the regions are selected, but if you want to select only central, then you can do that by deselecting everything and select only central and select OK, and there you go. You have all the data related to the sales happening in the central region. Now, if you want to, kind of see all the categories of sales happening in all the regions, you can drag the category into values again. And in the region part, okay, I think we have to add category into legends. Yes. Now, select regions, that is all regions, and select OK. And you can see the category-wise sales in all the regions at one single go. And I hope you did not observe it clearly. The Excel also gives you the completely prepared pivot table as well, right? Which is also interactive. You can also get to choose the data from here as well and select OK, and you'll see that being reflected on the pivot chart. So here you can see both pivot table and pivot charts are completely interactive.
That is charts in Excel. Now, let's quickly get onto the practical mode where we will have some datasets over which we will be trying to apply the charts. Now, there are various types of charts in Tableau, and those are the pie chart, the column chart, the bar chart, column versus line, pivot chart, and sparkline charts. So we will discuss one after the other. First, let us discuss about the pie chart. So as you can see, we have a small dataset on my screen, which I have personally created, and this deals with the companies and this deals with the shares of the automobile industry. So now for this, let's create a pie chart. Select all the data and then get into the toolbar, and inside the toolbar you can see various options, and inside that we're going to use the insert option. And when you select the insert option, you will have a ribbon here, and inside the ribbon you can see groups, tables, illustrations, add-ins, and here you go. These are the charts. So now we needed a pie chart. So select on that icon and you have various types of pie charts. You have 2-dimensional pie charts, 3-dimensional pie charts, donut type of charts, etc. Right? So I would like to go with the 3-dimensional pie chart as it looks a little more appealing and easy to understand. And now there you go. This is the title of the chart, and these are the legends of the chart, and this is the chart area, and these are the values. Now we can kind of add the data labels as well. So you can just have to press the plus icon over here and you'll have the options. You can add the data labels, which will give you a lot more interesting values. And you can also turn this around. As you can see, on double clicking any part of the pie chart, you'll get this option which is called as format data point. And let's imagine that you wanted to show the information related to this particular one, which is Volvo, which has the biggest share. So this is in front right now. Now what if you wanted to show the information related to Tata, which is over here, right? For that you can select this particular arrow key and you can just twist it, and there you go, it is coming in front. This will be a great way of presenting your data to your clients, right? Yeah. And there is another option where you can directly explode this, like you can pick it out. You can see this, right? Point explosion, where you can split it out and you can show that, especially like you can highlight it and show it. So that's the a great way of presenting your data. So that's how you can work with pie charts in Excel. Now let's quickly move to the next one, that is the column chart. And in the column chart we have the data related to some company and the profits of that company based on a year. So you can see that the year has started from 2008 and it has gone until 2021, and these are the profits of that company year after year. So since we are dealing with column chart, I'll tell you the simplest way to create a column chart. There is a shortcut key for that, which is Alt F1, and there you go, you have the chart right on your screen. Now you can expand the chart just by dragging it like that, and you can see that there is some problem with this chart. That is, we have numbers here instead of
years, right? You can see that the first column is the years, which is 2008 to 2021, but here you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, which is not proper, right? So to change the axis, that is, you can see the axis which is 1, 2, 3, 4, from 1, 2, 3, 4 to the years 2008, 2009, 2010, 11, etc. You just have to make one change here. And also you can see I have pressed the plus icon over here, which will open the option where you can include the axis titles if you have, and data labels, everything, right? So for now I think I'll keep it as it is. So you can include the data table as well as it is here, and you can include that in the chart. There are various options that Excel provides you. So now let's focus on changing the axis from 1, 2, 3, 4 to the years. For that you need to select the chart design, and inside the chart design you have an option called select data. Press that, and here you have various set of options. You can see profits, you can see years. Now we'll select years and we will remove that. And now you can see the edit option here, right? Select that, and now it will ask you which column to be selected for the axis range. For that, let's select this, and now let's select the years here and press OK, and there you go. Again press OK. So there you go, you have the years over here instead of the numbers which you had in the first place. So that's how you create the column chart. And we have the next type of chart, which is really simple. Now, you kind of change this chart directly into bar chart. There is no big deal in that. So for that, you just need to select the change chart type option over here. You're just changing the chart type and you can get the bar graph over here. Column and bar graphs are completely same to each other, only that you can see these bars in the horizontal way rather than in the vertical way. Now let's do that. Let's not create a new thing for that. So yeah, there you go. When you select the change chart type option, you have various set of chart type options on the menu bar over here. So what we needed was the bar chart. Now let's select that, and there you go. Let's select OK, and you have the bar chart. Right, and if you want, you can include the data labels, which look a little bit more interesting. You can also include the data table as well. Okay, for now I think we have to expand the chart to get the clear view. Yeah, that's how you do it. Right, now let's move into the next type of one. Yeah, we dealt with the bar chart, so we'll directly enter into the column versus line chart. So we have similar kind of data. We just had year and profits in the previous part. Now we also have included the expenses, right? We needed another column to showcase the line chart compared to the columns, right? So for that, I've included a new column that is expenses as well. Now just let's select the data, and let's select the option Alt F1 to create our chart. Right, now automatically Excel has provided us the column chart. We have the columns of expenses, we have the column of profits, and we also have years. Now let's change the data as we did before. Select year and remove it, and then edit. Select edit and select the year, that is from here to 2021. Select OK, and we have the years over here. Now what we needed to do is change the chart type. Right, select the change chart type option, and since we wanted to create a column versus line chart, it is a combination. Whenever you want one or two types of charts included in one single chart window, then it is a combo option. So here we need to select the combo option, and inside that we have various types of combination charts. We have clustered column, we have clustered line on secondary axis, we have clustered stacked areas, clustered column, and the other one is custom combination. So let's go with the first one, that is clustered line. Let's select that, and there you go, we have the line graph with the column. So that's how we create the column versus line. And if you want, you can include the data labels, and you can include the data table as well. Yeah. Okay, I think we need to expand the canvas a little more to get a clear view. Yeah. So you have legends over here, you have the data labels and axes, everything, and chart title. You can always change the chart title. So for now, let's rename it as profits versus expenses. Yeah, that's how it goes. Done. Okay, I think I made a spelling mistake here. Yeah, it's clear now. Now the next type of chart we're going to deal with is the pivot chart. So we have dealt with pie chart, column chart, bar chart, and column versus line. Now pivot chart is a little bit different. It's like you're going to create some active chart which responds to the variations you're making to your data. So to understand that better, let's create a practical chart over here. Now select all the data. Okay. Yeah, I have selected the data. Now, to create a pivot chart, let's select the insert option from the toolbar, and inside the ribbon, we have charts group, and inside that we have pivot chart. Now let's select the pivot chart option, and there you go. Now it's asking for range, and we have selected the range over there, and we are not going to create a new worksheet for the entire chart. We are going to create the chart inside the existing worksheet itself. So for that, let's select the area where we want to select the chart to be present. Now for that, let's select this, and yeah, select OK. Okay, there is some error. Let's cancel this and try again. Let's select the data and pivot chart again. We have selected the range. Yeah. That's how you select the range. And now select the position where you want to create it. Existing worksheet. We have selected that and press OK. Yeah, that's the way. We've got our pivot chart over here, and you can see our pivot chart is completely blank. Right, now it will respond to the changes you make to your pivot chart. For now, we have serial numbers, and these are the names of the guys who have. Okay, so these are the names of the guys who have some dealerships for various car makes such as Ford, Ferrari, Honda, Kia, Alfa Romeo, BMW, etc., etc. So we're gonna change, or we're gonna see, we're gonna make some charts of the persons who own the cars or the car brands or dealerships in various regions. So we're gonna work on that. Now let's drag in the name, and let's drag region and cars and units. Yep. So we have our chart over here, column chart, which has the different names and the dealerships and sum of cars over there, right? So you can see that we can also change some values over here. What if we wanted to know only the details regarding Jennifer? You can do that. You can unselect everything, and you can just select Jennifer and press OK. Now you'll have the details of only Jennifer of having the car brands. So we have the regions as well. So Jennifer owns dealerships in 2 different regions, that is South and West, and the sum of units and count of cars as well. So that's how the pivot charts are used in real time. And now let's select sales and drag the sales as well. Yeah, it's been dragged, and you have the sales of Jennifer, the details of her sales. And let's move the chart a little bit, and you have the plus icon where you can include the data labels for a better information. Yeah, so that's how you use the pivot charts. So we are on the last type of charts, which is the sparkline chart. Now to create a sparkline chart, we need to get into the insert option, and inside we have the ribbon, and inside the ribbon we have the group that is sparklines. Now to generate a sparkline chart, we need to select this particular column and then select the type of sparkline you want to create. So now let's create the column type of sparkline chart. Yep, we have to club these cells together first. I forgot that, because we're going to insert the sparkline chart right above here. Now for that, let's merge the cells. Yeah, so we wanted to create the sparkline chart of column type, and now it's asking for the location where we want to create the sparkline chart. So this is the location. Now let's select OK, and there you go, we have the sparkline chart right over here. Now you can see that we have a negative point here, so if you want, we can change that from negative to positive, and it will automatically update that. And if you want to add the axis to this particular chart, you can select the option sparkline, and there you go, you have certain options like high point, low point, and if you wanted to add some margins, then you can also do that. Add data type axis, and there you go, you have the axis. Show axis, yeah, you have the axis now, and you can have the high point and low point for that as well, which is the, you know, the biggest change and the smallest change in this particular segment, that is furniture. Yeah, furniture had the highest sales in January, and home appliance had the lowest sale. And you can also change the color, and let's change the color again. Yeah, we have a different color over here which resembles a little bit more better, or you can also go with this one. And if you wanted to add the same to all these tables, you can do that just by dragging it, and you have it for all the 6 months. Now if you wanted to add some new data in this row, or you wanted to add a new complete row, then you can do that as well, and change that and bring that change implemented in these charts as well. Now let us try to add a new row here which includes the miscellaneous. We have that data right over here. Let's select that, copy, and let's paste it over here. So there you go, we have the extra row here. So yeah, now we have added the miscellaneous row, and right now we have the sparkline chart for only 4 columns or 4 rows, that is furniture, technology, home appliances, and office needs, and miscellaneous is missing. Now to add that as well, let's select sparkline, and inside sparkline just select edit group location and data, and now let's select the entire data, and now select OK. There's something wrong again. Sparkline, edit data, select range, this should be helping. Yeah, there you go, we have all the 5 rows now, including furniture, technology, home appliances, office needs, and miscellaneous.
Let's get started with the lookup function tutorial in Excel.
What is Excel VLOOKUP? VLOOKUP stands for vertical lookup. VLOOKUP lets you search for specific information in your spreadsheet. It allows you to search for a particular value in a column and returns another value from a different column but of the same row. VLOOKUP takes advantage of vertically aligned tables to quickly find data associated with the value the user enters. Now, let's look at the syntax to write a VLOOKUP function. So VLOOKUP takes 4 parameters or arguments. You can see it here. There are 4 arguments in the VLOOKUP function. So the first argument is called the lookup value. The lookup value represents the value that you are searching for. Next is the table array. The table array represents 2 or more columns of information. The third argument is called the column index number. Now this represents the column number in the table from which the value must be returned. The first column is 1, the second column is 2, and so on. And then we have the fourth parameter, which is called the range lookup. Now this parameter is optional. Now range lookup is used to find an exact match. So if you want to find an exact match, you need to enter false or 0. Meanwhile, if you want an approximate match, you need to enter true or 1.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now, let me give you a brief overview on what's going to be in our demo. So for our demonstration, we'll use a sales dataset. You can see the dataset on the left. Using this dataset, we'll understand how VLOOKUP performs an exact and approximate match. We'll see how VLOOKUP is case insensitive. Then we'll perform a wildcard character search. We'll understand how to handle errors when a match is not found. And finally, you will look at two-way lookups. Now here is a small example of how VLOOKUP works. So we want to find the units sold by Morgan using the dataset on the left. So here you can see I have the dataset. It has some rows and columns. So these are the columns which are order date, region, there's a representative column, item, units, there's unit cost and total. And from this table I want to find the units that were sold by Morgan. Now if you look at the table, at the bottom you can see the representative name Morgan, and Morgan has sold 30 units. Now I want to find this value using the VLOOKUP function. So here on the right you can see I have my lookup value, which is Morgan, and this is my VLOOKUP formula, and using this formula I'm getting the result as 30. Now let's go to our Excel workbook and perform all the demos one by one. So this is my Excel workbook that we are going to use for our demo, and here is the dataset we'll be using. Now this is the same dataset that you saw a while ago. So this dataset has 7 columns. You have the order date, the region, representative's name, item, there's units, unit cost and total, which is basically the total or the amount of sales that was generated. Now we are going to use a chunk of this dataset and perform our VLOOKUP analysis. So let's see our first example and the problem we have at hand. Let me go to the exact match tab. Alright, so here I'm going to use this chunk of data which is actually taken from the original dataset. So we have taken the first 11 rows from the dataset. You can see from row 2 till row 12 is going to be our dataset that we'll use. So we have a question here. We want to find the items sold by Thompson. So here Thompson is my lookup value, which means looking at Thompson I want to find the item that he sold. So if you consider our table here, you can see we have the representative's name Thompson right here, and from the table you can see Thompson sold pencil, and I want to get this value which is pencil using my VLOOKUP function. So let's go ahead and write our VLOOKUP function. I'll consider this as my lookup value, and here under item I'm going to write my VLOOKUP formula. To write the VLOOKUP formula, I'll write first equal to, and I'll write VLOOKUP. Now if I hit tab, it will auto-complete. Alright, now let's give the parameters. So first is going to be the lookup value, which is nothing but Thompson. So I'll just select this cell, which is J17, comma. Now it's asking to give the table array. So the table array is the table from which you want to retrieve a value. One thing to keep in mind is that the value you are looking for should be the first column of a table, and you can select the table array till the end of the dataset or till the column which has the value you want to find. So here I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the item column, which is going to be my table array. Then I'll select the column index number. So the column index number is based on the table array you have selected. In this case, my column index number is going to be 2 because we have selected just 2 columns, and the value which I am going to find is in the second column. So I'll give 2, comma. Now the range lookup I'm going to give is false because I want to find an exact match. So either you can hit tab or you can write 0, which means false. If I close the bracket and hit enter, it will return me the item that Thompson had sold, which is pencil. You can verify from the table that Thompson had sold pencil. Alright. Now let's try to change the table array and see what result are we getting. So this time I'll slightly change the table array. So again we are trying to find the item that Thompson had sold. So I'll write my formula equal to VLOOKUP. I'll hit tab to autocomplete. I'll give my lookup value as Thompson, comma. This time I'm choosing my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the data set, which is till P12. Again, my column index number is going to be 2 because if you consider this table array, the item column is the second column in the selected table array. So I'm going to write it as 2, comma. The range lookup I want to give as false because I want to find the exact match. If I close this and hit enter, you can see it has returned me the same result that we saw earlier. Now suppose, let's say this time I want to start my table array from the region column, which is this column. So I want to select my table array starting from the region column. Now this is going to show me an error because your table array should always start from the lookup value column. So if you consider Thompson as the lookup value, my table array should always start from the representatives column. So let's just try this example. So I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value I'm going to give it as Thompson, comma. The table array, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to choose from the region column. And let's say I'll select till the item column, give another comma, and this time my column index number is going to be 3 because since the table array has 3 columns and my item column is the last column. So I'm going to give my column index number as 3, comma. I want to get the exact match, so I'll give 0. If I close the bracket and hit enter, you can see it has given me an error. Okay. Now let me just show you another method to use VLOOKUP in Excel. So here on the top you can see there's a formulas tab, and under formulas tab under function library you see we have an option to select lookup and reference. If I click on this and if I scroll down below, you can see there's an option called VLOOKUP. Let's choose this. Alright, now here you can give your lookup value, your table array, column index number, and the range lookup under this function arguments dialog box. So here I want to select my lookup value as Thompson. My table array is going to be from the representatives column till, let's say, the end of the data set. My column index number is going to be 2. I'll write 2, and range lookup I'll write as false because I want the exact match. Now if I hit OK, you can see it has given us the exact same result. So this is one of the other ways to use VLOOKUP in Excel. Now let's move to the next sheet, which is regarding approximate match. Okay, so sometimes you might have cases where you don't have the lookup value present in the table. In those cases, you can tell VLOOKUP to return an approximate match. Now one thing to keep in mind is that your lookup value column should always be sorted in ascending order while trying to get an approximate match. So here we are going to use this table, and my lookup value column, which is going to be the representatives column, is already sorted in ascending order. And let's see the question we have here. So I want to find the item sold and the unit cost for Matt. So my lookup value is going to be Matt. Now if you see this table, I don't have the representative's name Matt anywhere in the table. Now using an approximate match, I want to find the item and the unit cost. So let's do it. So here under item, I'll write my VLOOKUP formula. So I'll type VLOOKUP, I'll hit tab to complete it. And this time my lookup value is going to be Matt. So I'll select this cell, comma. my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of item column because I want to find the item value for mat. I'll give a comma. My column index number as per the table array is going to be 2, comma. My range lookup this time I'm going to give is true or 1. So I'll write 1, close the bracket, hit enter. Alright. It has returned me binder was the item sold by Matt. Now let's try to figure out why VLOOKUP returned binder as the item. Now let's say you were asked to insert the name Matt to the representative column in alphabetical order. So where would you place it? Ideally, you should place between Kivel and Morgan. Since this column is already sorted, Matt should appear before Morgan and after Kivel. So in an approximate match, VLOOKUP will consider the previous highest value. In this case, the previous highest value before Matt is Kivel, and hence VLOOKUP returned the corresponding item purchased by Kivel, which is binder. Now similarly, if you wanted to find the unit cost for Matt, again VLOOKUP will return the unit cost of Kivel, which is 125. Let's just try it out. So I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is Matt, comma. My table array for this time is going to be from representatives column till the unit cost column I'll consider. I'll give a comma. Now the column index number as per the table array is going to be 4. I'll give another comma, and this time I'll double click true because I want an approximate match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it has returned me 125, which is actually Kivel's unit cost. Okay, we have another question, and this time I want to find the units sold by Rob. Now Rob is going to be my lookup value. If you see the representatives column, we don't have Rob. Now let's see what VLOOKUP is going to return as the item for Rob. So I'll write VLOOKUP. I'll give my lookup value as Rob, comma. My table array is going to start from the representatives column. I'll select till here. I'll give a comma. My column index number is 2. I'll give another comma. I'll double click on true. So I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see VLOOKUP has returned me pen. Now let's understand why VLOOKUP returned pen for Rob. Now if you are asked to insert the representative's name Rob into this column, so ideally Rob would appear somewhere between Morgan and Sorvino, because since this is sorted in ascending order, Rob is actually greater than Morgan and is less than Sorvino. So as you know, VLOOKUP in an approximate match returns the previous highest value, which is Morgan here, and the corresponding item for Morgan is pen, and hence VLOOKUP returned pen for Rob. Alright, now moving to the next sheet, which is another property of VLOOKUP, which tells VLOOKUP always looks to the right. This means that your lookup value must always be on the left, and the value you are going to find out should always be to the right of the table. Now consider this scenario where your lookup value is on the left. In this case, it is the representative's value, and I have taken Sorvino for an example, and we want to find the order date for Sorvino. Now if you consider this table, your lookup value, which is Sorvino, is actually this column, the representatives column, and we are going to find out the order date. So your representative's name is on the right of the table, and the value we are going to find out is on the left of the table. Now as per the property, VLOOKUP only looks to the right. So if I use the VLOOKUP function for this example here, I'll write VLOOKUP. I'll give my lookup value as Sorvino, comma. My table array I'll consider from the order date because I want the order date till the representatives column. I'll give a comma, and this time my column index number is actually the first column if I consider my table array as the first 3 columns selected, and my range lookup is going to be false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me an error. The reason is VLOOKUP always looks to the right, and this time the value we were trying to find out was to the left of the table. Now, if you consider the opposite case, suppose you have the order date and you want to find the representative's name, you can do that easily because your lookup value, which is the order date, is on the left and your representatives column is on the right. So let's just try this. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is going to be Sorvino's order date, so I'll select it from the table. I'll give a comma. My table array will start from the J column. Let's say I'll select the entire table, comma, and my column index number will be 3 if you consider these as my table array, comma, my range lookup is 0. If I close this, hit enter, you can see we have got Sorvino corresponding to the order date. Alright, now let's move to the next tab. Now this tab says VLOOKUP returns only the first match. So we have a question at hand. The question is, find the units sold by Jardine. If you see this table, we have the representative's name Jardine twice. You see here, and if you look down, we have Jardine here as well. But the item sold by Jardine at the first instance is pencil, and at the second instance it's desk. Now as per the property, VLOOKUP always returns the first match. Now ideally, when we write the VLOOKUP function and look for the units sold by Jardine, you will see VLOOKUP will return 36 instead of 3. Let's just try it out. I'll write the VLOOKUP function. My lookup value is Jardine, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of units column. I'll give a comma. My column index number based on the table array is 3. I'll give another comma. Now I want the exact match, so I'll select 0, close the bracket and hit enter. Now as you can see, it returns me the first match of Jardine, which is 36. So VLOOKUP did not consider the second match. Now similarly, if you consider this table, we have Jones repeated thrice. So you have Jones here, we have Jones here for the second time, and also we have Jones for the third time. And let's say you want to find the unit cost for Jones. So if I write the VLOOKUP function, I'll consider my lookup value as Jones, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of unit cost column. I'll give a comma. Based on the table array, my unit cost column is at the 4th index, so I'll write 4, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I click on this and hit enter, you can see it here. VLOOKUP has returned the first instance of Jones and it did not consider the second and the third instance. So our unit cost for Jones is 1.99 because VLOOKUP only returns the first match. Okay, moving ahead to the next example we have here is VLOOKUP is case insensitive. If you consider this table, I've added another row in green. So if you see here, I have a representative name called Gil, which is in proper case or popularly known as sentence case. Here I have added Gil's name in capital letters or all in uppercase. So I want to find the total revenue generated by Gil. The total revenue is basically the total column. Let's do it. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is Gil, which is actually in uppercase. I'll consider my table array from the representatives column till the end of total column or the sales column. Based on this selection, my column index number is 5, comma, the range lookup is false. So I'll just double click on false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it here. Our VLOOKUP function has returned the total as 539.73, which is actually the value for this row. So clearly VLOOKUP did not consider Gil, which was present at the bottom of the table, in uppercase. So this shows that VLOOKUP is clearly case insensitive. Alright, now moving to the next example. The VLOOKUP function supports wildcards, which makes it possible to perform a partial match on a lookup value. For instance, you can use VLOOKUP to retrieve values from a table after typing only part of a lookup value. To use wildcards with VLOOKUP, you must specify the exact match by giving false or 0 for the last argument, that is range lookup. Now we have a question here. I want to know how much sales did the representative whose name starts with KI make. Now here sales represents the total column actually. So I want to find out the person whose name starts with KI. So if you consider the representative column, I have one representative whose name starts with KI, that is Kivel. So using KI as my lookup value, I want to find the total. So let me show you how to use wildcard characters and find the value using VLOOKUP. So I'll write my function VLOOKUP. Okay. Now in lookup value, I'll give KI. After that, I'm going to write ampersand followed by double inverted commas. Then I'm going to write a star and close the inverted comma. This means the value starts with KI, ampersand actually represents concatenation, and star represents anything followed by KI. So this is going to be my lookup value in total. I'll give a comma. Next, I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of total column because I want to find the sales. I'll give another comma. My column index number based on the table array we have selected is 5, comma. The range lookup is 0 because I want to find an exact match. I'll close the bracket, hit enter. You can see it here. VLOOKUP has returned me 999.5, which is actually Kivel's total. Now there's another way to do it. Instead of selecting the cell in which we have the lookup value, I can directly write it in the VLOOKUP function. So I'll write the VLOOKUP function something like this. So my lookup value, I'll pass KI within double inverted commas because KI is a character value. So within double inverted commas, I'm writing KI followed by ampersand, which is for concatenation, followed by a star within double inverted commas. So this is going to be my lookup values. This in total means anything that appears after KI will be considered as the lookup value. Again, the table array I'll select as these rows and columns, comma, my column index number would be 5, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you see we have the same value. So this is another method or another way of using VLOOKUPs. Okay, now moving ahead, let's explore another feature of VLOOKUP. So if the VLOOKUP function cannot find a match, it returns a #NA error. Now if you want, you can use the ifNA function to replace the #NA error with a friendly message. So suppose you want to find the region in which an order was placed on 10th of May 2018. Now if the order date is not found, I want to return a message that is invalid date. So if you look at the order date column, we don't have any value for 10th of May 2015. You can see these values. We don't have any value corresponding to this date. So if my VLOOKUP function cannot find this lookup value, I'll return invalid date. So let me show you how to write this. I'll type my VLOOKUP function. I'll give my order date as 10th of May 2015 as my lookup value, and then I'll consider my table array starting from the order date column till the end of region column. I'll give another comma. My column index number would be 2 this time based on the table array we have selected, comma. I want an exact match. So I'll give 0, close the bracket and hit enter. There you go. It has returned me an error. Now I want to convert this error to a friendly message saying invalid date. So let me show you how to do it. I'll do it here. So to return a valid message, I'll use the ifNA function. and within ifNA function I'll give my VLOOKUP function. So let me type ifNA, I'll hit tab. Now for the value parameter I'll use my VLOOKUP function. So my lookup value is going to be the order date, comma, my table array I'll select from the order date column till the end of region column, comma, my column index number is going to be 2, comma, my range lookup is 0. I'll close the bracket, give another comma. Now if this expression results in an error, I want to display a message that is invalid date. So I'll put invalid date within double quotes since it is a text message. I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see the result, which is invalid date. Now moving on to the final section of the demo, we have two-way lookup. Now in the VLOOKUP function, the column index parameter is normally hard-coded as a static number. However, you can also create a dynamic column index by using the match function to locate the right column. And this technique allows you to create a dynamic two-way lookup matching on both rows and columns. Now let me first show you how a match function works. So suppose I want to find the index where unit cost column is present. So here I'll use the match function. I'll give my lookup value as the unit cost column name, comma, suppose I'll choose my lookup array starting from representatives column till the unit cost column, comma, I'll give my match type as 0 for exact match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me 4 because my array was selected from the representatives column till the unit cost column, and in this array unit cost is at the 4th index. Alright, now using this idea, let's solve the following problem. I want to find the cost of each item sold by Morgan. So let's write our VLOOKUP formula. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is J5, which has the representative's name as Morgan, comma, my table array I'll select from C2 till F12. I'll give a comma, and this time I know that my column index number is at 4, but I'll be using the match function to find the same. So I'll write match. My lookup value is unit cost, comma, my lookup array is from C1 till F1, comma, my match type is 0. I close this bracket, give another comma, and I'll give my range lookup as 0. Close the bracket, hit enter. You can see for Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. You can verify from the table. For Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. Alright, now we have another question here. I want to find how much sales did Andrews make in the central region. So here I have two lookup values. One is central, one is Andrews. Now looking at these two values, I want to find the total. To solve such problems, let me first create another table. I'll place the table somewhere here. Okay, so let me just paste the table here. Alright, now I'll create another column where I'll merge the values of region and representatives. So here, let me create another column. Okay, I'll just name this column as region rep. Alright, now this column I'll use the concatenation operator. So I'll select East, use ampersand, and then select Jones. I'll hit enter. Now the same thing, I'll just duplicate it for the other rows as well. So I have my new column created. Now using this table, I can easily solve the problem. Now to find the total, I'll write my VLOOKUP formula. So my lookup value will be a combination of J11 ampersand K11, comma, my table array will start from the region rep which has the values of region and rep combined, till the last column, and from this table array my column index number is 5 and my range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see for central region, which is this one, and for Andrew's representative, the total is 149.25. Alright, now we are done with our demo. Let's have a quick glance at what all we did in this demo. Okay, so first of all, we saw our data set, which was a sales data set that we used. Then we started with our first example to see how VLOOKUP performs an exact match. We also saw how using the formulas tab and lookup and reference you can write VLOOKUP in another way. So you can use the function arguments to give your VLOOKUP parameters. Next, we saw how VLOOKUP performs an approximate match. So we had mat and raw which were not present in the representatives column. After that, we saw an important property of VLOOKUP, that is VLOOKUP only looks to the right, followed by VLOOKUP only returns the first match. Following which we saw that VLOOKUP is case insensitive. So here we had added a new row where GIL was present in uppercase, but still VLOOKUP found the total revenue for GIL which was in sentence case or proper case. Next, we saw how we can use wildcard characters to use VLOOKUPs, and here we saw how to use an if and a function along with VLOOKUP, and finally we saw how to use two-way lookups.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now we are on the sheet of Microsoft Excel, and here you can see some data on my sheet. That is employee name, employee ID, and salary. So here we are going to perform our horizontal lookup, but before that, let me show you that this particular drop-down menu. So this particular drop-down menu has all the names of the employees in this particular table, and we have created this using data validation in Excel. If you want to create the drop-down menus just like these, then feel free to check out our data validation in Excel tutorial, link to which is in the description box below. Now let's try to implement HLOOKUP in Excel. So here we have employee name, but we want to find out the employee ID. So for that, let's create the HLOOKUP. Now for that, equals to HLOOKUP. Now the first one is the lookup value. So this one is the cell which is the employee name. Now after that, the table array. We have to select all the table arrays here. Now the row index number. So the employee ID is in row index number 2 according to the table. So for that, provide 2 and close the bracket. And before closing brackets, you might want to give the exact match. So for exact match, select false and close the bracket. Press enter and there you go. And if you select Jack, then you'll find the employee ID of Jack. And if you select Jerry, you'll find the employee ID of Jerry reflecting here. Now similarly, let's find out the salary of all the employees using HLOOKUP. So equals HLOOKUP and lookup value, that happens to be the name of the employee. Now the table array, and next we have row index number, that is salary happens to be the third row in the table, so 3, and exact match. Close the bracket and enter. So now if you change the values in this particular drop down menu, you'll find the employee ID and their particular salary. So Jack happens to be carrying the employee ID as 1001 and his salary is 10,000. So similarly, let's try to find out Peter's employee ID and salary. So there you go, 1005 and 50,000 as salary. So that's how you use HLOOKUP in Excel. Here you can see the first chart. So this particular data is converted into a table format to avoid confusion while you're fixing the data. So here you can see the name of the employee, employee ID, department, salary, and date of joining. And here you can see the salary column and the bonus percentage of each and every employee based on their salaries. Now coming to the new data table, and here on the table 2, which is an updated table, Here you can find, we are going to find out the department of the employee and the current department of employee and the bonus percentage based on his or her salary. So why are we finding current department again? So here you can see that we have an intern, Emily, who was joined in the year 2020. But recently she got promoted as a developer. So her department has been changed from department intern to department developer in 2021. So that's what we're going to find out here in the current department using XLOOKUP. Now let's start to implement XLOOKUP. So for that, equals to XLOOKUP. And for lookup, you can see we need to find out the lookup value, lookup array, return array, and all the other two are not important right now, but you can use them to get some exact matches in the future. We'll also use that in the future. For now, let's try to use the first three parameters, that is lookup value, lookup array, and return array. So the lookup value is the name of the employee, Mary, and lookup array is right here, which is this one. Now we're going to select the lookup array, then comma, and we're going to look up the department. So this is the department lookup array, and that's all we need. Close the bracket and press enter. Okay, I think we missed out the lookup value. So the employee or the lookup value which we required was missed, so I've added it here. So that is the lookup value, the first one, which is Mary, and there you go. Press enter and you have the department here. Now let's add it to all the rows, and here you have all the rows and all the data related to all the employees. Now we will find out the current department. As you can see, here you have Emily as intern, which is the older data. But what if you needed the latest data, that is the developer in the year 2021, right? For that you might want to work the XLOOKUP formula a little bit. So let's try that. XLOOKUP, lookup value, which is the same, and comma. Now where you have to look for the array, that is lookup array, this one, and the return array, which happens to be this one. And next, you can find the exact match for this one, so that's all right, exact match. And here comes the important part, where you have to search last to first. By default, XLOOKUP searches for first to last, that is like this, in the starting place to the last place. So that's the reason why we had Emily as intern. So now if we give last to first, then it retrieves the latest data, where Emily will be shown as developer. Now select that, and now you can close the brackets and press enter. So let's add that to all the rows. There you go. Now you can see Emily, Clark, Peter, and James, all they have got their updated job profiles. As you can see in the original data, Emily is a developer now, so is Clark, who was originally a tester, and he got promoted to development team in 2021. Similarly, Peter became a senior finance executive in 2021, and James the manager of sales. Now let's try to find out the bonus for all these employees based on their salary. So this one is quite simple. So XLOOKUP. Now the lookup value is their existing salary, comma, and the bonus part. So the lookup array is the salary range. Then here is another important point. So here you might want to find the exact match, but finding an exact match will not help you here. You might want to declare another type of value where you can get exact match or next smaller item. So you'll understand it why I'm selecting that. So now let's close the bracket and enter. So now we have the bonus values. Now let's add the bonus value to all the factors, all the rows, I mean. So you can see we have different variety of salaries, that is 38,000, 22,000, 39, etc. But here in the ranges we have provided 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. So what if the value is between 30 and 20? That's when you want the less number, right? That's when you want the number which is equivalent to 30 or less than 30, which happens to be 15%. So that's how it has worked here. That is 0.15% bonus to the actual salary.
We are on our Excel sheet. Here you can see the employee names and employee IDs of different employees from different zones. Let us imagine that the blue one is from East, green one is from West, and the black one is from, or the purple one is from South, and the orange one is from North. So
this data is a little small, but what if we had a data with hundreds or thousands of rows, including all the employee names, employee IDs, or another relevant data type like sales of an employee and his employee ID. And you were supposed to combine all the data from all the 4 different zones into one single sheet. It would consume a lot of time, right? So recently, Microsoft has released some latest updates based on arrays and datas. So one of those is VStack function in Excel. So how to use it? Since it is a latest function, I recommend you to go to the file menu, and in the file menu, you can navigate to account, and in the account, you can see the option of update options. Then you can select update now, and your Microsoft Office will be updated to the latest version, and you'll get access to the latest functions in Excel and all the other Office related things like PowerPoint presentation, etc. Now we are going to implement the VStack function in Excel. It is completely simple. All you need to do is equals to stack and then select the data. Remember to select the data from column A and cell 2 or the row 2. We are not selecting the employee name and employee ID. We are just selecting the data. Now separate them by comma. Then again this one here, this set, and again this one, and again lastly this particular last set. Now close the bracket and press enter. And there you go. You have all the employee names and their respective employee IDs all together in one data set. So this is how you use VStack function in Excel, hyperlinks in Excel. Now hyperlink is something which is clickable, and when you click on it, it will redirect you to a different web page, to a different worksheet, or a different location in your local system. So there are a variety of options, and we will explore all of them using Excel. Now, creating a hyperlink is really simple. We have multiple ways. Now, let's write some text on the Excel worksheet. I'll write Simplilearn. Now, creating a hyperlink is really simple. You have multiple ways. The first simplest shortcut is clicking on the cell where you want to place the hyperlink and holding Control key and pressing K. Now this will enable the hyperlink menu box or the dialog box. This is the first way, and let me close it. Now again we have selected the cell. There is another option where you have to click on the insert menu on the toolbar and navigate to links group. Click on the link option and you will again have the dialog box of the hyperlink in Excel. And the third way is right click on the cell and you can see the link option in the last. And this will enable the hyperlink option in Excel. Now, let's create a hyperlink. The simplest way again, Control K. Now we have a variety of options, that is existing file or web page, place in this document, create a new document, and an email address. So we will address all of these, one at each time. So first one, existing file or a web page. Now you can select an existing PDF file or any file in your local system and hyperlink or create a hyperlink to the text, or you can select a website link and place it over here and create it as a hyperlink. Let's explore both the options. First, let's try to explore the web page option. So since I've written as Simplilearn, let's use the website link of Simplilearn and create a hyperlink. Let me open Google, new tab, and let me type simplilearn.com. Let me copy the hyperlink, and now let's get back to the Excel workbook. Now here, let's place the hyperlink. Now you can press OK, and there you go. The hyperlink has been successfully created. Now this link is clickable. When you click on it, it will redirect you to a new Simplilearn's home web page, right? So this is how you create a hyperlink to a website. Now, we shall explore another option, that is using an existing file, right? Let's create a new text box here. Let's name it as existing file, and okay, existing file should be good. Again, the same. You can either click, right click and select hyperlink or Control K. Now, let's select existing file or web page option. Now here you can see navigate key. Press on that. And let's navigate our files. Let's select all files here. Remember to select all files. Okay, by default it shows as office files. Now let's explore our file option. So let's select Fundamentals of Computer Programming option, which is a PDF file. Press OK, and there you go. We have created a hyperlink. So when I click on this, you can directly navigate to an existing PDF file in your local system, and it will be open as a web page. Click on it and you can see the PDF file. Now close. Now another thing, when you navigate onto this, you'll see the lengthier HTTP address, and same happens here, right? So if you're a little uncomfortable watching this lengthier link, you can also edit it. You can choose the option of edit hyperlink and see the screen dip option. Click on it, and here you can change the text to display option and write it as click here to know more. Press OK. Again, press OK, and now if you navigate onto it, instead of seeing a lengthier hyperlink, what you can see is click here to know more. Okay, I think I made a spelling mistake. So I think I forgot an E somewhere over here. Yes. Click here to know more and press OK. Right. So here you can see click here to know more. Let's try this again over here. So edit hyperlink, screen tip option, and instead of the lengthier text box or hyperlink, you can write as click to open notes. Or PDF. Click OK and click another OK, and you are done. So instead of seeing that lengthier hyperlink, you can see click here to open PDF, right? So far we have explored two options, that is existing file and existing web page, right? Now let's try to explore another option. Again, hyperlink, right click hyperlink, and here you have seen place this in document, right? So which is like, okay, let me show this to you instead of telling you. So here what it is doing is you have the cell A5 and you wanted to refer to A1 or any other cell in the same worksheet. So you can do that, right? So now for your reference, let me cancel it and let me create a new sheet. And here, navigate me to here, right? Let me write it as navigate me to here. Okay. So now what we will do is, so here we will create that navigate link from using the hyperlink option. Place this in this document. You can see the sheet 2 option, and the cell reference is A1 where we have written navigate me to here. So when I click this A5 cell, okay, let me also rename it. Write it as navigate cell, navigating cell, right? Now create that, Control K. Let me select sheet 2 and the cell address is A1. Press OK. Now what's the change, right? When you click on this, you will be redirected to sheet 2 cell A1. Navigate me to here, right? So this can be like a shortcut when you have multiple sheets, like 100 sheets. Then you can have a different column over here and add the navigation address to all those cell links. You can just click on that cell and go into the different sheet and to the specific cell which you have given the address. In our case, I have given sheet 2 address cell A1, right? So this is another trick. Now let's get back to the hyperlink thing again. Control K, and another option is create new document. So you might have been through option of having, let's say, some cheat sheets or clip-on clipboards, right? So let us imagine that you're working through a huge worksheet and you wanted to, have a track of everything and keep notes updating, right? So it might be a little complicated to understand. So let me show it practically. So let me write it down as clipboard or sticky note, right? Okay, I think this has a hyperlink. Okay, this can be used, no worries. Back to hyperlink option again. Create new document. Now, here you can create a variety of documents, right? So it can be a text document, it can be an Excel document, it can be a PDF document, right? For now, we'll create a text document. Okay, we'll name it as tracker.txt. So this should create as a text document, and the location can be anything. So you can, take it as a desktop documents download. So let me take documents here and select OK. So I'll be having this tracker.txt located in the documents folder. And you can also choose to edit the document later or edit the document now. Let us select edit the document now, press OK, and there you go. So you have your text tracker here. So let us imagine that we have worked on the Excel sheet and we wanted to write down as a sticky note so that we can remember what we have done on the Excel sheet. So update 1 and update 2. Now you can close it. So it'll ask for a save option, save it, and done. And let us imagine that you did something else and you also updated something else on the sticky note, Excel sheet, and you wanted to update that on your sticky note. So click on it and you'll see a minor notice over here from Microsoft Excel based on potential security concerns. You can select yes, and you'll be having access to your text document again, and write down your update again here, update 3, what you have written, right? The latest update, what you have. And you can save it and close. So that's how you keep track of your sticky note, and you'll have all your updates, right? Now, getting back to the hyperlinks again. The last one is email address. So you can also try to add, okay, let's imagine that you're working with a colleague and every time you make an update in your Excel sheet or anything, and you wanted to send him out an email, right? So it would be a little time consuming that you open your email and compose something and send it over here. But what if you had one single click and access to the email compose option, right? That can be done. So let us write down email colleague. Bear me with the spelling. So again, the Control K and hyperlink, select email option, and you can write down your email, which can be anything. So you can write down your friend's email address. So I'm just writing down some random email here, friend@gmail.com, and can write the subject about update and press OK. This will navigate you to the Gmail option or the mailing address options. Click on it and you'll have a variety of mailing options: Outlook, Office 365, Yahoo, iCloud, Google, etc. So you can select any one of those. Since we have written as gmail.com, we'll navigate to Gmail, and all you have to do is log in, all the formalities, and you're good to go with emailing. So let's skip this one now. So you know how to do the rest parts. So far we have covered all the hyperlink options in Excel, that is existing file or a web page, place this in the current executing worksheet or document, creating a new document for your update thing, and also including the email, right? So far we have covered everything around hyperlink in Excel, and if you have anything to know more about, or if you feel that we have missed out anything important regarding hyperlink in Excel, you can feel free to let us know.
So next thing is how you actually activate the macros in your Excel. It's a simple tab that you need to add in the ribbon section, which I'll be showing you across, and this will enable the macros on your Excel. So you go to Files, go to Options, and then you need to customize a ribbon. Click Customize Ribbon, and then there is a Developer tab which you see here. It should be activated. So you just need to select that, click on the tick mark, and just click OK. So this will add a Developer tab here, and this will enable the macros. So now you have your data, and you can run macros or record a macro and run it over on your Excel. There is also an option to do it a different way. Right click on any of the tabs on the ribbon, customize ribbon, and you can add or remove your macros from here. So this is two ways that you can activate your macros. So how you record a macro is the next thing. So here I have a work orders sheet that I receive every day, or one of you will receive every day. And how you record a macro, you have certain set of tasks that you do, and this report has so many things that are obsolete which you do not need, which has to be put across to your management or for your use. So how you record or start a macro, you go to the Developer tab and start recording a macro. As soon as you click on this Record Macro button, it will start recording your keystrokes on the mouse clicks, and you can save that and run it as a script in the next sheet that you do. So this is the sheet that I have, and we'll try to run macros on this and see what it does. So here I have, and this actually works this way. I need to go to the Developer tab and start recording a macro. So when I click Record Macro, it starts recording my mouse clicks and keystrokes. So in this sheet I have to remove some columns, and the columns that are obsolete and the data that looks weird here should be removed. And what I need is the work order number, the district, and the technician name, and the kind of service that we provide, and the request date, work date, the cost, and the payment. So this is what I want, and I do it every day when I receive the sheet, and I have to make these changes and send it across to the accounts team. So what I do is I simply automate this by running a macro. So I go to, let's see how it records the macro. I click Record Macro, I save it as work order accounts, and I'll add a little description like work orders for accounts team, cost. Click OK, and see what I do is basically I add the borders first so that the data looks proper, and then I do not want this column, I delete it. I do not want the number of technicians that are there, I do not want all these, and I also want the labor hours, the account, and what kind of payment. This is very crucial for the accounts team. I do not want any of these obsolete data. So I just delete this, okay, and then I just want to have some cosmetic changes done. So I make sure this doesn't have any border, and that's it. This is the task that I perform every day. I still don't need this, and I go to the Developer tab and click Stop Recording. So now I have the macro saved, and when I have it, I have automated all these steps in one simple click. And how I execute it in another sheet, so I will show it across to you. The next thing, so here I have the next report that has to be changed or formatted and send it across. So I simply go the next morning and go to the Developer tab and go to the macro, and I have this macro save which we ran just now, and with a single click I will be able to do these daily tasks and execute in a flash. So I just click run and it does the rest for me. I have my report ready and is in a proper format that is required, and it can be sent across. So here, as we see, it is done in a single click by running a simple macro. Continuing our work on macro, we can simply do this by a single click of a button, by adding a button. So what you have to do is go to the developer tab, and in the control section you will see the insert option. When you click on the insert drop down, you will see form controls, and you can say select a button, and here I select a button and the mouse changes into a cross, and you can add your macro and assign it. So as we have saved it, work order accounts as a macro, and when I just assign that macro to this button, I can edit the text by making it as work order accounts, just to make it simple. Okay, and now if you see, if I just click this button, it will run the macro and format our sheet. So this is how we run the macros in a single click of a button by adding the button. There is another alternative way to go to the macros instead of the developer tab, and you go to the view button and then go to macros at the end. You can view macros, you can record, and you can edit your macro. So when I click view macros, it will show you what are the macros that I have and that I can run, and you can simply run it. Alternatively, and you can record a macro as well instead of from the developer tab. If you just click on record macro, it will do the same functions that we do from the developer tab. Okay. The next thing is to edit the macro. How do you edit your macro? You have to use a simple application in Excel, which is the VBA, Visual Basic Application, to edit your macro. You go to the developer tab and then click on Visual Basic. This literally opens another window like this, and you will see the module that you have been working on, and you can edit the macro here. So as we see, if you go back to the Excel, we see that our sheet, we have been working on the sheet, and it has the column still K, and the actual sheet is this. So if I go to the Visual Basic editor, and I'll make sure I remove the columns that are existing from the column M, and I just delete that and I click run. I go back to my sheet, and you see these changes are not there. Okay, this is our old macro and this is our new macro. As we see, this sheet has the rush column, which is the priority of my orders. So these are the things that we can edit with the VBA. What is VBA? Visual Basic Application. It is basically a Visual Basic Application language that is used for macros in Excel. So what it basically does, Visual Basic for Application is a programming language of Excel that helps you automate tasks by writing macros. We have seen how we use macros, how it simplifies our tedious daily tasks by running a simple macro. Now, to help us, write these macros and help us get the best use of our abilities to ease our work and automate our tasks, we use VBA. So, why VBA? There are many advantages of using VBA, and why we prefer VBA in macros for Excel. So basically, it is a very simple language. It saves time in performing tedious tasks. You have number of tasks that you do every day, as we have seen in the previous section, how you can simplify your daily task by just running a simple macro. And this VBA helps us in performing those tasks in a very simple manner. Another thing is it supports English-like statements. There are multiple statements that you can use, and which are very basic English language statements, and this can help us, or it is very easy to program or code or edit these commands. You can select a range, you can it is like a if and else statement and things like that. We'll look into those in details in the next sections. Now, one more thing is it improves the functionality of Excel by allowing you to make Excel behave the way you want. There are multiple functions that you perform in Excel, like selecting a number of rows or columns, or selecting a set of cells in particular. You do it on a daily basis. So these things can easily be performed and easily be edited and executed by using VBA. We will look into those in detail. Now, what is the VBA editor interface? This is particularly an interface which you will have look in detail, where you can edit your commands or your codes for your Excel. Now, how this is achieved, we will see it here. Now, this is basically the VBA editor interface, where you can see this is the toolbar section, where it shows all the options, where undo or save or file. We'll see those details in the next section. This is basically the toolbar section of the VBA editor interface. The next thing is the menu bar. Menu bar, as we all know, it shows you the menu, wherein you have all the options like file, edit, view, insert. Insert is the one very important menu bar option, and when you can insert different modules and buttons and all. We'll look into those in details. Run is one more important thing. All these things fall under menu bar. The next thing is the VBA code window. VBA code window, as it says, is the code window where your actual code resides, wherein you can go into it and edit the codes or write the codes and select the different range of functions that you can perform. And this is basically the VBA code window, where you edit your or write your codes. The next thing is the Project Explorer. Project Explorer is simply like a Windows Explorer, but this is in particular is specific to your VBA, wherein it shows the different options that are there, the Excel sheets or the worksheets that you're working on, or the modules that you have saved, and so on. Basically, it is an Explorer for your VBA, like a Windows Explorer, which is for the File Explorer. The next thing is the Properties window. Properties window shows you the properties of the worksheet that you're working on. For instance, here we are working on the sheet 2, and it shows the properties, what are the kind of worksheet that we have, the page breaks, the right to left, whether it is enabled or not, the name of the sheet, and so on, whether it's visible and things like that. The next thing is the immediate window and the watch window. Now, what is the immediate window? Immediate window is basically a tool or a window wherein you can run and execute simple lines of codes, individual Excel code that you can run. It will allow you to test individual lines, which is very useful and handy when you're writing and debugging codes. The output of the lines that you execute can be seen here in the immediate window, whereas watch window is similar to it, but it displays the value of the watched expression in its current state. So this can be extremely useful again while we are debugging the VBA code. Adding a watch is a great utility, and we'll see the advantages of having a watch window in your VBA interface. So these are the things that we'll learn and look into it in detail in the coming section. Now we continue our topic for Visual Basic for application for macros, and I'm going to show you how to run some codes and run some macros in the codes and perform some simple to complex tasks using the VBA for macros. So there are two ways to open the Visual Basic application, and the first thing is you can run Alt F11, click on the sheet and just press, and it will open the Visual Basic for application window. Or alternatively, you can just go and click on the Visual Basic and it will open the sheet for you, the code window for you. And as we have discussed before, these are the windows that we see. This is the code window, and this is the project explorer, and this is the immediate window where we can run some testing codes. Immediately it will show you the output. So here we see the project explorer window where we see the modules and all for our Visual Basic for applications. So as we see the code is empty here, we'll try to record a macro and see how the code develops. Okay, so I just go here and click record macro, and I save it as a format and columns. Okay, just quick look, and I just save it, click OK, and it has started recording. So now what I'll do is I'll make it simple, and I just delete some columns here. Okay, I do not need this. I delete this. Is there a weight? I want this. I want the mode of payment, parts cost, labor hours. I do not want this. Number of technicians, forget it. Okay, and I go further left and see what all do I need. I don't need this. I delete all these, and I just expand this so that it's clearly visible, and then I want to change the format, the font. So I select this and I change it to Times Room. Okay, I go back to my developer tab, click stop recording. It is saved. Okay, now I go back to my code and see the macro here. So we see the macro here, and we can see in detail what it looks like. So we see the code, what it's doing, and what the macro run has generated the code with. So we see we have basically the name of the macro is format columns, and what it is doing, we are just selecting the columns and deleting some. We are checking the range on some columns. EE select, that is the E column that we have selected, and then again so on. And the next thing is the font selection that is mentioned. We are changing it to Times New Roman, size is 11. So it is basically a basic VBA code. So it starts with a sub and it should end with end sub. So this is the code or a format of the VBA code that it looks like, and we'll try to do some basic functions with the VBA and discuss this in further details. So for ease of explanation, I have picked up a blank spreadsheet, and I'll try to explain some basic functions and the commands and the codes that we use to accomplish the task that we with VBA. So as we see, this is a blank sheet, and I have selected a new module for it. So here I start the code, and as it says, it starts with sub, and I am specifying the module name as number. So I'll just try to make it quite simple, and so as soon as we enter the sub, it ends with the end sub, and so this is the start of the code, and this is the end of the code, and whatever is there should be here, and this is the name of the code or the macro. Now I'll explain it further about the dim statement. Why is it used and what does it use for? So dim is basically a keyword which is a short form of dimension, and it is used to declare a variables in the VBA. So here I am trying to specify a variable called x, and how I'm going to do it, I will have it as a number or an integer or anything. So here in this example, I'll put it as an integer or a number. Okay, and as I put as, it populates the prompt. So I select integer, and for example, I select the number to be 500. Okay, and here I'm trying to assign a variable integer a cell a value of 500 with the dim keyword. So where exactly I want to put this, you will see it when you execute the code. Okay, range, I am selecting, it should be underscores, where I'm going to put the value of x as, and I close the brackets, and what should be the value? Value should be x. So now as I click run sub, or you can do it with by running the alt or F5 key, and it will run the code. So you see here in the Excel sheet, it executes the value of the cell B5 to be 500. So this is one simple function that you can do with the dimension keyword or dim keyword, and you can assign the value as integers. Now we proceed further with some more examples, and how we assign the string value as a text or something else. Okay, now I'm going to show you what dim can be executed, used as to set variables. Dim can be used as double, where double is basically a longer form of single variable. It usually takes more space but needs more larger numbers. Okay, and then you can set double, and I just don't specify it, and we can use date. It basically stores the date values. Okay, and then again string. So what string does, if you use string, it stores the text. It can contain numbers, it will have some text as calculations, or anything can be performed. So these are the basic things that I will cover, and you can also use different values for it. So I will discuss this in the next example. Okay, so in the next example, I'll try to sort or use a string value for it, and I put it as a string, substring value. This is my name. So as soon as I hit enter, it ends with the end sub prompt, and now I can give my code. So I put it as dim book as string. Okay, now I'm trying to use to name a country, or put a value of a country to one of the cells. So let's see how it goes, and I select country, and in country I select America. Okay, now what is the value or the cell that basically takes or we will put the name of the country as? So I have to specify a range, and as soon as I hit it goes, and I have to specify the cell here. So here I put it as G and 4. Okay, so I close it, and I put a value to it. What value I am going to assign? It is a country. Okay, now I'll try to run this code by simply, and see, G4, the name populates as a country here. So this is a dim keyword being used as a string in our VBA code. So we can also use VBA to pop up a message or an alert, or a kind of a button, or a message pops up when you execute this code. So this basically can be executed using the code here, which I'm going to put, and we use the Okay, let's give it a value double. I'm going to name it as double value, and again the dim keyword, I'm going to use the keyword as double. Okay, why double is used is basically it gives a longer, it can be used for a longer form of single variable text. It usually takes more space and larger numbers, and we'll try to assign it. Okay, now I'm going to pop up a message in the which says value of a is so and so. So I'm going to give value of a as 250. Okay, and how it pops up a message. Okay, so there is a message box which can be used, and it will give you a value. I mean, it will prompt you to enter the value, what kind of button you want, and you can enter the text and you can enter the value. So here I'm going to write a code which which gives a pop-up message, a message box saying that the value of a is so and so. Value of a is, I'm going to put it in ampersand code, so it actually takes the value of a. Okay, now that's it, and let's try to run this, and you will see a message box popping up. Okay, so the value of the message box pops up saying the value of a is 250. So in the next example, I am going to write a code wherein you can give a value or a string, you can assign it to a selected cell, and this basically used when you have some when you have a task of giving a value to a particular cell, or you have to assign a text or say something about a report. Okay, so this let's see how it goes, and we use the, I will say it as fun with some procedures. This is the name, and again dim. So here I'm going to give a user input, and it will be as a string. Okay, you can give any any string or any statement. What my user input will be, I will define it here. Because this is the report for VBA. Let's make it simple. Okay, and where I'm going to put it is in the active cell, or the cell that I have it. Select. Okay, what will be the value? The value will be the user input. I have defined user input as this is a report for VBA. So this cell turns into this is a report for VBA. I run this and you see this. So in some cases you need to run this, and it makes life quite simple when you use VBA for this. As we have seen before, we have used message box. Now I'm going to use the same message box to display my name, or you can use it to display your name. So let's see how it goes. I'm going to name it as name. Okay, and it's very simple. You have to define a message box which displays your name, and I'm going to put it under quotes that my name is Irfan, and we'll try to run it. See here, so it pops up a message saying that my name is Irfan. So this is a message box that you can display, and I can do anything with this. This is a PBA basics workshop. Okay, I run it again and it pops this message. So these are the things that you can use to customize, or when you open an Excel sheet or try to run a workshop or a report and it pops up a message, customary welcome messages that you can customize, or define a report or kind of data in it, and this can be run using the message box. Now I have another good example wherein you can write a code to tell Excel what is the value of a cell, or what is the number that is there in the cell. So here it is. I put it as sub, okay, number, and it will again populate a message box which will set it to the entered value is, and it should tell me which, or I specify which cell it is that we are going to find the value of. Okay, so I give a range of I have to give it in quotes. I'm going to quotes completed, and it should tell me the value of the number that is present in the cell A1. Okay, it ends. Let's try to run it, and it will give me the value. So this is how we can use Excel to determine or show or populate a message box which will give us the value of the number that is there in the cell. So here I can change it to A4 as well and try to run it, and it will give me the number. So this is a simple way of populating a message box which will tell us the value of a cell. Let me show you one more simple example wherein a message box pops up, or a welcome message that can be set when you open the Excel or worksheet. So let's name it as auto open, and then again message box, I want it to populate, and what does it say? I put it in quotes, welcome to our worksheet or workshop. It's very simple. You just run it and see it pops up a message saying welcome to a workshop. So these are this is one more way where you can run a code or do simple welcome message on Excel. Next, I'm going to show you a code wherein you can give a value or assign a value to a particular cell by simple code. So we name it as add value. Now I specify the range, where I'm going to specify a cell where the value will be given to the cell. Now I'm going to give it as B5. Okay, to put it as quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I'm going to give? Value equals 250. Okay, so now with this code, I'm going to assign a value of 250 to the cell B5. Let's see. Run it. See. Again, I do it to B10. Okay. So this is how you can assign a value to a particular cell. Now I can run the same thing and give a range of cells. Let me make it very simple here. I give it as B1 through B 5 as 450. So let's see what it does. See, here I'm specifying the range to be B1 through B5. So it is doing it for the whole range. Okay, and then I can give another set of range here, like let me specify it, range to be C1. I have to give it a quotes, otherwise it will give me an error. C1 colon C4, and I separate it with a comma, and I can specify another range. So the next one will be D1 to D4, and then I close the quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I give is let's say 230, and I try to run it. So it gives the value of C1 through C4 and D1 through D4 as 230 as we specified it in the code. So this is one more example wherein you can assign values to the range of cells or cells with the VBA. One more thing, I can assign a value to a particular cell by specifying these cells. It's very simple. Just specify the cells like 06, 7. Okay, and I close the parenthesis. I assign a value to it. Value equals 10. Let's see. See, here it assigns the value to that particular cell that we have specified, row 6 and column 7. Okay, so this is one more example wherein you can assign values to particular cells. Okay, in the next example, there will be a scenario wherein you need to select a range of cells in a sheet. So this can also be done, this task can also be performed using VBA. So I will show you how. This is our, let's say, select a range. Okay, and I am going to set a dim variable as example. Okay, let's say it as example, and what I'm doing is I'm specifying a range because I need to select a range of cells. Okay, now I'm going to set the variable as set example, where I'm going to define the range of the cells that should be selected. So let's say A1 to D5. Okay, this will be the selection, and what I'm going to set the value. Okay, I am going to set a value example. I'm going to give it a value of 256. So let's see how it pans out. Okay, so here I'm selecting a set of cells, a range of cells, and I'm going to assign a value with this function. So this makes it quite simple, and this will be used in a regular daily task wherein there will be a scenario wherein you have to select a set of cells and give a value to it. So you can do it with a click of a button with the VBA. Now I can simply tweak this with by just selecting it. So I'll remove this, and instead of assigning a value, I'll just put an option to select it. Now let's just run it and see what happens next. Okay, so this is one way of just selecting it. Okay, and then it becomes easier for you to copy, paste, and do some functions in it. So you can select this, and you can assign a value, and you can also give a set of values to a particular range or cells with these codes. Now, what if I want to do a selection of the same rows and columns in the next sheet. And I can do this with the set of another set of commands. So I will show you how. So here let's say we set the same thing and we specify the worksheets. Okay, worksheets, I want it in sheet 2. Okay, so I just put it as sheet 2 and I activate it, basically activating it. And now I'm going to specify the worksheet 2, and what is the range that I'm going to select? The same thing. Okay, the range will be A1 to D5. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select it. Okay, and see what happens here. Okay, big. So here I am selecting the worksheet 2 and I'm activating it, and I'm going to assign range and I'm going to select it. So I can just copy the same or select the same set of cells in the next sheet. Okay, now when there will be as I said, there will be by requirement where you need to copy some cell contents and paste it to another location. So how you do that? It's again a simple code that you can write, and let's say it as a copy and paste. I'm just making it simple by giving something that we can understand and relate. And copy, paste. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this range and I'm going to copy it and paste it somewhere here. Okay, so let me just remove this and I'll show you how. First we have to specify the range where you want to copy the cells. Okay, so let's say it is again A1, it should be in quotes, A1 colon D5 quotes, and I am going to select it. Okay, then what I'm going to do is once you select this, the selection that you have should be the function, and I am going to specify the selection, and the function should be copying it. Okay, so I just set that, and where I'm going to paste it. So I have to now specify the range where I have to paste this selection, and you can just mention the column here. Let's say G 10. Okay, and close it. I'm going to select it, and then where I'm going to paste it, I can do it in this sheet. Okay, active sheet, and paste it. So we are selecting a range of cells, selection, and that selection, what we are doing is we will copy it, and now we are going to specify the range where you are going to select it and then paste it. Quite simple. That's okay. See, and you can just change it so it is visible on this G5. Okay, so this makes quite easy, and you can run it. The next scenario will be like when you need to get the count of the number of cells. Like you have to have a selection and you need to count the number of cells. So this can also be done, and it's quite easy. I am going to show it to you. Let's say the sub be count cells. Should always be relatable so that you remember and you understand what is the output and why you're using it. And I'm going to set a variable. Let's say I'm going to set an example for this, and what we are going to do is we are going to specify a range first. Okay, we will specify the range of the cells that we need to count, basically. So I'm going to set a variable as a range, and then what we are going to do is example, and we'll specify the range here. You can specify the range or your selection where you need the count of the number of cells. So E1 colon D5 quotes, this is N. Now how you want the output? You want a message box to pop up. So you will set a message box, and what should it give? It will give you the count of the variable. That is the variable is here is examples. Okay, so it will count the number of cells in this area. Okay, let's see, it says okay, here I think I missed it, so I just specify the number here, and let's see, so it gives you the number of count in this 20. Okay, now let's see, I want to 6, so it gives you the selection. So it's quite simple. It will be very useful in our daily task, and wherein you need to count the number of cells. So this is one way to get it. Well, I can further tweak this and to determine to count the number of rows or columns. So it's again very simple. I just need to do some changes here. I have to set the column count. So if I want to calculate the number of columns, just count. Let's see how it should calculate or give the message the number of columns here. See, it gives, there are 5 columns. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so it gives us the number of columns here. If I change it to, it should give me 4 number. Okay, similarly you can count the number of rows here. Just change it to rows. See, it says 6 rows are there. Okay, should give me number of, see. So this way you can calculate the number of count the number of cells, number of columns, number of rows with this. The next thing I'm going to talk about is the if statement. If statement is one of the most widely used statement, and whoever is in programming are very much familiar with this function. So what it does is we specify a condition. If a condition is met, then the output should be such and such. We can specify the condition, and it will check whether that condition is there, and if it is achieved, then you will have to specify the output as well. So this can be achieved with the if statement. Okay, and it is very easy because it understands the basic English language, so it's not very complicated, and I'll show you how. So the syntax can be like this. If suppose you specify a condition, and if that condition is met, then the result, you specify the condition and the result both. Okay, so this is one thing, and then you can specify the else or else condition, wherein you specify the condition 2, then the result should be this. So here you are going to specify 2 conditions or multiple conditions, wherein you specify this, and if it is there, then result will be this. If it is this condition, and then the result will be something else. Let's take an example wherein you have some scores or marks, and you have to select a result. You can't do this manually entering, so you can write a code. Suppose, for example, I have it here. Okay, let's show it out. And I specify as statement. Okay, now I have to specify the variables. Now I have two variables. I have a score and I have a result, and the score is an integer, the number, and the result is a string, pass or fail. So I specify this. Okay, dim score, I specify it as integer. Okay, and then there's another variable that I have to set, result, as string. Okay, now what the score will be? The score, I have to specify the range. Score, I'm giving it as a range. It's in my cell A1. Okay, I specify the range. What is it? It is a value. Okay, sorry, it should be a dot. Okay, and then I'm specifying a condition here. If score value, the variable, is greater than or equal. So as I said, it's quite simple and it takes the basic English language functions. Then the result is another variable that I have set. Result, what it should be? It should be in quotes pass. Okay, so if this condition is met, then the result will be this. Okay, and now where I want to specify my result, I should give a range for that as well. So I give it in the next column or any one. This is the basic example. Value should be the result. Okay, let's see how it runs. See, it says pass. Change it to 40. It doesn't give me anything because I have specified only one condition here. Okay, change it to 75. Let's see how it runs. See, so this way it's very basic condition that you are specifying. You are specifying two variables, the score and the result, and then you are giving a value for it, and you are specifying the condition. If the score is greater than, then the result should be pass. Now in the next section, we will simply tweak this and use an if then else statement. We will attach an else statement with it and see. We will specify another condition and see. So here again we'll use two variables, that is the score as integer and the result as a string. And let's stick to the same values. And now I'm going to specify it, and if the score is greater than 60, then the result. So the result will be pass as it is before, and then I'm going to specify another condition here. Else the result should be fail. Okay, and now I have to put it as a end if statement. I have to specify the end string, and the result will be again in the value, the range will be b1. So let's see, if it is more than 60, then it is pass, otherwise it is fail. Okay, it is pass. Let's see, 40, and run it again. So, okay, so we are specifying two variables again. We are giving it a range and we are specifying one condition. If this condition is met, the result is pass, otherwise else it is fail. So another set of example. The next statement that we use or we are going to discuss is the loop statement, that is the for loop statement. And why we use it? There are situations and tasks that you need to execute, and you need to do it several number of times. These are basically executed sequentially. It means one after another. So the first statement or the function is executed and the next is taken up, so and then the next, and so on. So these loop statements allow us to execute a statement or a group of statements multiple number of times, many number of times, and this happens only when the first task or the first task is done, and it executes that and it goes to the next one. So here we'll discuss a simple example of the for loop statement. So let's see how it works, and I'm going to set up a loop statement. Okay, again I'm going to make it as loop 1. So here it is. I have to specify the variable, that is dim, and I'm going to specify x as an integer. Okay, I'll try to execute it and then explain it what happens and how it executes. Okay, for x equals to 1 to 24. Okay, let's see, and I'm going to specify the range as, so what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to fill the column A from 1 to 24 with some value, from 1 to 24 with the values of 1 through 24. Okay, so I'm setting up a range, and how it ends is it gives me a value. Now it executes this and goes to the next. So I'll explain you how. So we are setting up a loop, we are setting up an integer, a variable x as integer, and we are setting the value of x to be 1 to 24. So here for 1 it executes, the first thing is it takes x as 1 and it fills in a1, and then the next value of x will be 2 and it goes to a2 and fills the value as 2. So just let's try to execute this, and you will see the column A filled with 1 through 24. See, it's quite simple. It executes one condition and then goes to the next, and we are defining it with the number of values and the variable as x, and the number of values is 1 to be 24. Okay, so this is one basic example of a for loop statement. Now let's do some more addition to this example by executing another set of for loop and giving the output, and we'll code the output to be the color coded ones in the column B. So how we do it, it's a basic simple example that I'm going to take. And again, what I'm going to do is I will have this values here, and I'm going to color code the B column with certain color index. For each number there will be a different color. So let's see, and what I'm going to do is I'm only going to change the B, and what action is going here, we put up a value. Now we are going to select it, and with this selection what I'm going to do is it should select it and it should color the interior with what, with the color index. Okay, and the value of x, and then I'm going to specify the pattern, what pattern it will take for the box to be colored, and I'm going to put it as a solid. It will fill the whole thing with the solid, and then I just execute it. See, it takes this color B and it's coded like this. So these are the simple things that you can set up with the codes and for loop statements. So there are numerous examples and exercises that we can perform, tasks we can perform with the VBA, and this can be found in detail in our next courses, advanced courses.
Now, at times you might be working on a really important spreadsheet on your Excel, or you might have the sales data of your company or some confidential data of your organization. And you might have shared the file with your junior, or you might face some packet issue and you forgot to save, or you missed to save your data. And what to do if you cannot save your data, and how can you recover it, right? So this might be a really big hassle. Today we are exactly going to discuss the same and see how to do it in multiple ways. So Excel comes up with an option to automatically save the data. Also, it will try to warn you that your data is not being saved. Would you like me to save it or not? Right, so we'll do the first one. So here you have the autosave option. You can either say OK to it, or you can ignore it. In case if you ignore it, if you choose to ignore it, or if you choose to manually save it, and then if you want to close the file, remember we haven't saved the file. If you wish to close it, Excel will automatically come up with a dialog box asking you want to save your changes to your data.xlsx. That means it is asking you if I have to save it or not. Let's try to ignore this, and forcefully let's try to close it. You can go to Task Manager option. Here we are trying to simulate the option of packet issues. So we are forcefully closing Excel without saving any data. So we have closed it. Now here you can see we do not have Excel running in the background. Now, when you directly open or try to start Excel, when you get the power backup again, and if you want to open that same data file, it will ask you the document recovery option. It says you have closed the file without saving the changes, and you can choose to, come back from the same place where we left last time. Okay, now that was the packet issue, and now let's see another way. Okay, let's imagine that somebody eliminated few important data files from your organization's confidential data, employee ID, employee name, etc. And again, let's simulate the force close of the Excel. Now we are closing it again without saving. No data was being saved. Now it will also ask the same data. It has another version here, the original one, which wasn't saved. So here you can recover the same file again, however it was initially. So you can save it and it will get back to the original place. So this was one way. Also, we have another few multiple ways. Just we have to navigate to File, and here you can open. And in the open menu, you have a button called Recover Unsaved Workbooks. Not just the current workbook, it will also have all the remaining files which are related to Excel that are not saved. So here you have a few workbooks which was not saved. This is one option, and we also have another option. We can just navigate to Info, and there you have another option called Manage Workbook. And in the Manage Workbook, you have another option called Recover Unsaved Workbooks, which will also redirect you to the same file, that is Microsoft Office unsaved files, and you'll have all the unsaved workbooks which are related to Excel. So this is how you can recover the unsaved data in Excel using multiple ways. First thing, Excel will automatically ask you if you have to save the file or not. And in case if you forget to save it, you can directly recover it by default by Excel. It will automatically show that some folder was not saved on the left side of your Excel spreadsheet by default. And in case if you missed out on that one, you can manually go to File, and you can either choose Open option or Info option to recover the unsaved folders from your default file location from your PC, that is Microsoft Office unsaved files, etc., which will have all the list of all unsaved workbooks related to Excel.
Excel supports a number of shortcut keys that you can use to speed up your work and make your work efficient. These shortcuts make working with spreadsheets a little easier. Now the question arises, do I need to memorize the shortcut keys? The answer is no. The keyboard shortcuts in Excel helps you perform data analysis better and faster, but it would be an advantage if you can remember a few of them. Now, let's begin by looking at some of the important workbook related shortcuts. So we will see how to create a new workbook, open an existing workbook, and save a spreadsheet so that you don't lose any data or calculations that you have done. Towards the end, you will see how you can toggle between different sheets in a workbook. Now to open an Excel workbook on Windows, you can just search for Excel here. you can see this is the Excel app. I'll click on it, and you can see there's the Home tab, New tab. From here you can open any existing workbook as well. So let me go to the New tab and open a blank workbook. Now mark here on the top, it says Book 1 Excel. Now if you were to create a new workbook, the shortcut is Ctrl+N. Now mark this. So if I hit Ctrl+N, you can see it has opened a new workbook called Book 2. I can show it to you here. You can see there are two workbooks, Book 1 and Book 2. So the shortcut to open a new workbook is Ctrl+N. Now if you want to open an existing workbook that is present in your system, the shortcut is Ctrl-O. So if I hit Ctrl-O, you can go to Browse and check for your Excel file that is present on your system. Let me go to the desktop and search for Excel workbooks. You can see I have two Excel files here. Let me select the COVID-19 file. I'll click on Open. I'll enable editing. There you go. So we have our existing workbook opened on Excel. Now if you want to save a workbook or a spreadsheet, the shortcut is Ctrl+S. Now this is very simple. You use it in other editors as well. Now suppose I duplicate this column. I use Ctrl+C, go on top and hit Ctrl+V. Now to save this spreadsheet, I'll just press Ctrl+S. You can see the workbook is saved. Now you can also click on this one which says Save, Ctrl+S. So I don't need this column actually, so let me go ahead and delete this column. And now to close the current workbook, the shortcut is Ctrl+W. So if I hit Ctrl+W, it will ask me, do you want to save this file or not? I'll say don't save, and it will close that current file. Next, if you want to close Excel, the shortcut key is Ctrl+F4. Now if I hit Ctrl+F4, you can see my book 1 is closed, so I can go ahead and close the workbook. Now let me go ahead and open a workbook again. So I'll search for Excel and click on it. I'll go to a blank workbook. Now if you want to move to the next sheet, you can use Control Page Down. Now in this current workbook we have only one sheet. Now let me create two more sheets and come to sheet 1. Now if you want to move to the next sheet, the shortcut is Control Page Down. So if I hit Control Page Down, you can see I am in sheet 2 now. If I again hit Control Page Down, I have come to sheet 3. Next, if you want to move on to the previous sheet, the shortcut is Control Page Up. So let me hit Control Page Up. You can see I am in sheet 2 now. And if I hit Control Page Up once again, I have come to sheet 1. Now to get a little more clarity on this, let me open a workbook that has multiple sheets or multiple tables. So I'll hit Ctrl-O and I'll look for my sample superstore dataset. Click on it. You can see this dataset has 3 tables. The first one is the orders table. The second one is the returns table, which has the detail about the orders that were returned. And the next table is of people table that basically has person and the region to which the person belonged to. So let me come to my orders table. Now if I want to move to my returns and people table, for that I can hit Control Page Down, which is to move to the next sheet. So if I hit Control Page Down, see I am in the returns table now. If I hit Control Page Down once again, I've come to my people table. If you want to move back, I'll hit Control Page Up. You can see I am in my returns table. If I hit Control Page Up once again, I've come back to my orders table. Now there are a few other shortcuts that I want to tell you here. So suppose you want to switch between different tabs that are present in the ribbon, you can do that as well with the help of shortcut keys. So in Excel, this is the ribbon which has different tabs like the File tab, Home tab, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, and so on. Now currently we are in the Home tab. If you want to move to the Data tab, the shortcut is Alt A. So if I hit Alt A, you can see we have come to the Data tab. Now if you want to go to the View tab, the shortcut is Alt W. You can see we have come to the View tab. And if you want to move to the Formula tab, the shortcut is Alt M. So if I hit Alt M, you can see we have come to the Formula tab. Now let me open another Excel file where we have listed all the shortcut keys that we are covering in this video. So let me go ahead and do that. So I'll go to File, and under Open, I'll click on Browse, and under Desktop, I'll look for my Excel shortcut keys file. I'll click on Open. So this is the Excel sheet we have created for you for your reference. You can pause the video to note the shortcut keys we have covered so far. If you want to get access to this Excel sheet, please share your email address in the chat section. We'll send it to you over email. So far, we have covered all the workbook related shortcuts. So these are the shortcuts we have covered so far that I'm highlighting here. Now let's move back to our slides and see what we have next. So you can see we have our cell formatting shortcuts up next. Now here I will tell you the different shortcuts that can be applied to a cell, such as editing a cell, aligning cell contents, adding a border to a cell, adding an outline to all the selected cells, etc. So let's go ahead and do these operations. So I'll go to my book 1, and the first shortcut that we'll see is how to edit a cell. For example, there are certain values such as 10, 20, 30, and if I scroll down like this, and now if you want to edit the cells, you can just select that cell. Here I have selected A4 cell, you can see on the top, and hit F2 to edit the cell. So if I hit F2, you can see I can edit the cell and make it say 40. Similarly, I'll hit F2 again and make this as 50, and so on. Now you can also edit the formula that is present in a cell. So let me use a formula. Say we'll calculate the sum, and I'll choose A1 to A8 and find the sum. Now if I select this and click on F2, I can change the formula as well. Let's say average. I'll hit enter. You can see it has calculated the average from A1 to A8. Now if you want to copy paste cells, the shortcut is very simple. It's Ctrl C and Ctrl V. Now suppose I want to copy cell A4, I can just hit Ctrl C and I'll hit Ctrl V to paste it. Similarly, you can also select a range of cells and hit Ctrl C and Ctrl V to paste it. Similarly, you can also copy paste different cells from other worksheets. So I have come to my sample superstore workbook, and let me select a few cells, and I can copy it by hitting Ctrl C. I'll move back and I can paste it by Ctrl V. Next, if you want to bold and italicize the font values in a cell, you can use Ctrl B and Ctrl I respectively. So if I want to bold, suppose the headings or the column names, I can use Ctrl B. You can see it's bold. And if I want to italicize certain values, let me select this one I can use Ctrl I to italicize it. I'll hit Ctrl I. You can see it's italicized. Now you can also underline the cell contents. So let me show you how to do that. For this purpose, we use Ctrl plus U. So let me select this cell and I'll hit Ctrl U. You can see it has added an underline. Similarly, let me do it for one more cell. I'll hit Ctrl plus U. You can see it has put an underline to this cell as well. Now if you want to fill colors to certain cells, the shortcut you can use is Alt plus H plus H. So let me show you. If I select this cell and hit Alt HH, you can see it has prompted me to select a color. I'll select this blue color and you can see you have filled a color to this cell. Similarly, you can fill color to a range of cells as well. I have selected these cells and let me hit Alt HH, and this time I'll select this green color. You can see we have filled all these cells with green color. Now if you want to add a border to a cell, the shortcut is Alt plus H plus B. Now let me select this cell 40 and hit Alt plus H plus B. So it has prompted me to select the type of border that you want. Now let me select I want a top border. You can see here it has put a top border to cell B5. And now let me choose cell E6 and again hit Alt HB, and this time let's say I'll select all borders. You can see the cell has all borders across it. Now if you were to remove the outline border, the shortcut is Ctrl plus Shift plus underscore. So if I want to remove this top border from cell B5, I'll hit Ctrl Shift underscore. You can see the top border is no more there. Similarly, let's remove all border from cell E6. I'll hit Ctrl Shift underscore. You can see the border is gone. Now if you want to add outline to selected cells, the shortcut is Ctrl plus Shift plus ampersand. So let me select the cells that I had colored just now, and if I hit Ctrl Shift ampersand, you can see it has added a border to the selected cells. I can show it to you here as well. Let me select it and hit Ctrl Shift ampersand. You can see it has added a border to all the selected cells. Another thing I want to show you here is if you want to move to the previous cell, the shortcut is Shift Tab. So if I select this cell and hit Shift Tab, it will take me back to the next cell, which is E8. If I hit Shift Tab again, it takes me to C8, next is B8, then it's A8. Now if you want to move to the next cell, the shortcut is Tab. So if I hit Tab, it will take me to the next cell. Now if you want to select the cells on the right, the shortcut is Ctrl Shift right arrow. So initially if I select cell H2 and now I want to select all the cells on the right, I can just hit Ctrl Shift right arrow. So as you can see, it has selected all the cells on the right. Similarly, if you want to select all the cells on the left, the shortcut is Ctrl Shift left arrow. As you can see, it has selected all the cells. Now if you want to select the column from the selected cell to the end of the table, the shortcut is Ctrl Shift down arrow. So I'll hit Ctrl Shift down arrow. You can see it has selected the entire column. Now if you want to select the data above the selected cell, the shortcut is Ctrl Shift up arrow. So I'll hit Ctrl Shift up arrow. You can see it has selected all the cells that were present on top of it. Yeah. Let me again take you to the Excel sheet that has all the list of shortcuts discussed in this video. So I'll go to File and I'll open Excel shortcut keys. So now we have looked at all the cell formatting shortcuts that I'm highlighting. Again, if you want to get access to this Excel sheet, please drop in your email ID. We'll share it over email. Next, we'll be discussing about some additional cell formatting shortcuts. So up next, we will see some additional cell formatting shortcuts. Here, we will have a look at how to add a comment to a cell. So comments are used to give extra information about a cell value. You can also learn how to find a value and replace it with another value in the spreadsheet. Then we'll see how to activate a filter, insert the current date, current time, and also add a hyperlink to a cell. Finally, we'll see how to apply a format to the data in a cell. Now let me go to my sample Superstore dataset. So this is my sample Superstore dataset. Now if I need to add a comment to a cell, the shortcut key I will use is Shift F2. So let me select Brosina Hoffman and hit Shift F2. You can see my comment box has appeared. Now let me give a comment like Brosina is from LA or Los Angeles. You can see Brosina Hoffman is from Los Angeles. Now if I select this, you can see our comment. Next, if you want to display, find and replace a value from a cell or a range of cells, you can use Ctrl+H. So let me select Ctrl+H. You can see our find and replace box has appeared, and here if I want to change the name of, say suppose, Brosina to something like Angela, I'll first select for Brosina. So here I am typing what I need to find, that is Brosina, and I'll replace it with Angela, suppose. Now I'll hit replace all. You'll get a pop-up, say all done. We made 48 replacements. If I click OK and select close, you can see the name Brosina was changed to Angela. Excel has another important feature, which is to filter your data based on certain values. Now let me show you how you can apply a filter. So I'll select this city column and I'll go to my data tab, and here you can see we have filter. I'll choose this. Now we have applied a filter to our city column. To show you more, you can see here it has all the city name listed, and if I uncheck this, select all, and I'll select certain cities and click OK, it will filter my data only for those cities. Use Ctrl Z to undo it. And now if you want to activate a filter, the shortcut key that I'll use is Alt down arrow. So if I hit Alt down arrow, you can see my activate filter box has appeared. I'll choose cancel. If I click on a particular cell in this city column and hit Alt down arrow again, you can see the list of cities here. Now I'll move back to my book 1 and I'll show you how you can insert the current date. Now to insert the current date in a particular cell, the shortcut I'll use is Ctrl plus semicolon. So now if I hit Ctrl plus semicolon, it will give me the current date. You can see this is our current date, that is 9th of June. Similarly, you can go ahead and get the current time as well. So the shortcut for that is Ctrl Shift colon. So if you hit Ctrl Shift colon, it will give you the current time as well. Also, Excel allows you to insert a hyperlink Now in order to insert a hyperlink, you can use Ctrl plus K. So if I hit Ctrl plus K, you can see the insert hyperlink box has appeared. Now you can give any address here. So let me go to Google and say W3 schools. I'll copy this link and I'll paste it in the address section. And here on the top where it says text to display, I'll write W3 schools website. Now if I hit OK, you can see we have inserted a hyperlink, and if I click on this, it will take me to the W3 schools website. So it opens up in my Google Chrome. You can see this is the W3 schools website. Similarly, let me insert one more link. So I'll go ahead and click Ctrl K, and this time let's say I'll choose Simplilearn's website. I'll select this website address, and here in the address section I'll paste the URL, and on top I'll write Simplilearn website, which is my text that it will display. I click on OK. If I click on this cell, it will take me to my Simplilearn's website. Going back. Now I'll tell you how to apply certain formats. So let's see how you can apply a currency format. So you can see we have some numerical values here. I'll select these values, and if I hit Ctrl Shift $, now these numbers have been converted into currency format. We have all in the form of rupees. Similarly, if you want to convert a particular cell value, say 0.3 into percentage, you can use Ctrl Shift and percentage symbol. So it has converted into 30%. Suppose it's 0.6, and on this if I select Ctrl Shift percentage, it has converted into 60%. Another shortcut key that you can use is Alt Q or Alt plus Q. This will go to the tell me what you want to do box. So if I hit Alt Q, you can see it has taken me to the tell me what you want to do box. If I select a pivot table, it will ask you to give the range and select where you want to place your pivot table. I'll hit cancel. Now moving ahead, if you have enjoyed watching this video so far, consider subscribing to our Simplilearn YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. Let's see what we have next. So now we'll look at some of the important row and column formatting shortcuts. Here we will learn how to delete rows and columns, hide and unhide selected rows and columns, as well as group and ungroup rows and columns. I'll go to my sample Superstore dataset. Now if you want to select an entire row, I'll click on a particular cell, and if I want to select row 7, I'll just hit Shift space. So you can see it has selected my entire row. Similarly, if you want to select an entire column, you can hit Control space. So if I hit Control space, it has selected my order date column. Now to select the entire worksheet, you can use Control Shift space. So I'll hit Control Shift space. You can see it has selected my entire worksheet. Now if you want to move to the edge of the worksheet, you can use Control right arrow. So this is the edge of the worksheet. Now if you want to delete a column, you can use Alt plus H plus D plus C or Alt H D C. Now let's say I want to delete a specific column. Let me choose a column say the discount column, I want to delete it, so I can use Alt HDC. So let me press Alt HDC. You can see the discount column is gone. I'll use Ctrl Z to bring it back. Now, if you want to delete a row, you can use Shift plus space to select that entire row. So let me hit Shift space. Now I've selected my row 10, and then if I hit Ctrl minus, it will delete row 10. You can see row ID 9 is deleted. If I undo it, I have it back. Moving ahead, now if you want to hide a selected row, the shortcut is Ctrl 9. So let's say I have selected row 11 and I want to hide it. I can just use Ctrl 9 to hide it. Now you can see we have hidden that particular row. Now if you want to unhide that selected row, the shortcut is Ctrl Shift 9. So I'll hit Ctrl Shift 9 to unhide it. You see we have that row back. Similarly, you can also hide a selected column. Now to hide a selected column, let's say I want to hide first name column, so I can use Ctrl 0. So if I hit Ctrl 0, you can see we have hidden the first name column. Now to unhide that selected column, we can use Ctrl plus Shift plus 0 or Ctrl Shift 0. So if I hit Ctrl Shift 0, you see the shortcut did not work. Let me try it once again. Ctrl Shift 0. It's not working. So for that, you need to change the settings by going to the control panel. So let me search for my control panel. I'll select it. And now I'll search for language here. Let me search for language. I'll click on it. I'll go to advanced settings and then I'll click on change language bar hotkeys. In this, here I'll select change key sequence and then under switch keyboard layout, I'll choose not assigned and click on OK. I'll apply and click on OK and then I'll close it. Now if I hit Ctrl Shift 0, it will unhide my selected column. Moving ahead, now if you want to group rows or columns, the shortcut key for it is Alt Shift right arrow. Now suppose I have selected these two cells and I want to group these cells, so I can hit Alt Shift right arrow. So you can see the group box has appeared and I have selected rows. If I click on OK, you can see here we have grouped both the rows. Now if you want to ungroup the rows, the shortcut for it is Alt Shift left arrow. So I'll hit Alt Shift left arrow and select rows. I'll click on OK to ungroup the rows. Now let me take you back to our reference sheet. So now we have covered all the row and column formatting shortcuts that you can see here. Now let me move back to our slides. Now we are into the final section of our shortcut keys. Here we will cover the shortcut keys you can use in a pivot table. In Microsoft Excel, a pivot table is a table of statistics that summarizes your data. For example, you have sales data for different regions and for different products. Using a pivot table, you can summarize the data by region and find the average sales per region, the maximum and minimum sales per region, total sales made for each region and for each category of products, etc. It allows you to summarize and show only relevant data in your reports. I'll create a pivot table and show you different shortcuts to group pivot table items, ungroup pivot table items. Then we'll see how to hide pivot table item, create a pivot chart on the same sheet, and create a pivot chart on a new sheet. Now let me go to Excel and create a pivot table using my coronavirus dataset. So I'll select File and I'll open a file. I'll choose my COVID-19 dataset. So you can see we have our coronavirus dataset. It has the date column, the day column, month, year, the total number of cases that have come up in each country, the total number of deaths that were reported, country territory code, and we have the continent as well. Now let me show you how you can create a pivot table first. So I'll select my table and under Insert, I'll choose Pivot Table. I have my table range selected. Then I'll choose Existing Worksheet to place my pivot table. I'll select a cell and click on OK. Just squeeze this and I'll shorten this column as well. Now I want to drag my countries and territories onto rows. So you can see we have all the countries here, and then I'll drag the cases column onto values and similarly the deaths column onto values as well. If I close this and let me squeeze it further, you can see we have our pivot table ready. It has all the country names and the total sum of the cases and the total sum of deaths that were reported in each country. Let's use this pivot table and apply some shortcut keys. Now first, to group pivot table items, the shortcut key that I can use is Alt Shift right arrow. So let's select a few items from this pivot table. I have selected 4 rows, and if I hit Alt Shift right arrow, you can see we have created a group. It says group 1 and it has 4 countries and the total cases as well as the total number of deaths. Now if you want to ungroup the pivot table items, you can use Alt Shift left arrow. So let me use Alt Shift left arrow. So first I have to select this group and use Alt Shift left arrow. You can see we have ungrouped the pivot table items. Now if you want to hide a pivot table item, you can use Control minus. So let's say I want to hide the values for Afghanistan. I'll use Control minus to hide it. See, Afghanistan is no more there in this pivot table. To unhide, let me just use Control Z. It's back. Similarly, if you want to create a pivot chart based on the pivot table on the same sheet, you can use Alt F1. So let me hit Alt F1. Close this and let me hit Alt F1. There you go. We have our pivot chart ready on the same sheet itself. So you can see there's a blue line and there's orange line as well. The blue line represents the number of cases and the orange line represents the sum of deaths. This chart depicts that United States has the highest number of cases as of now. And then you can see we have Hungary, Iraq, then there's Portugal and other countries as well. Let me delete it. Also, if you want to create a pivot chart on a new worksheet, the shortcut you can use is F11. So you just have to hit F11. So let me hit F11. You can see here it has created a new pivot chart on another worksheet. It has the sum of the cases and the sum of the deaths. With that, we have covered all the shortcut keys that can help you speed up your work in Excel. If you think we have missed out on any shortcut keys, then please put it in the chat section as well as in the comment section of the video.
And with that, we have come to the end of this session on data analytics full course with Excel. If you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require the resources that we used in this session, then please do let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be more than happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest. Until next time, thank you, stay safe, and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.